Toshiba Studios, your home for the Sacramento Kings.
It's Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports
Headlines.
Good morning and happy Monday with your Sactown Sports headlines. I am Jay Mars. Also don't know why I'm calling it a happy Monday. Coming it off of yesterday's NFC Championship game where the 49ers, shorthanded and, all sorts of stuff, lost the Philadelphia Eagles.
Minshew takes a knee and this game's over. Under 40 seconds to play, and they will celebrate now in the streets of Philadelphia. And they were already out last night greasing the light poles and fixtures in the city. That's a tradition here in Philadelphia to keep them from climbing everything downtown.
They still climbed on everything. Speaking of climbing, the Chiefs climbed back into the Super Bowl.
Placement is down. Butker's kick is up. The spinning kick high, floating in the air, and it is good! Good!
Yeah, it was good. You got an Eagles, you got a Chiefs. They got a matchup. Super Bowl Sunday, February 15th. And if the weekend couldn't get any worse, the Sacramento Kings failed to show up in Minnesota Saturday night.
Fox now going to fire a deep three that's blocked by Anthony Edwards. Grabbed by Sabonis, and that's it. Ball game is over. So Minnesota has now won 5 of the last 6. They have tightened the screws in the Western Conference. They're now 2 games over 500. Sacramento with back-to-back losses, now 27-21. The road record is now 11-10 with this defeat. And the Kings will regroup and hopefully find a way to be better in their execution against the same opponent on Monday evening.
It is the game on Monday evening. Of course, you can catch that action tonight on Sactown Sports. Those are your headlines. Time for a positive spin on the weekend with Carmichael Dave next.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
It's incredibly weird to have a job where
Just leave it there.
you're how your day is going to go and how excited you are to go to work is predicated upon people and where the balls go.
Huh.
Do they go through the uprights? Do they go in the end zone? Do they go through the hoop?
The catcher's mitt or the outfield fences.
You know, in an alternate universe, the Kings won Saturday, which, let's be honest, as much as the Kings are my number 1 ranked team in all sports, gladly would have traded a Kings loss for a 49er win.
I'd have traded like 3 Kings losses for a Niners win.
Same here. But then it wasn't just the Niners lost yesterday. It's how they lost. And then you go, okay, well, not in a normal world, you know, you go to work, you shut off your phone, you sink into your cubicle or office or whatever you're doing, and
You stare at spreadsheets.
yeah, you just ignore.
Like a normal.
But in this case, and this isn't a whine, it's just a fact. It sounds
It's
like
kinda
a whine.
whiny.
It is kind of whine. It's like, no, we have to relive it again and again and again and again for 4 hours. So if I have to be here, you have to be here, and we appreciate you being here. Good morning, everybody. I am Dave. That is Jay. Jason Ross will join us at 7 a.m., and we have a lot to talk about. Frankie Cartoscelli will join us. Matt Barrows, I see him on the sheet. Matt Barrows, I think, will join us, but always Mondays after travel Sundays. Sometimes that can be a thing. We don't, as of yet, know if Matthew is either on plane or en route to plane at 8 a.m. And if we don't get him today, we will mush him in tomorrow. Kevin, I see you on the YouTube chat. You can go watch us at YouTube. Sactown Sports' page. Please like and subscribe. Kevin says, rough weekend for NorCal sports. Pick us up, Dave, please. I love you, buddy. Here's the thing, and I do feel bad about this. We all have our strengths and weaknesses. If you're tuning into me to be picked up after a weekend like that, I'm here to revel in misery with you. And ratings-wise, you can only hope misery loves company. But I will be incredibly transparent. I'm not bright-siding this. I'm not gonna put a good spin on it. It's incredibly heartbreaking. It would have been one thing if the Niners had just gotten their butts beat yesterday, and they did. But the term I used yesterday, and the phrase I'll use probably a lot today, is it really did remind me of waiting with bated breath for a huge championship fight, like a big UFC fight. All kinds of trash talk, promotional tour. You're finally getting to see him. Number 1 versus number 2. It's on. And then one of the fighters breaks his hand in the first round. And he's got to spend the rest of the round. You wonder if his hand's really broke. Oh, he's throwing a ton of kicks. We haven't seen him throw the right. And he just gets beaten up. It reminded me a lot of one of Uriah Faber versus Mike Brown's fights where he broke his hands.
Uriah Faber fought the Kings coach?
Yes, he did actually. Twice. So it's one of those where full credit to you're not going to hear me bagging the Eagles today. Good for them. They deserve to be in the Super Bowl.
I disagree.
They didn't do anything wrong.
They did.
What'd they do?
They're from Philly.
Oh, well, that's a great point. But we're left not knowing what could have been. I just want to see it full strength. I just don't want injury. Also, real quick before we get to leading off, because we need to get to leading off, I had maybe the strangest, wasn't a real argument, but sort of argument with my wife last night. So, are you familiar with the show Designated Survivor?
No.
With Kiefer Sutherland? No.
No.
Are you familiar with the show Supernatural?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the show Lucifer?
No.
Okay. These are 3 shows that we've watched every season of. You know what season we haven't watched of all 3, though?
The first?
The last. Because my wife has this thing where she loves shows so much. If she does love the show, and we love all 3 of those shows, we'll like one of them. She doesn't want to watch the last season because it makes her sad, because then once she's done with it, it will be over. And there will never be any new episodes to watch ever. This is apparently a thing with her I've discovered after many years of sharing a bed, that she does not want to watch the final. She doesn't like doing it because it depresses her she can't enjoy it, because she knows every show she watches is one step closer to never being able to watch that show again because it's over, and she's watched every new part of it.
She must have. Has she had problems with your kids growing up too, like becoming older?
Yes,
like,
but so do
I feel like there's some weird, but that's a weird attachment thing.
It really kind of is. I don't understand it. And I told her, I said, we're finishing all these shows now. Before we watch anything else, you got to get.
That's interesting. Like, I understand the psychology behind it, but I still have no problem getting ready when it's like last season, episode 1. Like, dude, I'm there. I'm excited.
Oh, absolutely. Like Picard. Did you see? I don't even know if you're probably not into it, but the third season, final season of Picard, February 16th, they debuted the trailer at halftime yesterday. I'm all
juiced,
over
right?
Oh, dude, I am so juiced for this new season. I'm also juiced for leading off right now.
Let's do it. Leading off, the 3 top stories in the morning.
Huge news. This is very important.
Here's cut number 1.
Minshew takes a knee, and this game's over. Under 40 seconds to play, and they will celebrate now in the streets of Philadelphia. And they were already out last night greasing the light poles and fixtures in the city. That's a tradition here in Philadelphia to keep them from climbing everything downtown.
Jay said something.
Again, didn't work.
Yeah, no, it did not. Of course. They'll adapt. They're overcome. It's the same reason why, like, cockroaches are still alive. It's a
great, you know what? Cockroaches in Philadelphia fan, that's a
100%.
great, good job.
They will figure out a way to overcome. Did you see some of those videos they would show of Niner fans walking into the stadium from their point of view and how they were treated by fans?
It was really classy.
Philly fan is,
There's, I like traveling to other stadiums and stuff and getting the road experience. Philadelphia has never been one of those places I've wanted to travel to for that.
And I've never, like on the RV trip, Philly was one of our stops. We stopped at the stadium, took pictures, did a couple interviews, and left. Like I didn't
grab a cheesesteak.
I didn't even grab a cheesesteak, and we didn't even go see that broken bell. Like we just see you later.
When are they going to fix that thing, by the way?
It's kind of a Philadelphia thing, I think. Just leave it. I don't know. Philadelphia just seems kind of trashy. I've just never been into it.
Wow, shaded our friend Cody.
Well, guess what though? Cody lives here for a reason, doesn't she though? Everyone, I love how like at the Limelight, like everyone's at Limelight Bar downtown. That's like the Eagles stop. And you see
which is weird.
You see all these like Eagles fans, Eagles, Philly. They want to tell you how great Philly. Oh my God, Philly and Philly. It's like you're in Sacramento, dude. All of you are you're in Sacramento. Why aren't you in Philly? If it's so awesome, why aren't you in Philly? You're here.
Yeah, guy or gal or I don't know what the other one's called.
Guy or gal.
Yeah, guy person.
Yes.
Person that's always flying the flag for their whole
city
after living in another city for like 10 plus years is an interesting human.
And there's work, your spouse. I get it. There are some reasons why you have to move. And if I moved somewhere, I would still be flying my Kings flags. But guess what?
Have to move is a thing.
Have to. But I wouldn't move. Number 2.
Cut number 2.
All right.
Placement is down. Butker's kick is up. The spinning kick high, floating in the air, and it is good.
I'm so not happy with this Super Bowl matchup. I'm a protest.
So you have that bet going on the quit smoking thing?
Yeah, how'd that go?
We're 5 months in. Okay. Here's the thing.
Is it done?
No.
Good.
But the guy that bet me, and I won't say how much. It's a decent amount of money. Calls me on Friday. He goes, "Hey, I got an idea, dude.
Start smoking."
I'm going to Tahoe tomorrow. That's Saturday. Let's put the bet. Let's split it in 2 and put it on the games. Let's put it on the games. Just let's go. And I thought about it. I go, you know what? That's a chance for him to win something too. Got to be done with all of it right now. He'll bring me back cash today. And if there's a bright side to the weekend for me, it's that I would have picked the Niners and Bengals. Money line. Imagine Dave today.
So you didn't follow through on this. Nice job.
No, I said, you know what? I'm good. I don't feel right about either of these games. I would have been apoplectic. A lot to talk about today. And as Jay said before the show started to me, we got a Kings loss and a Kings game tonight. We've got championship games going. So much to talk about. You know what we're going to talk a lot about today? Referees. That's just kind of sad. We're going to talk about referees. Oh, we have some ideas. At least I do. American Energy wants to make sure you and your family are safe this winter with a $49 furnace tune-up to ensure your system is running safely and efficiently. Plus, if you're ready for a new whole home HVAC system, whole home HVAC system, thank you, Dave. Get half off your furnace with American Energy's 50% off furnace special. There's 0% financing. And payment plans are available. Really and truly. This is so easy, so simple. You gotta need to do it now or later. Don't wait until everything's screwed up. Keep your home safe, warm, and comfy for you and your family throughout this season. By the way, it is cold this morning. Woof. I mean, relatively, it's California. I get it, but it's cold. Call American Energy today at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Or visit AmericanEnergyAir.com. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable. So the Celtics played the Lakers over the weekend. It's been a trying year. It's been a trying year for LeBron James. A trying year of...
I'm sorry, did you say trying or crying?
yes, a trying, crying year of his own doing in many cases. You know, LeBron put himself there. LeBron's agent got Anthony Davis there. It's there. And there's been ups and downs, mostly downs. Playing the Celtics. They're up for this thing. You know, Celtics, best team in the NBA record-wise.
Rivalry game.
In
the TD Garden.
The TD Garden.
No, Garden.
That too. And the Lakers on the road gave Boston everything they could handle on national TV. End of the game, LeBron drives. Didn't work out.
James on the drive, gets in the paint, layup, missed it. And the game is over. Lakers furious. They thought he was fouled. Excuse me. And it's now overtime.
All right, so let's get this out of the way. Arguably the best part of the weekend, and my favorite thing an athlete's done in a long time, just for the sheer comedy, was Patrick Beverley pulling a camera out of the stands.
Well done.
And trying to show it to the ref. And promptly getting teed up, which of course he should have, but still.
But well done.
Hilarious. Well done, Pat Bev. LeBron, I have no problem with LeBron's reaction on the floor. I have no problem with LeBron dropping to his knees in anguish. This guy was carrying his team. He's a competitor. And I understand. Listen, I get it. And I literally can hear the eye rolls from the audience right now. Just hear me out for 2 seconds. I'm not trying to get us all to cry for LeBron. There's something I respect about a guy that age doing what he is doing, having made the money he has made, and he's still that competitive about game 50 or whatever of the season. You can tell beyond the money, beyond everything else, the barbershop, the accolades, the movies, he really, really, really wanted to win that game. And I think if every athlete in the NBA or in sports in general had his competitive spirit, that's a good thing. I don't have a problem because he's laying it all on the line. 41, 9, and 8 with just 2 turnovers at 38 years old. It's pretty good.
Some good basketball.
He has earned the right to do that. Also, he got hosed. As a Sacramento Kings fan, you know, I heard all weekend Kings fans were like, aha, 2002, sucker. I get it.
Yes, we got them back finally in a regular season game 20-plus years later. Yes.
Here's a deep, dark secret. I don't like it when the Lakers get screwed by the refs. I don't like it when the Hornets get screwed by the refs. I don't like it when anyone gets screwed by the refs. And I don't want it to happen. It's like a second cousin to wishing injury on someone. I don't want the Lakers to lose because of a bad call. I don't enjoy that. I want the Lakers to lose because they suck. So then after the game, though, when LeBron got in front of the media, then he actually had a stand-up comedy bit. I thought that was funny.
I don't understand. I don't understand what we're doing. And I watch basketball every single day. I watch these games every single day, and I don't see it happening to nobody else. It's just weird.
Really?
Nobody else. I mean, he's right there.
Yeah.
Nobody else has been hosed by the refs this year. Nobody.
Nobody else. You don't see that happening to anyone else. I find that very interesting.
Inbounds to Curry. Ball game over. For the 6th consecutive time, the Warriors have defeated the Kings. The final is 130 to 125.
I remember that. Nobody else. I remember the Tyler Hero shot. I remember Klay Thompson fouling Kevin Huerter 3 times. Nobody else. Get out of here. He's very frustrated.
It's challenging. Very challenging. I don't get it. I'm attacking the paint just as much as any of the other guys in this league that's shooting double-digit free throws a night. I don't get it. I don't understand it.
Okay. That's fine. Here's the thing. Fine. We all live in our own worlds. We all live in our own worlds. We all think we have been aggrieved more than the other. That's fine. That's human nature. I can even get past the LeBron stand-up comedy. I don't see it happening to anyone else. Then you don't watch basketball, LeBron. Or you certainly don't watch Kings games.
Again, we're going from the Kings angle here. I'm sure there are 28 other teams with a gripe.
Of course. So within hours, not a day and a half while you're hitting refresh on your computer, within hours, they get their own personal Lakers 2-minute report. Oh, the call was missed. No last 2-minute report, LeBron 2-minute report.
Yeah, the L2M has a completely different.
Then the official NBA referee Twitter account tweets out, like everyone else, referees make mistakes. We made one at the end of last night's game that is gut-wrenching.
Gut-wrenching.
It wrenches the guts. Like a pack of Taco Bell tacos at 3 a.m.
But wait, there's more.
This play will weigh heavily. We really need a bed for this. This play will weigh heavily and cause sleepless nights as we strive to be the best referees we can be.
Crazy part, that tweet was composed by Dick Bavetta, Ted Bernhardt, and Bob Delaney.
Where was, remember when I guess Twitter wasn't around, but remember the statement they made after 02?
Yes.
Remember the statement they made? Screw 02. Remember the statement they made after Tyler Hero traveled?
Yes.
Or Kevin Huerter got fouled 3 times?
I'm glad they're taking accountability. That's gross.
And by the way, again, I don't blame LeBron for that.
No, but the referees, and I just want to know who talked to whoever runs that social media account, said, hey, guys.
I think Gary Bettman of the NHL is now running the social media account. I can't blame LeBron.
Listen, guys.
LeBron was ticked about a call. LeBron talked about the call. And LeBron has it. That's not his fault. The fact that they're kowtowing to him is just so gross.
If it happens in a Kings Heat game, totally fine. We get it, guys. But this is national TV. This is LeBron. You guys got to say something.
All right, listen. I'm gonna shuffle here a little bit. We got to get into the football, but when we get back, I'm gonna split this segment because I do have. I'll wait for Jason. We're going to
be talking about officiating in football too.
I have a solution in the NBA, not a Dave LOL solution. I have a real solution that has some holes and kinks in it, but I think we're going in the right spot. I have a solution that is far past due. We'll take a break. When we come back, let's get to championship weekend. The Super Bowl is set. Why the Niners lost. Oh, deep analysis on that. It's coming up next.
The only place you'll find De'Aaron Fox is Sactown Sports.
Spins away from the defender, in the paint, soft floater. That's a great play by De'Aaron Fox.
Hey, Sacramento, it's De'Aaron Fox, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm Eileen Javor in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. A chilly start this morning, blustery as well. Some of us feeling that north wind. We'll see plenty of sunshine, though, today with highs expected in the mid-50s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
When it's cold and rainy outside, everyone knows Bonnie is leading the way home. Right now, stay warm and cozy with a $79 furnace tune-up. Plumbing, sewer, electrical, heating, and air. Schedule an appointment today at Bonnie.com.
It all started with a group of cowboys who broke from the mold and wanted more. 30 years later, the ride continues, and the professional bull riders have never been more ranked.
The best ever! We were here for it!
Don't be a... Celebrate 30 years this weekend for 3 huge nights at the Golden One Center in downtown Sacramento. Tickets are on sale now through Ticketmaster.com or the Golden One Center box office.
The world has changed a lot these last few years. You can do pretty much anything from your home, including order your new Honda from Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Check out our great selection at StocktonHonda.com or come in today and get pre-approved all in the blink of an eye. Stockton Honda makes buying a car simple and stress-free.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
It's the final days to save big store-wide at the Truckload event at Lowe's. Right now, get limited-time deals on your favorite tools and accessories. Plus, get 10% off in-stock kitchen cabinets with a $1,000 minimum purchase. And save even more on clearance cabinets in-store. Hurry and shop the Truckload event in-store or online while you can. Must ask cashier to apply discount at time of purchase. Exclusions apply while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Valid 1/26/28.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
It's the final days to save big store-wide at the Truckload event at Lowe's. Right now, get deals on select major appliances and take home what you buy same day. And save an additional 10% on all in-store clearance appliances. Plus, get savings on even more items across the store, like up to 40% off select bathroom products. Hurry and head to your local Lowe's store or visit Lowe's.com to shop the Truckload event today. Exclusions apply while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Valid 1/26/28.
Nerds! Here at NerdWallet, we often see people wrestle with financial decisions.
Mike is in the ring, up against his nemesis, indecision. Mike can't decide the best way to save his money, and indecision has him boxed in. But wait, Mike tagged in NerdWallet.
Whew, let's go. With NerdWallet's side-by-side comparisons, you can find a high-yield savings account with interest rates that earn more bang for your buck. So the next time you wrestle with a financial decision, you'll come out on top. NerdWallet, the smartest decision for all your financial decisions.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using Refill by Scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at walgreens.com/Medicare. See pharmacists for restrictions and exclusions.
How long does it take to tackle a home project? With Angie, you could cross it off your list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need, indoor or outdoor, repair or redesign, and we handle the rest, sending a top pro to get it done. You don't have to lift a finger, except to tap the screen or click the mouse. Plus, Angie is free to use. So bring us your next home project and we'll bring it home. Download the app or go to Angie.com. That's ANGI.com to get started.
Jiffy Lube's Country in the Park, Northern California's biggest country music festival of the year, is back May 5th and 6th at Cal Expo, starring Lady A, Chris Young, Brett Eldridge, and so many more. Plus, a Boots Boot and Line Dance Saloon, interactive lounges, and Sacramento's best food trucks. Weekend passes start at just $85. Tickets are on sale now at SactownSports.com. Country in the Park, brought to you by Coors Light, Public Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center, and the United States Marines.
Time to check out Coastside Medical Clinic, who's dedicated to providing breakthrough remedies for men.
Sactown Sports
Headlines. With your Sactown Sports headlines, I'm Jay Mars. It was an ugly game yesterday for the San Francisco 49ers, full of injuries and flags, and unfortunately a loss.
Minshew takes a knee, and this game's over. Under 40 seconds to play, and they will celebrate now in the streets of Philadelphia. And they were already out last night greasing the light poles and fixtures in the city. That's a tradition here in Philadelphia to keep them from climbing everything downtown.
Rookie quarterback Brock Purdy had to leave the game after the first drive after suffering an elbow injury, which saw the 49ers insert their fourth quarterback of the season, Sacramento Mountain Lions veteran Josh Johnson. Purdy would get back into the game after that, but only was able to throw the ball 4 times. They will be taking on, they being the Eagles, the Cincinnati Bengals, who lost to the Chiefs. So I'm all over the place because it's just not a good day. It's the freaking Chiefs and Eagles in the Super Bowl.
I'm with you.
According to CBS's graphics yesterday, that'll be on February 29th. I'm here to tell you it's on February.
Can I say how glad I am that we made the decision to not go and cover the Super Bowl in person?
Yes.
I'm so glad.
I'm also glad we didn't make the trip to Minnesota to watch the Kings play on Saturday against the Timberwolves.
Oh, I got
Brock's now going to fire a deep three that's blocked by Anthony Edwards. Grabbed by Sabonis, and that's it. Ball game is over. So Minnesota has now won 5 of the last 6. They have tightened the screws in the Western Conference. They're now 2 games over 500. Sacramento, with back-to-back losses, now 27-21. The road record is now 11-10 with this defeat. And the Kings will regroup and hopefully find a way to be better in their execution against the same opponent on Monday evening.
That game's at 5 tonight, but coverage begins at 3:30 right here on Sactown Sports. Those are your headlines. Back to Carmichael Dave on, Sactown Sports.
Carmichael Dave, weekday mornings on Sactown Sports.
Before we get into the actual games, there was something that happened over the weekend. We don't just have to pay attention when lives are in peril. I think it's good to continue to follow this story. We got, let's be honest, the best part of the weekend, a video from Damar Hamlin. A video from Damar Hamlin in which, if you haven't seen it, go watch it. He says a lot of things, including why he waited a bit to put out the video.
I think it was important for me to wait and speak publicly at the right time, as it was just a lot to process within my own self, mentally, physically, even spiritually. It's just been a lot to process.
He goes through, the road behind, the road ahead, how he is. And listen, tag your favorite conspiracy theorists. I hope those people will. I don't know if you ever caught wind.
No, I just pass it.
Yeah. Damar Hamlin, actually, there was a non-zero amount of people that legit thought Damar Hamlin had died, and there was a body double,
yes.
And that's why he was never shown at the game.
Happens all the time.
It's just can we just get Wyoming to donate all their land and to move these people to? That would be amazing.
Wyoming's a beautiful state.
I love Wyoming. I'm just looking for a place that isn't very populated. I don't know.
Well, there's several we could do that with.
An island?
Abilama.
No, they're already. The Niners lost. I don't know if you knew that. The Niners lost yesterday in a matchup with the Eagles that was over right away. And I recall doing a kind of a live progressive social media narrative at first.
What does that even mean?
It means that I was tweeting at the beginning of the game and then stopped because I couldn't. And it went from I'm just waiting for a meteor to fall on the Niners sideline to make it worse to I'm waiting for the entire earth to get sucked into a black hole, because every time I would seemingly tweet something about it can't, and not once did I say it can't get worse. No, I know that rule. Never say it can't get any worse, because it will. But the Devontae Smith catch, that was not a catch.
A lot of people talking about the flag there. Shanahan not throwing it.
Shanahan should have thrown the flag, of course. But the contrarian in me does try to point out that you're in real time, that teams literally have code language when, like, for example, player doesn't catch the ball or thinks there might be a review that would overturn it, and they'll say, Omaha or whatever, as they're yelling back to the huddle, which is code for snap the ball now. And apparently Devontae Smith was communicating that. As you noticed, they went and they hurried up, and you have a situation that early in the game where timeouts are precious always, and we didn't know, the viewer, let's be honest.
It was hard to see, especially in real time.
Until that angle, which we don't think was available to them that quickly.
It was available to the NFL, though, that could have.
Yes, it was. And so I'd love to say Shanahan should have thrown the flag, because he should have, but there's a little bit of hindsight there in the moment. It's not as easy as you think. And then the Fred Warner before that, Fred Warner going down and looking what it looked like he was clutching his collarbone is what
Yeah.
I saw. A stinger. He's up. It's fine. But it goes Warner, the Devontae Smith catch, not catch. Hassan Riddick being basically unblocked and beelining to Brock Purdy on a incomplete pass. Nope, that's a fumble. And then Brock Purdy destroyed his elbow. And now we're looking at Josh Johnson. 2012 Sacramento Mountain Lion Josh Johnson.
Amongst the many of other teams and leagues that he's played in throughout his career. Believe they said NFL, USL, what was the AAF, and the XFL. He's played in all four.
He's played in all four.
Been on 13 different NFL rosters. I think this is his 7th go-around with the Niners.
He was playing for Denny Green and alongside John David Washington, who is now an acclaimed actor, son of Denzel, 11 years ago. And now he's in the NFC Championship game.
By the way, also first playoff appearance ever for him.
Yeah. And gets concussed. And now we're down to a choice of either Christian McCaffrey and a permanent Wildcat.
Or Juszczyk was also available.
Juszczyk or Brock Purdy, who completed 2 more very slight passes. I mean, we're talking dump-offs, basically.
I felt like they put him in there towards the end because they at least knew he would snap the ball.
Josh Johnson couldn't catch a snap. Then he couldn't pounce on the snap. Meanwhile, Brock Purdy was 4-4. Josh Johnson was 7 of 13. But the game was effectively over at that point.
All things considered, do you think Johnson was fine? All things considered.
I mean, the thing is that the Eagles knew after Purdy was out that there was absolutely no threat.
Oh, yeah, no, they just had to stack them
whatsoever. They had to stack the box. And I see everyone saying, well, you should have just gone McCaffrey, Wildcat full. You should have just, everything should have been end around. Did you guys not see the end arounds to Debo? Did you not? There was no, yes. And if you're saying, well, it couldn't be worse, I guess, until McCaffrey gets smashed and has a broken leg.
Exact thought I had.
It's easy to say it couldn't be worse when you lose 31-7. The roughing the punter, the guy was pushed into the punter, and it was questionable anyways. Roughing versus running into, which, by the way, running into would have been 5 yards. It was 4th and 6. I'm pretty sure the Eagles would have gone for it and gotten it. It was so sad because you're sitting there and go, wow, we have so much game to go. It's the second quarter. There's no way the 49ers can win this game. Like, literally, I couldn't have blamed Kyle Shanahan at halftime saying, we're not coming back out. I'm not risking injury to anyone. But we forfeit. You win. Now, that probably would have been a fine.
Yeah.
I don't think any Eagles fans would have complained.
No, but they would have been insufferable.
Well,
Not that was going to be a thing anyway, but yeah, good point.
It's just, in the meantime, 31-7. We'll get into the defense later.
Just take the Niners out of it for a second from a fan base perspective. Just as a fan of football, that game could not have gone any worse with Purdy going out like that and the other stuff. Like, just as a football fan, you don't even have to be a Niner or an Eagle fan.
No, it was terrible. It was terrible. It was terrible. And what do you learn from it? I know. Don't let your quarterback get hurt, and don't let the refs make bad calls.
That's good analysis, actually.
Yeah, that's what
I hadn't thought of that one yet.
Also, the Chiefs beat the Bengals. A lot more on that a little bit later as well. We got a lot to get into here. Frankie's going to join us here later in the show, 7:44, to talk about the Kings. Matt Barrows at 8:00 to wrap up the Niners. Let's get into the Kings. By the way, there was another loss over the weekend. They start the road trip 0-1, but why so far it hasn't really mattered. We'll tell you next.
The only place you'll find Harrison Barnes is Sactown Sports.
He's got the bucket at the buzzer. Harrison Barnes.
Hey, Sacramento, it's Harrison Barnes, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
I'm in the great outdoors doing a little Dodge watching with Vince Bloom, the big guy at Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Would you look at that? You know, those are some pretty high-powered binoculars you got there, Vince.
Yeah, I use them to spot all the Lasher license plates out there.
Well, there's bound to be a lot because, you are the big guy after all, and the big guy's known for making great deals on new Ram 1500 Bighorns and Longhorns, Tradesmen and Laramies, crew cabs and quad cabs, 4x4s and 4x2s.
I know. Hold on. I see another one.
Another what? Looked like it might have been a new Dodge Challenger.
I think so.
Or a new Dodge Charger. Elk Grove Dodge sells a ton of those, and new Durangos, Chrysler Pacificas, Jeep Cherokees, and the new Grand Cherokee, Jeep Compass, Gladiators, and Wranglers, and the all-new Wagoneer. I've heard Elk Grove Dodge has great deals on those, too.
Oh, he's taken off.
Oh, I'm sorry. You lose him?
Oh, no. Just another happy customer migrating back to Elk Grove Dodge.
No surprise there, because for over 40 years, the name Lasher means a great deal.
Only at Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, and online at elkgrovedodge.com.
If your passion is bass fishing, only one radio show has the action, information, and excitement of your favorite outdoor sport. Ultimate Bass, hosted by Tournament Bass Pro and California Outdoor Hall of Famer Kip Brown, takes you live to where the fish are biting every Saturday morning. Only Ultimate Bass feeds your passion with the latest news, products, tips, and advice from the pros. Ultimate Bass with Kip Brown, Saturday mornings at 5 a.m. on Sactown Sports 1140, part of SEP's Saturday Morning Outdoors.
I'm Craig Ashton of the injury law firm of Ashton and Price. Whether you've been injured on a bicycle, as a pedestrian in a slip and fall, auto, Uber, Lyft, or big rig accident, you need Ashton and Price in your corner. When you call Ashton and Price, there's no chatbot telling you to hit 3 for accounting. You're greeted by a real live person who will immediately transfer you to an experienced attorney. The consultation's free, and there's never a fee until you win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
I remember as if it were yesterday. I reached down to move a nightstand and was astonished at the weight of the piece. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. At that moment, I instantly recognized the difference between Naturewood's quality furniture that will last a lifetime versus lesser quality furniture found elsewhere. Now, I suppose there's a huge difference in what you'd put in your first apartment and what you would live with in the comfort of your own home. Right now, Naturewood Home Furnishings Made in USA sale is a great time to fill your home with solid, superior quality furniture to reflect your own love for life. With brands like Sam Moore, Stanton, Stickley, Hilltop Hickory, Simply Amish, and many more, Naturewood Home Furnishings has tables, chairs, couches, and, yes, nightstands, and more at their Made in USA sale. Find furniture that will be with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Live and local.
Carmichael Dave on Sactown Sports.
Malik Monk curls, takes the feed, drives inside, sets up the alley-oop, and a great finish by Chemezi Metu. Second time that Malik and Mezi have hooked up here in the opening 3 minutes of the second quarter. There's Russell. He launches for three. He's still perfect on the night. A season high from downtown. He's got 23 points, and he is burying everything he throws to the iron. Herder comes back. He answers with a triple. So the Kings gave up the lead by one, and then they get it right back to Sabonis. Now to Fox. Drives inside, breaks down the defense, and scores off the dribble. I tell you, De'Aaron Fox is a man on a mission right now. He's got 10 fourth-quarter points. And for De'Aaron Fox, it is the 15th time this year that he scored 10 or more in the fourth quarter. Inbounds goes to Fox. The defender will be Anthony Edwards. Crosses the logo, accelerates, drives inside on Gobert, hammers it off the bounce. He's got 21 in the quarter. Shot clock at 6, game clock at 19. Anthony Edwards rocks, fires for three, scores the triple, and that will undoubtedly be a dagger.
That was a dagger. That was a hell of a shot by Anthony Edwards. De'Aaron Fox had 21 in the quarter. I'm trying to find a way to, like, is it 20? By the way, 21 in the quarter is insane.
Really good.
It's really insane. By the way, if he did that for every quarter, he'd have 84. That's quick math.
That'd be Kobe's record.
Yeah, it would. Here's the thing. I'm trying to find an angle here and see if it makes sense at all. Is there something to he had 21 in the quarter, but he only had 8 in the first 3? Or Is that being cynical? And it's no, dude. He's spreading the ball around. He's letting other people get into his offense, and then it's Fox time.
He had 6 assists, so you can't really go with that one.
Okay, yeah.
Granted, other guys miss open shots. I want to be fair to De'Aaron there, but that was definitely one of those games because you look at the rest of the box score, nobody else was going to score except maybe Domas, that we needed more Fox for 4 quarters. And again, that's putting a lot of, I think, unfair blame on De'Aaron, but those first 3 quarters need more action going to the basket.
Barnes, Murray, and Herter were a combined 8 of 27.
Ugh.
If you throw in Fox, even with his 29 points, that's 18 of 51 between those folks. Monk gave you 13 off the bench. It was quiet. 5 of 6. That's fine. Chimezie gave you 7, but the problem is...
And a poster.
The problem is, but you don't get more points for that. I don't care. The entire bench had 26. The Wolves are not. We've talked about this before. The Wolves are not as bad as their record indicates. They're finally starting to mesh a little bit. We talked about that before this series started, and now all of a sudden, if the Minnesota Timberwolves beat the Kings tonight, they will be 1 game behind the Kings for 3rd. No matter what happens tonight, the Sacramento Kings will hold on to the 3 seed. Because here's the thing. The Kings have still won 7 of 10, but they have lost 2 in a row. The Grizzlies just broke their losing streak last night. The Nuggets have lost 2 in a row. The Clippers lost. The Pelicans have fun. How crazy is this?
Before you go any further, we need to do this segment. It's proper due.
Standings watch.
Thank you. I don't have the button anymore. The Pelicans have lost 8 in a row. They are now the 8th seed. They're the 8th seed, yet they're 2.5 out of 3.
I know. The West is just a hodgepodge of
The crazy thing is that we are sitting here on January, almost February, and the Sacramento Kings are 3.5 games away. The Kings, Jay, are the 3rd seed in the West. No problem. Awesome. The Kings are closer to being out of the playoffs than they are the 2 seed. That's bananas.
And it just goes to show, especially with the trade deadline rapidly approaching, I think there's going to be so much action, and especially in the Western Conference, I think we're going to see so many first-round picks sold off for just guys. And you see these reports like, Plumlee. There's a guy that everyone's like, oh, man, the Kings could grab Plumlee. Hornets want a first-round pick. Alex Caruso, again, we're talking about guys that are on good teams probably coming off the bench, right?
Yeah.
2 first-round picks. That's the asking
Danny
price.
Ainge broke the system, dude.
Did Danny Ainge break the system, or did Tim Connolly break the system?
Yes.
Tim Connolly broke the system.
The system is broken. Now all of a sudden it's like, I'll give you 8 first-round picks for Alex Caruso. Like, what? Alex Caruso has really quickly gone from being criminally underrated to slightly overrated now.
Slightly?
I like
2 first-round picks?
That is incredibly over. I love Alex Caruso.
We were debating whether the Kings should give 2 first-round picks for Ben Simmons last year, which in retrospect they shouldn't have.
Speaking of, here's a guy, by the way, that is absolutely available. In the 4 seasons prior to this one, he's a young guy. He's averaged 18.5 points, just under 9 rebounds, has hit a little over 1.2 threes a game. He averages a block for 30.6 minutes a game. He's shooting 38% from behind the arc. And his team asked Utah for Beasley and Vanderbilt. Utah countered and said, sure, if you throw in a first. That's the value of John Collins right now on the market.
Old JC.
And John Collins has long been flirted with on this team.
I feel like he's been flirted with not just this team, but many teams for like 2 prior seasons.
I've gotten past the point where Monty knows what he's doing.
Sure.
I trust his judgment. But I know they flirted. I know that this front office has kicked the tires on John Collins. And if there's a way to get John Collins without screwing up your core,
we have to trade Harrison.
You think?
Yeah.
Well,
money-wise, you have to trade Harrison. I don't think a hodgepodge headlined by Rashawn Holmes to get to that money is going to do much. Although I think Rashawn would be really good on Atlanta because of the offense they run.
I agree. God, I love Harrison so much. This hurts to even ask. I'm just going to ask it. Do you think a lineup of Fox, Herter, Murray, Collins, Sabonis is better than a lineup of Fox, Herter, Barnes, Murray, Sabonis?
It's so hard to say because Barnes is so up and down, right? I mean, look what he's done like the last 10 games versus like the first 10 games. It's two completely different players. But you get younger with Collins. He's locked in. I like John Collins. I think he's been miscast in Atlanta now for quite some time. I think he hasn't wanted to play with Trae Young, and I can't really blame him for that. Interestingly enough, you hear things about him in the media, but Kevin Herter, his former teammate, came out and said, dude, John Collins is like one of the nicest human beings you'll ever meet.
And there is something to following the narrative of how do players do when they leave Trae Young.
Yes.
And he's played with Trae Young pretty much his entire career. Kevin Herter's obviously thriving.
Kevin Herter is having a breakout year in an offense where he actually gets past the ball.
By the way, Harrison's line from Saturday is silly. 37 minutes. He had 13 points on 1 of 7 shooting. He was 10 of 11 from the line. It's so weird.
I mean, I look at, and again, Harrison over the last 10 games overall has been really good.
Yes, he
but
has.
I think his impact is more on the locker room stuff. And that to me has to be the real big hang up when you talk about breaking up this core.
Yeah.
Monty said he had a sit down. Was it with Kyle Draper? Or no, it was with Mark. Mark Jones. It was really good if you haven't checked it out. And it sounds like, I mean, he wants to give this core a chance.
Yeah.
And I consider Harrison part of the core. I don't know if you do.
I do consider him part of the core. But just also as I am absolutely open in saying I trust Monty's judgment.
Sure.
I also don't believe a word Monty says around the trade deadline.
Sure.
At all.
I don't believe a word he says after the trade deadline.
Now, I don't think he's lying. I think he does want to give this core a chance. I also think he wants to improve the team if he sees that he can.
Without ruining it.
I would just love to see. Nobody asked the question because it was so far-fetched at this time last year, but can you imagine what Monty would have said if he said, hey, do you see a situation where Tyrese Halliburton might be available?
Well, hell, even Tyrese said in that recent interview he did with Woj, like, dude, everyone was like, if anybody's not getting traded, it's you.
You would. True or false? Tyrese Halliburton would have ranked this time last year as the number, if you had to do an untouchable list.
Oh, number one.
He's number one by far.
Yeah, no, there's not even a number 2. Then you go to number 3.
Right.
Like, that's how far ahead he was of everybody.
Literally the most untouchable player on the roster.
Which makes me think, because the Kings have been very sparse when it comes to being involved in trade rumors, that I don't know, man.
I don't know.
I feel like something might be on the horizon. That's just me.
Oh, God, please tell me they're not trading DeMontis Sabonis.
They're trading DeMontis, but they're getting Joel Embiid. Oh, by the way, had a great game against Joker, if you didn't watch that Sixers-Nuggets game on Saturday. Fantastic basketball.
Philly's just going to be – Philly fans already insufferable. One of the things that makes me feel good is that they keep crying about Embiid versus Jokic.
My hope for Phillies fans is they got to the World Series and lost. I hope they get to the Super Bowl and lose. I'm rooting for the Chiefs. Gross. And I hope they get to the conference finals and lose. That's just me.
We'll take a break. I hate them so much. When we come back, hey, Jason Ross will join us for hour number 2, hour number 1 from him. Remember, I go till 10 along with Jason, who will join us. Jason will go 10 to 11, and we will talk first up on the AFC Championship. Frankie Cartoscelli joins us at 7:44 to Top Kings. We got a big packed 3 hours ahead of you next.
Sactown Sports goes 100% live and local.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Tune into Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. Followed by the return of Deuce and Mo.
Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Followed by Cattles and Rami from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You wanted more local? We're giving you more local on Sactown Sports. Your local sports leader.
For your everyday vehicle. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP oil filter for only $26.99. Do the complete job for the right price. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find. Happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda. Yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
American Energy wants to make sure you and your family are safe this winter with a $49 furnace tune-up. Plus, if you're ready for a new one, get half off with American Energy's 50% off furnace special. With 0% financing and payment plan options available, there's no reason to keep putting off making your home safe, warm, and comfy for you and your family this holiday. Call American Energy today at 916-520-9990 or visit AmericanEnergyAir.com. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable. 50% off furnace when you purchase a whole home HVAC system. Limited time only. Cannot be combined with other offers or specials.
Progressive presents Adjusting to the Suburbs.
I never thought I'd care about gardening until I bought a house in the suburbs. But now I find myself in conversations about liquid fertilizer, and I wonder, am I the fertilizer guy now? No way. Everyone knows the ratio between phosphorus and nitrogen, right? Yeah, I'm still totally cool.
Anyway, when you save with Progressive by bundling your home and auto, that's the easy part of adjusting to the suburbs. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, coverage provided and serviced by affiliates and third-party insurers.
Chris, this needs to go to Parkville by 3.
Joy to the holiday packages that keep coming at Jimenez Couriers.
It's coming your way, but the drop-off location is changing.
She needs delivery drivers with the gift of punctuality.
Anyone looking to pick up some overtime? Anyone?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
ATM Mortgage.
Hi, this is Jeff Tarbell with a very unique program for homeowners over 55 years old. How would you like to cut your house payment in half and maybe get some cash out too? Give ATM Mortgage a call. 916-338-9400, 338-9400, or online at atmmortgage.net.
ATM Mortgage.
License under California CFL and MLS 223-4889.
It's the final days to save big store-wide at the Truckload event at Lowe's. Right now, get deals on select major appliances and take home what you buy same day. And save an additional 10% on all in-store clearance appliances. Plus, get savings on even more items across the store, like up to 40% off select bathroom products. Hurry and head to your local Lowe's store or visit Lowes.com to shop the Truckload event today. Exclusions apply. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowes.com for details. Valid 1/26 through 2/8.
Are you scared to open your energy bill each month for fear of how much you might owe that month? Well, did you know that replacing or repairing your roof can have an immediate and drastic effect on not only your energy efficiency, but also saving you money each month? Hey, Jason Ross here, and I needed a new roof. And when I was researching companies and talking with friends, one company stood out as the premier company in our region, and that's ACR Solar and Home Services. I set up a meeting with John, the owner, and Joe, the roofing expert, and the office staff. Well, they were amazing. They worked with my schedule, set up an appointment to come out to the house, and walk me through how they could save us money and protect our home. If your roof is showing signs of wear and tear and you think you might have a leak, or you simply want to save money on your energy bills, well, I encourage you to do what we did and research ACR Solar and Home Services. ACR Solar and Home Services, your Sacramento region's premier solar and roofing company dedicated to quality, value, and integrity since 1979. That's acrsolar.com.
People of the world, I am Chef Jose Andres, and I'm here with an important message. I'm speaking to you from downtown Curzon. As tonight gets dark, people are going to go to their homes without electricity, without water, and very often without much food to eat. This winter is going to be brutal, not only for the people of Kherson, but for many, many Ukrainians all across Ukraine, but especially in the places that they've been recently liberated near the front lines. The people of Ukraine right now are fighting for freedom. We're here with a very simple ask. World Central Kitchen will be able to keep doing the work we've been doing over the last 8-9 months with your support, with your help together. I know we will not leave the people of Ukraine alone.
Time to check out Coastside Medical Clinic, who's dedicated to providing breakthrough remedies for men.
KHTK AM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your local sports leader in the 916. This is Sactown Sports. Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
With your Sactown Sports headlines, I'm Jay Mars. It was a rough afternoon yesterday for the San Francisco 49ers in Philadelphia, losing quarterback Brock Purdy to injury on the first series. Purdy would come back in the second half, but only threw 4 passes, and the game ended with the Eagles heading to the Super Bowl.
Minshew takes a knee, and this game's over. Under 40 seconds to play, and they will celebrate now in the streets of Philadelphia. And they were already out last night greasing the light poles and fixtures in the city. That's a tradition here in Philadelphia to keep them from climbing everything downtown.
The Eagles will take on the Bengals in Super Bowl 57 on February 12th. Speaking of rough games, Saturday in Minnesota, the Kings did not look good.
Fox now going to fire a deep three that's blocked by Anthony Edwards. Grabbed by Sabonis, and that's it. Ball game is over. So Minnesota has now won 5 of the last 6. They have tightened the screws in the Western Conference. They're now 2 games over 500. Sacramento with back-to-back losses, now 27-21. The road record is now 11-10 with this defeat. And the Kings will regroup and hopefully find a way to be better in their execution against the same opponent on Monday evening.
That game starts tonight at 5 o'clock, but you can get your coverage starting at 3:30 with Game Night right here on Sactown Sports. Those are your headlines. Jason Ross joins Carmichael Dave for the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross right now.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Trying to understand this text, Jason. Good morning.
Good morning.
916-339-1140 is where you can text us. I don't understand why you guys are replaying that loss. This is how many losses in a row. It is ridiculous. Where is this team going right now? It's going down, and you guys are all happy and go lucky and play the replays. Oh my God, you got 21 points. I think the 20 is that Kings and Fox?
I can help this.
Yeah, please.
It's called an update. During the update, we play highlights and lowlights sometimes.
Is that in reference to the Kings and then Fox having 21 in the
fourth? I think
fourth?
so. I think some people just need to...
Nobody, I mean, I shouldn't say guys. Guy, gal.
Dude, well, you
whoever.
did come in really chipper that last hour.
I mean, I know, right? Look, they've won 7 of 10. They lost a road game to the Timberwolves, who right now are 2 back of the 3 seed. Calm down. I hated the loss, too. It sucked. Yeah, they've had a couple of losses. They've won 7 of 10. They're the 3 seed. Let's not... Golly, this fan base is broken. And I'm not blaming them for being broken.
Carmichael Dave blaming the fan base.
Blaming the fan.
Back to you.
I mean, just
anti-fan Carmichael Dave.
I mean, just come on. They're going down quick. Here we go. Same old Kings.
Quickly, weather update from the Gary Gerald, who you just heard on that call. -7 this morning in Minnesota. He says it's a bit crisp.
Yeah. Our buddy Phil and his family all went out to the game. They're out in Minnesota to catch. That's just not the ideal road.
No,
I don't think
Minnesota in the summer's nice.
How was your weekend?
It was good.
Yeah.
It was not a good local weekend for all of us, but my weekend was fine.
You know, I saved this for when you got here. So
no savesies.
The game starts.
Which one?
The Niners.
Okay.
Fred Warner goes down.
Yep.
Devontae Smith catch, not catch.
Mm-hmm.
The Brock Purdy fumble elbow thrash. Somebody stabbed Nick Bosa in the side of the leg.
Right.
And he's bleeding everywhere. I'm sure I'm forgetting a couple of them. Well, and then obviously Josh Johnson. But remember, Warner, Devontae Smith, Brock Purdy, all happens like bing, bing, and Bosa. And then after Purdy, Bosa goes down. Like it all happened in the space of what seems like 5 minutes. And the maybe the coup de grace for me is that my mother-in-law decided to surprise us with snacks and showed up 10 minutes before game time, and then proceeds to take my spot on the couch. And right when Purdy went down and I'm just murderous, all of a sudden and by the way, we already had our food planned out for the day. It's nice she brought snacks, but it's like, come on, we have a menu. Like, let's go. Come on,
they good?
Yeah. No, there was like some sort of chip that was made out of almonds. It was trash. No, it was trash, dude. It was horrible. I mean, listen, I appreciate the effort, but we've told her before.
Mo and Joe killed it.
Completely killed it. And imagine me, so I'm in the kitchen where I can see over them on the couch watching TV. I'm in the kitchen, so I can also make faces and give everyone the finger, and they can't see me. And as Purdy is going down and they're talking about it, I'm stretching to hear because my daughter is telling my mother-in-law about the sleepover birthday party she went to the night before and showing her some pictures she drew, and they're front and center, and I can't hear. So I think this was rude. I get it, but it had
to be done.
I had the remote, and I just turned it like up 20 decibels
just to make sure you could hear and drown them out.
I could hear, and then at one point, and yes, Jeff.
I have a solution. You have an Apple TV?
I do.
AirPods.
Yeah.
AirPods.
But it's also the principle.
Well, the AirPods are very passive aggressive and will get your point across without you missing any of the action.
So at one point, my mother-in-law turns, and she just kind of, she can't turn around. She kind of cocked her head back in my direction, and she goes, "Hey, is that loud enough for you?" And I said, I can't hear over last night's party description. So I basically directed my anger towards my poor daughter that I really wanted to direct it. All of them. The whole house is available.
Yeah.
We have many a TV. You can go anywhere. If you're here to watch the game, please watch the game. Yes, I'm upset because the Niners are losing.
But that didn't help.
That did not help. It was a bad game, Jason Ross.
It was. My family plan, we got to get the daily walk in there, Dave.
Yeah, you do.
And I said, okay, look, the only thing I said I did the have to do and want to do today is watch the 49ers. Yes. And I recorded anyway, just in case things come up. But I'm like, hey, look, I know we're going to go get out and hit the road on an old family walk. So let's get it in. Can we go at 11? Take a nice hour?
Uh-huh.
Perfect. We did it. Yeah. We were back. And I'm like,
great.
Okay, I kind of was proactive. Like instead of we're slow Sunday morning getting up, hey, it's like 12:30 or hey, let's go for a walk. No. I want to watch the game.
Right.
And of all the games, it would have been one that I could have. Plus, I don't know. I do like to watch it live because then it becomes one of those things where, okay, if I know I'm going to have it on pause or record it, then like you just can't look at your phone or if someone texts going, oh, what a terrible call. Wait, what is that? Now the rest of that, when I'm catching up, which call do they mean? Oh, that had to be the terrible call. Wait, no, is that the terrible? Oh, no, that was terrible. And I want to be on time.
It was so bad.
It was a bad game. Bad day.
It was just bad upon worse, upon worse, upon worse. And the analogy I used before you got here too was it's like waiting for a championship fight. And in the first round, one of the fighters breaks his hand.
Yeah.
And you just, I have nothing against the Eagles. And honest to God, they might have won anyways.
Sure.
They probably, I can sit here right now and say that was either going to be a really close game or the Eagles were going to win it outright. It wouldn't have been 31-7. I don't know what it would have been. It wouldn't have been 31-7. But we just don't know.
Yeah.
If anything, yesterday, I think went a long way towards settling for a lot of people out there the idea that Brock Purdy's a system quarterback. And I know there were people that were still out there.
Yeah.
That might have been one of the best arguments for just how good he is and how much he separated himself from the rest of that roster, that they just absolutely went in the trash can.
Yeah, they sure did.
And we're gonna talk about this in 3 for Madness as well. I don't know if any or how much blame Kyle Shanahan deserves for yesterday. I think you do need to point out that the defense did give up 31 points. I do think it's also fair enough to point out that Devontae Smith's catch on 4th down should not have counted. That's 7 points. I think the running into the kicker / roughing the kicker call was garbage as well. There were some bad calls, and the fact that you were going into the first half 7-7, and that was the Josh Johnson fumble, I believe, that led to the touchdown.
Yeah, it was 14-7 then.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
And I don't know, the worst part about it might be, how do you analyze it? Where do you go from here? What, don't get the quarterback hurt?
Right.
Don't have bad calls.
Yeah, it feels, and I know we got some of these questions coming up, but it feels incomplete in a sense of that game. If you evaluate that game, they got completely worked, but it's not their best.
Yes.
So how do you evaluate? Yeah, to your point, is kind of the perfect one. Yeah, don't get actually your top 3 quarterbacks hurt. If you can avoid that, maybe you can win the NFC. But it's not 100% the reason why they lost, but it gives you, it's 100% why it's hard to analyze. If you're John Lynch, if you're Kyle Shanahan, you got to go with what you've got,
right?
When what you've got isn't good enough.
And you've got, anytime you have a guy that washed out from the Sacramento Mountain Lions 11 years ago, that needs to bring you back. And by the way, I had a really hard time I didn't feel like making fun of Josh Johnson yesterday, because if they offered you whatever $900,000 to go be back up to Brock Purdy, you're taking it. You have no business being under center.
Right.
Same with me. How am I supposed to blame Josh Johnson? If you want to blame somebody, I get it. The Niners aren't supposed to have 4 or 5 working quarterbacks, but at some point, maybe you go, well, can Josh Johnson even play in a game?
Yeah.
No? Okay.
Well, it brought up, as the game's going on and as the injuries keep happening, it brought up to me the question where they kept talking about last week. Well, it looks like Jimmy G is not going to be available. I'm like, man, they're putting a lot of intel on Jimmy G, whether or not he'll be clear. I'm like, if he's clear, he's not playing.
Right.
Well, he would have played, but he wasn't available. He wasn't quite ready.
And it would have been an absolute brain breaker. Had this game been next week or perhaps the week after at most, there's a very real scenario that Brock Purdy goes down, Jimmy Garoppolo comes back in, and oh my God, what if Jimmy Garoppolo leads you to the Super Bowl? What the hell now?
I know. I was thinking about that yesterday when the whole, not even collapse, was just the inevitable was happening and Philly was going to win. I actually had that as a thought, like, okay, maybe we can bring this up as a topic, as our question. What would have been a bigger story? We kept talking about the fantasy of Brock Purdy leading this team to a Super Bowl. But what if that scenario happened that you just said, where Jimmy G was available yesterday, which he wasn't, and somehow led them out of that? That would have been a pretty incredible story too.
It would have been. This already was like maybe the most incredible quarterback back and forth story ever. To have Garoppolo come back in and have that happen.
Yeah.
Maybe they go, hey, Jimmy, you're up. And he goes, are you sure? Oh, say please.
Right.
Hey, Kyle, say please. Yeah. A lot more on that as well. Woof, woof is right. Does Kyle deserve some of the blame for the quarterback injuries? Are the Niners the new Bills? And what happens next? Threefer in 1 minute.
Check out the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa every week on Sactown Sports. Get the latest on equipment, area courses, people who play the great game, and plenty of good conversations about golf. It's the Golf to Go Hour every week with Frank LaRosa on Sactown Sports. Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Naturewood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality. And Safe Credit Union. Let us put you first.
The world has changed a lot these last few years. You can do pretty much anything from your home, including order your new Honda from Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Check out our great selection at StocktonHonda.com or come in today and get pre-approved all in the blink of an eye. Stockton Honda makes buying a car simple and stress-free.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
It all started with a group of cowboys who broke from the mold and wanted more. 30 years later, the ride continues, and the professional bull riders have never been more ranked.
The best ever! We were here for it!
Don't be a Celebrate 30 years with 3 huge nights this February 3rd through 5th at the Golden One Center in downtown Sacramento. Stop by Loop Neighborhood Market, where Monster Energy is available now.
3 questions, 3 answers. It's 3 for Madness on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Here's question 1.
Frankie Cartoscelli joins us at 7:44. Somebody commented that I got a haircut. They're right.
Yeah.
You look good.
It does look good.
Because you know what? Thank you and thank you.
Yeah.
That's what I did at the end of the Niner game. I grabbed my son and said, we're getting haircuts. I didn't watch I came back and watched it on tape later last night. I just had to get out of there between the people we had over and
you were done with it.
I was about ready, seriously, because I don't have a temper necessarily, except when it comes to video games and sports. And I was really,
which is 80% of your life, but that's fine.
I was about to just lose my mind on a kid or a relative or a dog.
Healthy.
Something was going to happen.
You know what? Magoo got a free haircut out of it.
Magoo did get a free haircut, and I realized
That's
that since he was, I asked him on the way, I said, hey, buddy, because he hadn't showered since the day before. I said, I was running my hands through his hair. I said, maybe we should get the shampoo thing. He goes, why? I go, oh, you ever had your head shampooed at a barber?
Massage.
Yeah, and he goes, why would you spend money on that when I could just do it at home?
Good thinking.
I mean, he's 74 years old, dude.
Mafrugal.
He's a 74-year-old child of the Depression.
Mafrugal.
Yeah. Exactly.
Hello, be a millionaire.
Hello, he will be. I'm telling you. Hello, Jay. Question 1. Hi.
Hey guys, thanks for having me back.
Yeah.
Trey Lance, Jimmy Garoppolo, Brock Purdy, Josh Johnson. What do they all have in common besides being quarterbacks? They all got hurt. Horrible luck for sure, but is there something about Kyle Shanahan's play calling that hangs these guys out to dry?
I think there's something there. But I also think that there's a lot that we can pick and choose. Like, they had a backup tight end blocking Hassan Reddick. Well, yeah, in retrospect, that's a bad idea. But how many times have they run that play during the year and it's gone for a 15-yard gain and we don't say anything about it? Is he too aggressive with his guy? Trey Lance running. Yes, I think it happens more often than it should for it to be luck. And I also think maybe there's something to the offensive line as well. We're going to ask a little bit later where should the Niners go from here. I think they should draft about 7 Ford F-150s and put them on the offensive line at this point. So yeah, I do think maybe there is something to that. It's also bad luck.
Yeah, I feel like it's more bad luck. I mean, the Trey Lance one, I think there was a lot of debate, like, why are you running him inside between the tackles? The other 3, I mean, the 2 yesterday, to me, fall more on the offensive line, or credit to the pressure of the Philadelphia Eagles. They just got in the face of the quarterback. So, grand scheme of things, it does feel like that. But I know even Jimmy G, not this year, but even when he got hurt before, he was on a running play. I don't know. I think that's also part of the success of the 49ers. You don't want your quarterbacks ever to get hurt, but it feels more like bad luck. I don't know that Kyle Shanahan, who always, I would think, most coaches self-evaluate, I don't know that he's going to change his play calling. So,
he's definitely not.
Yeah. No, if there's anything we know about Kyle Shanahan, he's super not stubborn whatsoever. Yeah. And I, listen, I know we're going to find out about Purdy's elbow, but putting him back in the game, and let me be clear, this isn't going to be a thing, but when I saw him put Purdy back in the game, I instantly thought back, and I went, I remember a playoff game where a rookie quarterback got injured. The coach let that rookie finish the game, and it ended up arguably ruining his career. I'm talking about
any family ties to that?
Mike Shanahan, Robert Griffin III, the then Skins versus, what was it, the Giants, the Vikings?
I think it was Seattle.
Was it Seattle?
It was Seattle.
And we're talking about a knee versus an elbow and all that. But part of me was just like, put McCaffrey in, run Wildcats,
kill McCaffrey.
Just or just, you know what? At that point, in the third quarter, I swear to God, I was thinking, you know what? Just kneel.
Yeah.
Just keep kneeling. Why wouldn't the Eagles go for it?
Right.
They don't want to get injured.
Yeah.
Just kind of have a little nod across the way, coach to coach, like, hey, listen, we're good. Let's just, I think the NFL might have had an issue. Number 2.
Question 2.
All right, so we talked about the Bills and the Cowboys last week.
Yeah, we did.
Do the Niners also have that can't get it done stigma?
As much as it hurts to say, if we're going to talk about the Bills and even the Chiefs and Mahomes winning just one, I mean, look at what the Niners have done just in Kyle Shanahan's reign now. What, 4 NFC championships, 3 or 4, I forget. 4, right? Yeah, right?
Yes.
3. Is it 3?
Is it 3?
3 in the last 4 years.
Yes. And 1 Super Bowl appearance. And then if you want to go back a little bit further to the Ravens. And then, oh, by the way, we're crapping all over, and I love it, but we're crapping all over the Cowboys for how long it's been. For Niners haven't won a Super Bowl since 94.
Yeah.
And they've been to NFC Championship games. They've been to the Super Bowl twice. And they've been, as he said, 3 of 4. Yeah. As weird as it is, because you and I grew up with 5 rings in the space of 10 years, 14 years. Yeah, there is a stigma now on the 49ers that they can't get it done. And I think it's fair.
Absolutely. I don't know how. The only way to shake the label is to get it done. And there are reasons for yesterday, but that what happened last year. They had the fourth quarter lead. They had
in the Super Bowl.
They had the lead in the Super Bowl, had a chance, had to make a big throw. There's a lot of, it could have been. Well, you don't say that when you do it, when it's been done. Look at the Rams last year, got it done and won the Super Bowl. They were terrible this year, but they got a Super Bowl in there. And I think I'd rather be the team that's consistently good and fights for it more often. But when you sneak in and get one, the Rams don't have that stigma right now.
No.
They just had a terrible year, but they had a Super Bowl the year before. It's going to start happening, and maybe that label will continue to happen until they break through.
Number 3.
Question 3.
Hey, you.
You.
Yes, you.
Yeah.
You're John Lynch. You're a lot richer and a lot better looking this morning. Congrats. Now what?
Well, you got a quarterback decision to make. That's for sure. And it's a tough quarterback decision because you're going to let's put it this way. I completely believe this. I do. I believe this. I don't think this is silly sports radio. I think that Aaron Rodgers could quarterback the San Francisco 49ers next year. I think Tom Brady could quarterback the San Francisco 49ers next year. I'm not saying they wouldn't have to give up something for Rodgers, but I don't think they'd have to give up anything near what they would have had to give up years before.
You have to give up a lot of cap space and potentially missing out on signing some guys.
Yes, you do. But I'm talking about what you're trading. Tom Brady, I think, would probably take a discount to play for the 49ers at this point. I think both those guys have deep Bay Area ties. Oh, and by the way, you could also take a flyer and bring Derek Carr in. And by the way, I'm not suggesting they do any of this. I'm saying I don't think it's a conversation of is it Purdy or Lance. I think it's a conversation of is it Purdy, Lance, Rodgers, Brady, Carr, maybe somebody else. And are you handing over the reins to Purdy? You got to deal with Mike McGlinchey, Jimmy Ward. You've got some key free agents there. And you've got to make sure you do everything you can to ensure that the quarterback, isn't a pretzel.
Right.
No pretzels. No pretzels, Jason.
I think that the big question is inside there too, is the advantage of having someone like Brock Purdy be your quarterback is where you are salary cap wise, because the benefit of that is to have a quarterback that's relatively inexpensive and you can just spend elsewhere. And if you're the 49ers, what's the net win on keeping a young quarterback in there and then adding the Ford F-150s, as you said, to the offensive line, picking up some more help in the back end of the defense? I think they could round out to be an incredible team with a quarterback that can help get you a lot of wins, or you invest in the QB and try to patch what you have. So I think that's the real tough internal dilemma. What's the bigger net win for the team to get a more proven, solidified, that can win Super Bowl caliber quarterback, or keep the young guy and go, let's just keep bolstering everything else? Because the Niners were really good all the way through as a team.
Yes.
With some weaknesses in there, you'd bolster that line, you bolster some of the back end of the defense, and I think they can make another run at it.
So given all of that, we'll do question 3B. We got a couple minutes here. All things considered, so factoring in contracts and everything, Jason, you just laid it out perfectly. Who would you have as your starting quarterback today for next season, which I know is not the fairest question, but let's have some fun. Trey Lance, Brock Purdy, Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, Derek Carr. 5 options. Again, factor in money.
Aaron Rodgers.
Okay. Jason?
So if you'd be okay with maybe you can't spend on the O-line and maybe the secondary. You still have a lot of great players on that team.
You do. And
you have no first-round pick this year either.
No, you don't. And, then you go deep on O-line in the second, third, and fourth. They're very creative. I trust John Lynch's talent evaluation to that point. Brock Purdy may be the guy, and I know Aaron Rodgers. Listen, I have my issues with Aaron Rodgers as much as anyone, but you're talking about a perennial MVP candidate that probably still has 2 to 3 years left, and the question just simply comes to me: who do I think has the best chance out of those four to lead my team to a Super Bowl? By the way, if Aaron Rodgers did quarterback the 49ers next year, it would by a large margin be the most talented team he's ever played for.
Yeah.
And he has a ring.
And only a quarterback could probably answer this, and one with that kind of experience that Rodgers and Brady has. And I don't know the answer to this. I'm just posing it to you guys. Do you think the same exact scenario is happening when Purdy's getting that pressure coming? Does Rodgers or Brady either eat it or just get rid of the ball sooner? And I'm not saying Brady it didn't feel like Purdy took a long time, but there you've been in the snap and been in that moment thousands of times, and it just doesn't seem like those guys get hurt.
Yeah.
Right.
So I don't know. I'm not blaming Purdy by any, but is there an internal clock where like, nope, either got to tuck and get down or get rid of the ball sooner? I don't know.
Do they need more milk?
I find the Rodgers scenario fascinating for this reason. Because it's Aaron Rodgers and he's so just Aaron Rodgery. Could he come down this summer from an acid trip in the Andes?
Yes, on that first.
Yeah.
And basically be like, yo, you know what? I'm willing to do a rework of my contract and get all my money on like the back end or something, or how they rework contracts in the NFL all the time to fit cap scenarios to where he basically plays for next to nothing to win a Super Bowl in San Francisco.
But
is he that?
And give him more acid.
Here's the other thing. And I just said the whole thing too about Rodgers, but it also does occur to me too. I get that he's from the area. He went to Cal, Chico, all that, right? But are we entirely sure Aaron Rodgers wants to reward the Niners for passing on him by helping him win a championship? I truly don't know.
So it's Aaron Rodgers at this point.
Yeah.
It could be anything.
And you're right. I could see him getting, looking like what's his face's character in Airplane who keeps sniffing glue.
Oh yeah, picked a heck of a week.
Lloyd Bridges. I could see him sitting in a hot box somewhere with his hair spiked, looking like one of those troll dolls, and going.
I think he just needs to continue with the Castaway Tom Hanks look. Personally,
Aaron Rodgers is honestly the football equivalent of Mr. Cheezel from Grandma's Boy, Kevin Nealon's character. If you know the reference, he's turning into that, and yeah, I could see him bringing it back full circle. All right, we will take a break. When we come back, the Eagles rolled yesterday. The matchup we will never ever know. We'll get into it next.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Hi, guys. It's Mark with Coastside Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED and sick of the pills? Well, we have a major medical advancement that has helped thousands of men. Our WAVE technology is backed by 60 clinical studies, including from Cambridge University. It's been shown to increase blood flow by repairing blood vessels. No pills and no side effects. If you're ready to put a stop to your ED, call us now. And not only will the assessment and blood flow ultrasound be free, but we'll also include something unique that produces powerful results. You're going to love that one, guys. Trust me. This unprecedented offer is worth $600, but it's free to those who call in the next 2 minutes. Call 916-603-2000. That's 916-603-2000. Guys, put a stop to your ED and get your life back. Call Coastside Medical Clinic now to qualify. 916-603-2000. That's 916-603-2000.
Progressive presents Adjusting to the Suburbs.
I never thought I'd care about gardening until I bought a house in the suburbs. But now I find myself in conversations about liquid fertilizer, and I wonder, am I the fertilizer guy now? No way. Everyone knows the ratio between phosphorus and nitrogen, right? Yeah, I'm still totally cool.
Anyway, when you save with Progressive by bundling your home and auto, that's the easy part of adjusting to the suburbs. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, coverage provided and serviced by affiliates and third-party insurers.
Chris, this needs to go to Parkville by 3.
Joy to the holiday packages that keep coming at Jimenez Couriers.
It's coming your way, but the drop-off location is changing.
She needs delivery drivers with the gift of punctuality.
Anyone looking to pick up some overtime? Anyone?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Jiffy Lube's Country in the Park, Northern California's biggest country music festival of the year, is back May 5th and 6th at Cal Expo, starring Lady A, Chris Young, Chrysler at Aldridge.
I wanna be that song.
And so many more. Plus, a Boots Boot and Line Dance Saloon, interactive lounges, and Sacramento's best food trucks. Weekend passes start at just $85. Tickets are on sale now at SactownSports.com. Country in the Park, brought to you by Coors Light, Public Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center, and the United States Marines.
Sactown Sports
Headlines. With your Sactown Sports headlines, I'm Jay Mars. Rough day for the 49ers yesterday in Philadelphia as quarterback Brock Purdy was lost on the first series of the game. While he did come back and play in the second half, it was in a very limited passing role, and in the end, it is Philadelphia who heads to the Super Bowl.
Minshew takes a knee, and this game's over. Under 40 seconds to play, and they will celebrate now in the streets of Philadelphia. And they were already out last night greasing the light poles and fixtures in the city. That's a tradition here in Philadelphia to keep them from climbing everything downtown.
That game happens February 12th as the Eagles now play the Chiefs in Super Bowl 57. Rough loss for the Kings in Minnesota on Saturday night.
Fox now going to fire a deep three that's blocked by Anthony Edwards. Grabbed by Sabonis, and that's it. Ball game is over. So Minnesota has now won 5 of the last 6. They have tightened the screws in the Western Conference. They're now 2 games over 500. Sacramento with back-to-back losses, now 27-21. The road record is now 11-10 with this defeat. And the Kings will regroup and hopefully find a way to be better in their execution against the same opponent on Monday evening.
And you can catch that game starting at 5 o'clock as tip-off, but coverage is at 3:30 right here on Sactown Sports.
The only place in the morning to get your sports fix.
Live and local.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Nick Newman on Twitter. Season ticket holder, occasional podcast host of Pigskin Pod Net.
That's not real.
I'll give him credit. He actually has his profile pick up. Usually you don't see these situations. I'm sorry, I got to read this. These are real people. Ronnie Lott partially cut off a finger. We just had to endure half of Josh Johnson because Brock Purdy refused to believe he was cut from the cloth that would give the Niners enough of a chance to win. You think Tom Brady watches his team crash and burn with a backup? No. Real talk. Real.
Show of hands in the main room. That's you and Jason. Should Brock Purdy have cut off his elbow the way Lott cut off his finger?
Yes. Yes. Brock, what's wrong with you?
I think we just answered a question. They can't come back with him.
NFL football. Ric Flair, woo, the nature dork, tweeted out, "Hey, Brock, I crashed in an airplane. Get in the game, WTF." Yeah, I love how Couch Charlie and friends. Yeah, you know.
Why aren't they calling out Josh Johnson?
Right. Come on, Josh. It's just a concussion.
Yeah.
Oh, well, they wouldn't let Josh back in the game.
Okay.
That's why. Okay. I mean, there's like 800 angles on this thing. There is 100% not a good angle involving, Brock Purdy just overcame everything, like Mr. Irrelevant, shows up, does his thing, blah, blah, blah. But, you know, and by the way, am I on drugs, or do I remember, like, didn't the game, like his second game, or didn't he have an oblique issue that he played through as well? I thought Brock Purdy had a little,
maybe, I can't remember
injury.
that.
I think Jay's in the bathroom. He'd know too. I think he had some sort of an injury going on. But Jason, the Eagles dominated the Niners, and I guess if you have to break it down, what was let's just sports talk radio.
Yeah.
Right? What was the biggest factor?
I mean, there were so many things that went wrong for the 49ers. I'll say this at the end. I hated the way the Niners looked. Like, I mean, they're losing. They're going to lose. Yes. I thought they got cheap and, like, started fighting. I'm like, what are you doing?
I think so.
Guys. Late hits, punching, shoving. Trent Williams gets tossed. I'm like, this is, I mean, nobody's enjoying
Trent
this.
Williams tossed.
Yeah, literally. And, I mean, I know it's a violent sport, but he could have legitimately really hurt that dude.
He absolutely could have.
So I just thought that was a bad look. That was Bush League by the team. That didn't, to me, seem like the team that they were. So I didn't like that. But as far as the outcome of the game, I mean, look, I picked the Niners to win the game. So I think I anticipated Brock Purdy playing the entire game and having a good game plan. I think it was the Brock Purdy play. Changed the whole thing.
We're going to talk to Eric Armstead later this week. And obviously he's going to talk because he's a nice guy, not because he wants to. And we'll ask about that. I agree with you on it looking cheap late. I will reserve 100% judgment, as I know you do too. I don't know what was you never know what's being done on. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if
I believe
so.
that happens every game.
And I agree with you.
Now you're choosing the game you're going out, the game you're getting punked basically. And there's reasons for it.
Sure.
But I don't know.
I also in the fourth quarter don't know why. And maybe you could make the argument. You could convince me maybe halfway through the fourth quarter. But in my opinion, I don't think the starter should have been out there for the fourth. At some point, you pull them off. Listen, it didn't happen, but we're all having fun retrospect here today. If Christian McCaffrey tears his knee off, we're all having retrospect if Trent Williams breaks a leg. And it's not like there's a non-zero chance. There was a 0% chance that they were going to win that game going into the fourth. Like not a 1%, not a miracle, not a fat lady hasn't something, no, 0%. So if that's the case, I understand these guys are paid, but at some point you have to start thinking about next year, and you also have to start thinking about cheap shots like that.
Yeah, there was I don't know if it was the kick return that Debo returned or at that point they're doing all these end around and trick plays where he ran. Like it was really an impressive run. He broke like 4 extra tackles and was running violently. It was a great run, but you're down 24 point, 20, whatever it was. No, like that's an easy leg injury, some sort of injury. It didn't happen, but you're just thinking, to your point, why is he in? You just don't want anything to get worse than it already is.
Brock Purdy talks about his arm injury.
My arm just felt like it stretched out. Just felt like really a lot of just shocks all over from my elbow down to my wrist, front and back. Just pain, really, all over.
We'll find out more today when he has the MRI. I just hope it was like like how you get like a funny bone, but then like, have you ever done the funny bone thing where like it's a whole different level?
Yeah.
Like your hand goes numb.
Right.
I'm just like, I know it's not, but I'm hoping that's what it is. Like he got the ultimate funny bone injury.
Yeah. And then the other part too, I think, what went wrong, that is the most penalized I've ever seen him. The second drive. So it's 7-7. You've done a good job of hanging in there. Yes. McCaffrey has the great run. And that next drive by Philly, which was really their drive because the other one was the non-catch by Devontae Smith. Was there 3 penalties or so by the defense to keep the drive alive? Yes. That's not a normal Niner defensive game. So that it just didn't feel like all the way through. Yes, they had some terrible misfortune with injuries, but I didn't feel like they played even their defense, their best version of themselves.
This is where it sounds a little bit like justifying and rationalizing, and I fully admit that being a Niner fan. There were 31 points given up.
Yeah.
The Devontae Smith, that's a clear 7 points that shouldn't have happened, whatever. The running into the kicker, get out of Dodge. And there were some questionable referee calls. I do not believe, remember, without Brock Purdy, it was 7-7 at one point, and the Niners were driving the ball. Like, come on. I think if Brock Purdy's in that game, we're getting the game we talked about. Also, I don't think the defense gives up 31 points.
Yeah.
I think there is something to you being completely and it's the same people that would say, dude, you're making excuses for that Niner defense. Like it or not, they gave up 31. Okay.
Yeah.
But don't be the same person, by the way, that says, yeah, the Kings had a game 7 at home after game 6.
Right.
They had a home game and they still lost and they completely choked that away. They went 16 of 30 from the free throw line.
Right.
Don't say one and not say the other then, because there is something about demoralization or there's not.
Very true.
That's
Very true.
The problem.
We have a lot of people asking about this. I'm wondering where you were. You talked about the catch non-catch Devontae Smith. Live, I thought, wow, what a catch, because I thought it was bold to go for it on 4th down like they did. See a couple replays. Oh, is he in bounds? Oh, clearly in bounds. So everything we're kind of seeing, the only thing that felt odd about it was Devontae Smith trying to rush everybody to the play. But everything we saw, the first 2 or 3 replays, looked like a catch. Remember, they came out of the break.
Yes.
So Shanahan's getting that from the booth upstairs.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody gave him a clue to challenge it. I mean, now people are like, why wouldn't he challenge it? I wonder it now too. But There was
Hindsight.
nothing giving him indication that that wasn't a catch, with the exception of Devontae Smith hurrying up the offense.
That's not my issue. I don't have an issue with Shanahan. I get how I wish he challenged it.
Yeah,
In
but why
retrospect-
would he have? In that moment, you'd have been like, what are you doing?
The thing that really sucks, we went to the half. They went to the half, all 3 timeouts.
Yeah.
Here, we got to go to break. Here's Kyle Shanahan on that.
Because the replay we saw didn't definitely show that. We saw one up on the scoreboard. I was going to throw one anyways, just to hope to take the chances, but they showed one up on the scoreboard, and that looked like a catch. And so we don't want to waste a timeout, which we definitely would have if we didn't see that. But then I heard they got a couple other angles, and you guys end up seeing later that it was not a catch.
I want to pick on. I
Yeah,
buy
in
that.
real time, I do too.
I buy it.
I mean, when it happened, I thought it was a catch.
We'll take a break. When we come back, Kings Insider for Sactown Sports, Frankie Cartoscelli. We will switch gears. We'll talk about the Kings. Are they free falling? Is it over? Is this the same old Kings? Has this all been a mirage? Frankie will tell us next.
Sactown Sports goes 100% live and local.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Tune into Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. Followed by the return of Deuce and Mo.
Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Followed by Cattles and Rami from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You wanted more local? We're giving you more local on Sactown Sports. Your local sports leader.
Welcome, Doug Christie here for the Good Feet Store with a question. How is the game of basketball like the Good Feet Store? And the answer is the very best basketball players do it all. Shoot, defend, rebound, they do it all. And the Good Feet Store does it all too. Good Feet manufactures their own line of arch supports, over 300 styles, sizes, and flexibilities. Good Feet arch support specialists at every store personally fit every customer for free with no obligation. Lastly, Good Feet sells its arch supports exclusively at over 200 Good Feet stores nationwide. Sore feet, aching back, knee or hip pain, even plantar fasciitis? When nothing else works, come to the Good Feet Store and experience the comfort, balance, and support of the Good Feet 3-step arch support system. The Good Feet Store in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and now Vacaville off Nut Tree Parkway by Sprouts, online at goodfeet.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit revivemenshealth.com.
The NBA is going OFF. Listen, I got all the facts to back it all up. 30 teams after one dream, 24 seconds to make magic with The Rock. 7-footers raining deep threes, 2 guards dunking and leaving you in shock, and first-year hoopers balling with ease. All that, all the time, all around the league. And the NBA isn't leaving anyone behind. The NBA season continues on ABC, ESPN, and TNT.
Deb's constipation with belly pain, discomfort, and bloating kept giving her grief. She talked to her doctor to get some relief. Deb had irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C, which was a start. Saying yes to Linzess helped her do her part.
Linzess, or linaclotide, is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. Linzess works differently than laxatives. It lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. There could be more to your story with IBS-C. Talk to a doctor today. Say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS. Sponsored by AbbVie and Ironwood Pharmaceuticals.
American Energy wants to make sure you and your family are safe this winter with a $49 furnace tune-up. Plus, if you're ready for a new one, get half off with American Energy's 50% off furnace special. With 0% financing and payment plan options available, there's no reason to keep putting off making your home safe, warm, and comfy for you and your family this holiday. Call American Energy today at 916-520-9990 or visit AmericanEnergyAir.com. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable. 50% off furnace when you purchase a whole home HVAC system. Limited time only. Cannot be combined with other offers or specials.
Carmichael Dave.
He has very good sources, and he just kind of tells it as it is and gets to the point.
Jason Ross.
He has a lot of pretty smart things to say.
He's good at what he does.
On Sactown Sports.
Frankie will join us momentarily. About Kings basketball. Saying at the top of the 6 a.m., Jason, it's amazing how things completely out of your control with this job, the Royal U, can dictate what kind of day you're going to have.
Mm-hmm.
Kings win Saturday, and Jay and I both admitted if you told me Niners win, you had to trade it for 3 more Kings losses, I would have taken that in a heartbeat.
Yeah, more important where the Niners are right now than the Kings at this moment.
But that just kind of set up a diarrhea milkshake of sports for 24 hours.
Yes.
And then the Niner win yesterday. It makes it a little tougher. Good morning. How's your breakfast? Joining us right now.
Neapolitan.
Sactown Sports Insider for your Sacramento Kings. All around good kid. Does anybody dislike Frankie? And you like in the world?
Oh, I have an issue with Frankie.
Oh, do you?
No, of course not.
Oh, you'd be surprised. Our old friend Matt George just texted me saying, "Great, I have to listen to you on the radio."
Yeah.
Oh, we got a feud.
Right. Just tell
Matt George.
Anytime Matt George tries to talk trash to you, just tell him to double down again. That's it. You win. That's it. You win for life. You win. Check out Matt George's video "Double Down" about Marvin Bagley. Mm-hmm. I think that's still on the Sactown.
Yeah, it's good content. It's good content. I think Matt also can agree that that's good content. There's our own Chris Watkins, by the way, who had a hand in creating that.
Yes, he did.
That Oscar-esque performance of film.
I've always said, both publicly and privately to Matt, although it's hilarious. It's hilarious. You have to be a special type of guy to be able to laugh at yourself like that and not take yourself too seriously. And you're right, it was good content. So
yeah, and that's the best. Matt is a great guy. We have a lot of fun. Okay. He double dogs it halftime in the media room. He gets 2 hot dogs. So
really?
Wow. Yeah, double dog guy.
That's a gift.
Halftime hot dogs are a thing in the media, the Kings media room. We all kind of critique each other. Yes. It's rite of passage to get criticized. So.
Frankie, there was a guy earlier on the text line that is very angry at us for not going too far in on the Kings, for praising players, for finally playing hard in the fourth. I think that's De'Aaron Fox, and that the Kings are really in a free fall right now. It's not just Saturday's loss. It's this handful of losses they've had. Frankie, are the Kings a fraud, and are we seeing the real Kings now?
Yeah, it is kind of funny how things unravel after each loss. I mean, it's just you're so not used to seeing it, I guess, when the team's playing this well. But it's not a good feeling losing 3 or 4. It's not a good feeling. But they've done this before this season, and they've responded. And until they don't do that, I'm not going to sit and start worrying about the sky falling and what have you. But they have an opportunity tonight to kind of silence some of those voices that are starting to think the Kings are fraudulent. I don't think the Kings are fraudulent. I think that they've had a couple of rough nights offensively, and it shows you how weak this team is when their offense is not clicking. And scoring 95 against Toronto, back to 110 against Minnesota, this is a team that averages 120 points per game. When you don't have all those points, you can see what can happen. And, of course, on the defensive side, that's a different discussion. They had one clear goal, I think, coming in to Saturday night's game. Do not let D'Angelo Russell beat you. Don't let Anthony Edwards beat you. Both beat you in separate halves. So when all those things happen and you kind of lump in the fact that the offense is going through a little bit of a mini funk, it's not great, but they have gone through this before. They went through this at the beginning of the month. They lost 3 or 4. Yeah. They had those back-to-back losses at home against the Lakers and the Hawks. They responded. So now it's time to see if they can respond again. They have, quote-unquote, a favorable stretch coming up. can they take care of business? We're going to find out.
Yeah, I think, Frankie, you're right on the point there, and I think Coach Brown talked about it too, that, their offense has been really spectacular this year, number one offense in the league. So for the last 2 games to be held under what they normally do has been a problem, and if the goal was to slow down Edwards and Russell, they failed on that too. Yet with all that, they had a chance to win. But Coach Brown postgame said, look, we have to get better. He just keeps talking about defense, which I get, but it feels like their best defensive players don't score enough, and their offensive players don't guard enough. And I don't know where he goes from that, because I think you still have to ask more of your guys that play the most minutes, that score the most points, to be better defensively.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to hide people on offense. I mean, there was a couple of plays last game, and what KZ Paula brings on defense, it's undeniable. I mean, he definitely puts a lot of pressure on the ball. He disrupts passing lanes. He's a good defender. But 2 times in a row, the offense ended, there was 2-3 seconds on the shot clock, and the ball ended up in KZ Paula's hands, and the ball hit the side of the backboard on 3-pointer, and that's not his fault. I mean, they didn't bring him in for an offensive punch, but they need more people on the roster. That kind of comes down to what Monty McNair can do. What can Monty do for this roster? They need guys that can do both, like you said. And Davion Mitchell does have that in his bag. We've seen that he can score when the Kings really need it. When he filled in for De'Aaron Fox last year, he did a good job. I think he averaged 16 or 17 points per game in starts last season. And even last game, he had a couple opportunities on offense where he was able to get in traffic and score. But the Kings need that consistently. They need guys to play both offense and defense. They need 2 sides. But the roster's kind of thin in that regard, and that's why they've been where they've been on defense. So we have about a week and a half to go. I think we have 8-9 days till the deadline. It's tough to know who's really out there, who's really available. I mean, the West is wide open. The Kings are in 3rd place in the standings, but there's only a 5-game or a 3-game stretch, a 3-game gap between themselves and the 10 seed. So don't know about the Western Conference. Of course, you have the East, where I know the Hornets have been mentioned as a team that could be selling, but beyond those guys that are at the bottom of the East, it's tough to know who's really for sale. But it's got to improve. You need both players, all players, to be able to play defense and offense. And right now, the Kings are kind of one-sided.
Frankie Cartoscelli, Kings insider for Sactown Sports, joins us. And I'm looking at the history here. The Wolves have won 16 of their last 25 against the Kings, including 5 of 7. I remember as a San Francisco Giants fan as a kid, I remember thinking, is there any way we can go out and get Dale Murphy? And the reason I wanted Dale Murphy from the Braves was not necessarily because I love Dale Murphy. I wanted to get him, and if nothing else, just put him on the bench so we never had to face him. And I feel the same way about D'Angelo Russell. He has to have the Kings have to be the one team he kills Sacramento time and time again. Frankie, you mentioned the standings. I think people are also making a mistake that the Minnesota Timberwolves are some bottom feeder. Here's some news. If the Wolves win tonight, they're 1 game behind the Kings for the 3 seed. This is a better team than their record indicates, and it feels like we've been saying that quite a few times lately about teams.
Oh, yeah, and they're doing it without Karl Anthony Towns, who's one of the best centers in the NBA. I mean, this West is – the Kings have had a really nice start to the season, and I think that they are a good team. The only problem is I think there's a lot of good teams in the West right now. I mean, the Pelicans are eventually going to get back Zion Williamson, and we saw how good they were. The Suns, I still think that they're going to figure it out. There are some teams I think that aren't going to be there. I'm not a big Jazz guy. I don't know if they're going to be there quite in the mix for the top 6, but you have Portland, who's been to the playoffs a lot of times with Dame. The Lakers could figure something out. I mean, AD looked good since he came back. The Kings need to kind of silence some of these doubts. They need to show they belong. And I think, myself personally, I'm not sure how other people feel out there, but I said with Deuce and Mo on Friday, I'm kind of moving on from the play-in aspirations. I would like the team to finish top 6. I think that they're that good. But the defensive side has to improve. The offensive side, it's number 1. I mean, they're the number 1 offense in the NBA right now. That is not the problem. And it has been local. I mean, the last 2 games it has been. But I'm not worried about the long-term, the offense, the state of the offense long-term. It's the defense. And teams at the top, Denver and Memphis, are really good defensive teams. And the past 2 games, we've seen what happens when the Kings get taken out of it. So, again, you got to play defense to win games. And the Kings belong, in my opinion, in the top 6. But if they want to stay there, defensive impact, it has to show up sooner or later. And that doesn't really fall on the guys on the roster as much as it might fall on the front office. It kind of falls on both, of course, but they need help. And Mike Brown said that after the game. He said it's getting repetitive, saying the same thing. I want more from the defense, but it's just not happening. So Is that a message to Monty? I mean, maybe not, but they definitely need some other hands in there.
Talking with Frankie Cartoscelli here on the Folsom Lake Honda Hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Frankie, De'Aaron Fox has been so good in the fourth quarter. He did it again the other day, but it felt like the other day he kind of just he couldn't make shots. He was going through the first three quarters, and a lot of other guys were helping out. Yet you get to the fourth quarter, everything is all about Fox, and he didn't quite get the help he probably needed. It's great to see him do what he does in the fourth quarter, but can we get a little bit more of De'Aaron in quarters 1 through 3?
Yeah, and that was a big critique I was seeing on Twitter. Why can't he do this at the beginning of the game or all game long? And it's a good question. I mean, I maybe conserving power. I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure how much energy it takes out of him. I assume it's like he's saving. It's almost as if he's saving his energy for the fourth quarter. But maybe if you could spread that out over the whole game, that'd be great. But I mean, I guess it's a decent problem to have when you have a player that can just take over games in the fourth quarter. But as we saw, it doesn't really matter much if you dig yourself in a hole. And the Kings really could have used that punch from early in the game. And maybe it's a point of Mike Brown and his offense having to run through him more in the beginning of the game. I mean, obviously Harrison Barnes has been playing so well. He was getting some shots early. They weren't falling. The 3-point shots total for the Kings were not falling. They shot 27%. I mean, when the threes aren't falling, this team struggles to win games. They're 1-8 this season when they shoot 30% or lower. But De'Aaron, they need more from him, absolutely, the first three quarters. Just how can they do that? I mean, do defenses adjust? It's hard to say. It's a question, I guess, that would be nice to ask if I was out there in Minnesota for sure, just to see if it's an energy consumption or conserving thing. But it's like I said, De'Aaron Fox, they call him Mr. Fourth Quarter, but maybe they need someone else to step up and be Mr. Quarters 1 through 3. Can it be him? We're going to see. But again, to me, having someone that can take over games in the fourth, it's a good problem to have. But they need someone to step up quarters 1 through 3.
As we tumble towards the All-Star break, the trade deadline, and more, follow Frankie and the entire digital team over at Sactown Sports for all kinds of inside information, videos, writings, and so much more, including this show each and every week. Thank you, buddy. Talk to you in a week.
Thank you, guys. Enjoy that Neapolitan breakfast. We'll talk to you next week.
Thank you. That's exactly what we'll do. We'll take a break. When we come back, travel provided. Again, remember, we need to make sure Matt's good to go because the whole Philly travel thing. But he is going to move to 8:15? Okay, good. All right, then here's what we will do. We'll move him to 8:15. When we come back, we've got sound from the NFC Championship game. Also, I want to get to this, Jason, as well. I want to talk at some point about the NBA officials and the statement they put out over the weekend as well. So we got a lot to get to. We'll be right back.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
For your everyday vehicle. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP oil filter for only $26.99. Do the complete job for the right price. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Quick Quack Car Wash.
I'm Eileen Javor in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. A chilly start this morning, blustery as well. Some of us feeling that north wind. We'll see plenty of sunshine, though, today with highs expected in the mid-50s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
The great outdoors, exciting and beautiful, but they're also dusty and muddy. So after every adventure, I head to Quick Quack Car Wash. No one would expect I spent more of my weekend parked on a trail than in my garage. Head to Quick Quack for a shine that lets you defy expectations.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find. Happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda. Yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Folks, there's a fast break with the game on the line. He dribbles down the court, passes ahead for the alley-oop, and it's caught for a slam dunk.
Do you need an assist? Regain and optimize your performance. See what Pacific Men's Clinic can do to make your love life the best it can be. Pacific Men's Clinic's safe and pain-free, clinically proven procedure breaks up plaque and stimulates the growth of healthy new blood vessels. Call for your free consultation now at 916-545-7577. That's 916-545-7577.
Are you scared to open your energy bill each month for fear of how much you might owe that month? Well, did you know that replacing or repairing your roof can have an immediate and drastic effect on not only your energy efficiency, but also saving you money each month. Hey, Jason Ross here, and I needed a new roof. And when I was researching companies and talking with friends, one company stood out as the premier company in our region, and that's ACR Solar and Home Services. I set up a meeting with John, the owner, and Joe, the roofing expert, and the office staff. Well, they were amazing. They worked with my schedule, set up an appointment to come out to the house, and walk me through how they could save us money and protect our home. If your roof is showing signs of wear and tear and you think you might have a leak, or you simply want to save money on your energy bills, well, I encourage you to do what we did and research ACR Solar and Home Services. ACR Solar and Home Services, your Sacramento region's premier solar and roofing company dedicated to quality, value, and integrity since 1979. That's acrsolar.com.
At Ashton & Price, over the last 25 years, we've won just about every injury case you can think of. Slip and fall, falling merchandise, fell through rotted decking, we won those. Dangerous stairs, falls into holes, dog bites, won them. Injured while pedestrian or on a bicycle, auto, motorcycle, big rig, company vehicle, Uber, or Lyft accident, we've won them all. And the best news is there's no fee until you win. So no matter how you got injured,
remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Time to check out Coastside Medical Clinic, who's dedicated to providing breakthrough remedies for men.
KH2KAM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento, the flagship station of your Sacramento Kings.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports. Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
With your Sactown Sports headlines, I'm Jay Mars. Rough day for the San Francisco 49ers yesterday in Philadelphia. Quarterback Brock Purdy was lost after the first series with an elbow injury. He did return later in the game, but was not able to pass the ball downfield. I think Brock was just in there to make sure that the offense ran. And in the end, it was the Eagles heading to the Super Bowl.
Minshew takes a knee, and this game's over. Under 40 seconds to play. And they will celebrate now in the streets of Philadelphia. And they were already out last night greasing the light poles and fixtures in the city. That's a tradition here in Philadelphia to keep them from climbing everything downtown.
Yes, it was definitely a rough loss for the Niners. Eagles, Chiefs, Super Bowl 57. That is happening on February 12th. It wasn't any better the night before as the Sacramento Kings could not get the offense going in Minnesota.
Fox now going to fire a deep three that's blocked by Anthony Edwards. Grabbed by Sabonis, and that's it. Ball game is over. So Minnesota has now won 5 of the last 6. They have tightened the screws in the Western Conference. They're now 2 games over 500. Sacramento, with back-to-back losses, now 27-21. The road record is now 11-10 with this defeat. And the Kings will regroup and hopefully find a way to be better in their execution against the same opponent on Monday evening.
Tip-off for that game tonight is at 5 o'clock. Coverage begins with game night at 3:30 right here on Sactown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
James on the drive, gets in the paint, layup, missed it. And the game is over. Lakers furious. They thought he was fouled. Excuse me. And it's now overtime.
I don't understand. I don't understand what we're doing. And I watch basketball every single day. I watch these games every single day, and I don't see it happening to nobody else. It's just weird. It's challenging, very challenging. I don't get it. I'm attacking the paint just as much as any of the other guys in this league that's shooting double-digit free throws a night. I don't get it. I don't understand
that.
Okay.
OC's having. Well, I before you got here in 6, I said, listen, I don't blame LeBron. He put his heart and soul out there. He's competitive. He had a wonderful game. It was a foul.
Yes.
It was an obvious foul.
It was missed.
They got screwed.
Right.
Believe it or not, I'd rather nobody get screwed. I don't take pleasure out of the screwings of NBA officials or any officials. And you know, the whole this isn't happening to anybody else. That's a joke. But whatever.
Right.
Within hours, there had been a leak statement, whatever. They got the call wrong. They didn't have to wait for the last 2 minutes. And then the NBA referees put out what we like to call now the LeBron 2-minute report, because he gets his instantly.
Mm-hmm.
And he gets apologies from the official NBA referee account. Like everyone else, referees make mistakes. We made one at the end of last night's game that is gut-wrenching for us. This play will weigh heavily and cause sleepless nights as we strive to be the best referees we can be. I don't recall getting one for the Tyler Hero travel. I don't recall getting one for Kevin Huerter getting murdered by Klay Thompson on that 3. I don't recall that happening, but whatever, fine. None of that, that's not, listen, it's not LeBron's fault they're overreacting. It's just the weight he carries. Fine, whatever. So I got a couple things for you, Jason. Number one. Is refereeing getting worse, or are angles and technology getting better?
Can both be an answer? Yeah. Because I think the one thing that this weekend, besides that game or any game, if you watch as a Kings fan or any fan of a team, the NFL this weekend, I think it's difficult. I think the job is difficult, not to alleviate any missed calls, because that is their job, is to get them right. And I'm back on the replay train, where I think either as a sports society, we say none, which is not going to happen, but we allow for error. Like, they got screwed.
Yeah.
Yes. But we don't have a replay. Or like we have way more.
Yes.
I mean, and I know I was watching that game live, stayed here at the end because it was a great finish with the Lakers and the Celtics the other night after the Kings game. And I thought Jeff Van Gundy had a great point. He's like, there was no call made, so nothing can be reviewed. And he's like, look, if we're not reviewing this in the last second of a game that literally, I mean, yes, could LeBron have missed both free throws? Sure. But you at least want him or a team, take LeBron out of it, to have the opportunity to get the correct call made so that it impacted the end of that game.
Yeah.
And that's where I would encourage the NBA and or the leagues to have, like, okay, yeah, you have challenges, you have minimal, but that play can't be reviewed? Feels odd. Feels wrong.
It is odd, and it is wrong, especially because they are now in bed with gamblers.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of money riding on these things too. And I don't care about that. I care about getting it right. So I think there is a solution, and this has been bandied around, and it's not perfect, and we'd have to work it out, but there is a solution. Number one, you can start with, if a coach challenges and wins, he keeps the challenge unlimited amount of times. Number one, coach challenges and wins, he keeps the challenge. I actually am growing more and more fond of the idea that really, whether, I don't want to say it's unlimited challenges, but here's my baseline. Coach challenges. Challenge overturned, 2 technical free throws in the ball. You challenge a play and it's overruled, okay, cool.
Are you meaning you missed the challenge?
I'm saying you missed the challenge.
Yeah.
That challenge is unsuccessful.
2 free throws.
2 free throws in the ball. It's a technical foul.
Okay.
I think that's a real good way. And maybe one. Again, there's room for tweaking here.
Yeah.
Now, my thought Saturday was, okay, unlimited challenges, and it's 2 technical free throws if you miss. Here's the problem there. Because what is challengeable and what is, are we gonna challenge every time there's physical contact in the low block? Are we going to challenge every time? It's kind of like in football. Every Hail Mary, there's pass interference.
Mm-hmm.
Every time. There, believe it or not, there are some plays where there is a rule violation and it doesn't get called.
Yeah.
And that's okay. Do you really want to see every travel called? Do you really want to see every time somebody palms the ball?
Well, what was the reasoning for replay to get the call right?
The call right.
So we're allowing you to get one of those calls.
Yes,
that we
but only one.
As opposed to, let's say there's 10 a game. You're allowed to get one of them kind of correct.
Yeah, the other 9, sorry.
And I know the thought is, well, so I don't know. This is a blanket statement I don't know the answer to, but I'll ask a rhetorical question. So if we allowed replay for anything, do you think more fans would complain about length of games than they do now about poor officiating?
I think that anytime you change anything, fans complain.
Yes.
Okay. But I will say this. NBA games are about 2 hours each. I think what are we going to add? 10 minutes?
Okay.
We're on average, probably 5. I will gladly sacrifice 5 or 10 extra minutes.
Yeah.
The networks get a couple of, by the way, the networks get a couple extra commercial breaks in there to sell. Everyone wins, and we have that ability. Also, they have a last 2-minute report. I think they're on to something with that, only in the sense that get rid of the last 2-minute report, and much like the NFL, the last 2 minutes, the challenges are upstairs. Now, it's a timing issue.
Right.
It's not the same as the NFL because, okay, you drive to the basket, it's foul, there's a foul and whatever, and, well, they already inbounded the ball and they're halfway down the floor before you have a chance to look. So the real controversy there is going to be that you're going to have some form of, much like they already do this with 3-pointers, questionable call.
Yeah.
All right. A coach, a scorekeeper, whoever you put that in charge of, they hit a red button, and now all of a sudden that means next dead ball, they're going to review that play retroactively. They're going to go back and, was it a 3? Was it a foul? Wasn't it whatever it may be? There are ways around this, and the excuse of it's going to make the games too long, I don't buy it. I also think that they need to invest more money. Have that NBA instant replay booth in New York much more streamlined.
Yeah. Would you rather have the game longer or have your referee union apologizing publicly right now for the league to say, this is gut-wrenching that we missed this call? That's a bad look.
It is. It's such a bad look.
And so I think there needs to be some sort of mechanism too, and I don't know what it would be. Maybe in a 2-possession game in the final minute, those plays can all be looked at.
Yes.
I mean, they're too impactful in the win-loss, and yeah, there might be an important call made in the first quarter or not made. But look, if you're trying to alleviate, hey, let's slow it down for every play. But in the last minute of a 2-possession game, I think everything should be looked at.
I completely agree with you. I think there's room for it, and I think it's gotten to the point now where it really does. And everyone whines about the refs all the time.
Yes,
that's just how it works.
Right.
People, I think we naturally. I think it's human nature when you fail at something, whether it's you personally, whether it's your team. Oh, it's the weather. Yeah. The ref sucked. I used to have a guy named Sasha live with me. Yeah, weird name, I know, for whatever. And he was a character. We had a pool table. I've told this story once before. Anytime he would lose at pool, we would laugh privately because he would be rolling the stick to see if the stick was off. He'd roll a ball down and see, hey, this table's slightly off. It's like, dude, we live here. We all deal with it. But he did not have the ability to accept his own failings, so he blamed other things. And I think everybody has a little bit of Sasha in them, including NBA and NFL fans.
Mm-hmm.
Well, guess what? If you're worried about humans taking the human element out of it, which I used to believe in, like, don't do robot umpires. We need the humans. Okay. We're already there. It's called technology. It's called replay. It's called 64 cameras in the building instead of a 2 that we had 10 years or 20 years ago. We're already there, Jason. And what's happening is computers will beat humans every single time and twice on Sundays. So you're putting the humans out, you're putting the refs out to dry, and you're putting the umpires out to dry. It's a problem. We'll take a break. When we come back, Matt Barrows of The Athletic, we will have our final visit of the year with him. Post-mortem on the San Francisco 49ers season next.
The only place you'll find Malik Monk is Sactown Sports.
Oh my, what an athletic move that time by Malik Monk.
Hey Sacramento, it's Malik Monk and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
Hagen Oaks wants you to know about the exciting Ping G430 line of drivers. The Max is still the Max, as the 460cc model remains the most forgiving and fits most golfers. The LST with carbon fly wrap technology is best for faster swing speeds, and the SFT straight flight technology features an adjustable back weight. Ping has something for every player. Ask about the full line of Ping G430 woods and irons at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, the #1 choice for golfers everywhere. Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway or online at hagenoaks.com.
Jiffy Lube's Country in the Park, Northern California's biggest country music festival of the year, is back May 5th and 6th at Cal Expo, starring Lady A, Chris Young, Brett Eldridge, and so many more. Plus, a Boots Boot and Line Dance Saloon, interactive lounges, and Sacramento's best food trucks. Weekend passes start at just $85. Tickets are on sale now at SactownSports.com. Country in the Park, brought to you by Coors Light, Public Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center, and the United States Marines.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
On Sactown Sports.
Too short. Bringing us back. I get it. Because the Niners were too short yesterday against the Eagles. This is always the saddest part of the year. You know I hate summer. I don't really even like spring. And end of the year, not only the Niners lose and all that, but now we say goodbye to all our friends that have joined us all year long. It is so hard to say goodbye. Joining us right now from The Athletic. And, of course, we'll visit with him occasionally, draft and stuff like that. But the one, the only, Matt Barrows. Good morning, Matt.
Dave, I'll let you sign my yearbook, and then, we'll just see each other when the school year starts again in the fall.
Have a rad summer.
Right. KIT, BFF. Yeah. Matt, my thoughts after the game, and I tweeted this out. If you're tuning in for analysis, it's simple. Don't get your quarterback hurt and the refs suck. I assume it goes a little bit deeper than that for you, but really, I mean, isn't that the headline there?
It actually does not go any deeper. The lesson is when you lose your third quarterback of the season in the first quarter on the first drive, and then your fourth quarterback of the season on the first drive of the third quarter, the game's over. And there's really no analysis that you can supply to kind of dissect it. No team is going to go as far as the 49ers did when they go to their first backup quarterback. Usually that's the death knell for the season when your starter goes down. The 49ers had that happen 3 times this season. And then a fourth when Johnson suffered that concussion. So just I call it buzzard's luck. Like there's bad luck, and then there's buzzard's luck. The 49ers had buzzard's luck at that spot in 2022.
As we're talking with Matt Barrows, all guests come to you from the Folsom Lake Honda Hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Matt, on that note, it does make analysis tough, and maybe even off-season analysis tough, because they had a great year. They did a lot of great things. They were very close to doing the whole thing, but then you lose Purdy in the most important game. So areas of need, if you're John Lynch, do you kind of run it back with some of the same key principles, or do you address the quarterback issue? Like, how do they address this with last game yesterday feeling so incomplete?
Well, I mean, we're going to have to wait for the Purdy diagnosis to come out, because it could be a huge range of things. We're talking about the ligament in his elbow, which baseball fans all know can mean a very, very long recovery. A Tommy John-like surgery, or lots of variations in between. Remember, at the end of the 2020 season, Nick Mullins suffered a similar injury, and everybody thought it would be Tommy John. He'd be out for 8 to 10 months or whatever it was, and it turned out he needed surgery, but it wasn't quite as complicated as the Tommy John. He was back throwing early in the offseason. So, we just have to wait, and I think that's going to guide a lot of what the 49ers do at that spot. I mean, I still think that the likeliest scenario is that they let Jimmy Garoppolo walk in free agency, and they get a 2024 compensatory pick as in return, and that their 2 main quarterbacks are Lance and Purdy, and that there may be a veteran who comes in, but I don't think that it will be the high-priced one, because the 49ers did do very well under Purdy, and they do still believe in Trey Lance. But the other lesson is that you need, 5? You need your quarterback room to be 5 deep for this team to succeed in the playoffs. So they have to think about that as well. I mean, there's talent up and down the roster. I think they've identified that talent. I think they've done that a long time ago. The question is, how do you support it? Who do you bring in around those players at those positions? And, to me, the defensive line, as absurd as it sounds, because that's always the one where they spend all their resources, and they've got 2 really good key figures in Nick Bosa and Eric Armstead. I think that needs a lot of attention. A lot of those guys are going to be free agents. A lot of those guys who are under contract right now didn't really perform very well in this game. So they have to ask themselves, how do we maximize Nick Bosa and Eric Armstead from here on out? Because they weren't doing that against the Eagles.
Matt Barrows of The Athletic joining us. As a fan, Matt, and as an emotional fan, yesterday when, everyone's hindsighting and second guessing, I naturally get defensive. But since we're cooler headsing now, and you're very smart, I have to ask you, with Trey Lance, Jimmy Garoppolo, Brock Purdy, Josh Johnson was kind of a fluke in there. Is there any argument you can perhaps make that in addition to the bad luck, does anything in Kyle Shanahan's scheme and or offensive line personnel allow you to let the idea of, well, it's not all just bad luck, maybe Kyle needs to protect these guys more, or was it just bad luck?
When Lance got hurt, I absolutely felt that way. Because, Lance had run quite a bit in the Bears game.
Yeah.
And you came out of that game. That was the week 1 game. You came out of that game thinking, and lots of people did, and lots of people wrote this, there's no way that this guy is going to make it through a full season running the way he does. And lo and behold, early on in game 2, that's exactly what happened. He breaks his ankle. So I do think that the way that they used Lance lent itself towards him getting injured. The play that happened yesterday, that's a play that they ran multiple times in the Cowboys game, and it was not an issue. In fact, Purdy's been very good about kind of sidestepping the pressure on those deep rollouts after play action. He just didn't see Hassan Reddick coming on this one. And the tight end whiffed. Hassan Reddick was not held up at all. So the timing of the play was disrupted by that. Is it a bad play call? Do you want Tyler Kroft blocking a 16-sack guy? I think that the 49ers felt like, because the play was being run to the opposite side, because there was a deep drop back, that there was time for that play to develop and for him to release that ball before he got hit. Obviously, they were wrong. So that's a big deal. But, the one that stands out to me, just to answer your question, is the Trey Lance injury.
Matt, how about the very distinct possibility that they're going to lose D'Amico Ryans? He did a great job replacing Robert Saleh. How do they fill that void if, in fact, that's the case?
And do they get a pick for that, too? I'm sorry, I wanted to piggyback.
Yes, they do. That pick won't actually manifest itself until 2024, I believe, because there are multiple guys leading for top jobs with Rand Carthon going to Tennessee to be the GM. So they'll get extra thirds in the next 3 drafts, I think, because of that. So they're tapped out for this draft. They're going to have 11 picks and several compensatory picks. But, what they do to replace D'Amico Ryans, I'm not sure. I always thought that Vic Fangio was at the top of the list. I think there's real kind of mutual interest there between both parties. There was a report yesterday that he had a deal in the works with the Dolphins and Mike McDaniel down in Miami. That was followed by reports that Fangio said, oh, no, there's no deal. So I'm not exactly sure where that stands. I thought that the 49ers would be in the running. Vic Fangio lives in Florida, and he visits the Bay Area quite a bit. So those are, I think that those would be the top 2 spots for him that he'd want to land. He wants to be paid quite a bit of money, and I don't see the 49ers saying no to that either. So if he's still truly a free agent, then I do think that the 49ers have a shot at him. And if he's not, then there are a lot of guys in the Vic Fangio coaching tree. Ejiro Evero in Denver is one that jumps out. There's a lot of guys that kind of run the same, Robert Saleh, Pete Carroll style defense that the 49ers have been running since 2017. And there's something to be said for continuity there, just running a similar system so you can kind of keep the ball rolling into 2023.
Last thing for you, Matt. And this is an incredibly unfair question, but we're on sports radio. It's what we do. How do you think that game goes if Brock Purdy stays in? You were there. You know both teams. You know the Niners. How do you think that game ends up if Purdy plays all 4 quarters?
I think that it's not the blowout that it is. I think the 49ers win. I really do. And I realized that the Eagles offense was different after the Purdy injury, that they didn't have to take risks and push the ball downfield and really allow Jalen Hurts to run, which is what he's good at. So it was a more conservative version of it because they were so comfortable with where they were. But the 49ers did a fine job handling them. They let up too many easy scores. But the yardage total, I think, was something like 268 yards by the Eagles. That's a yardage that if you hold your opponent to that, you usually win. There were no takeaways, so that's a big deal. That's usually a part of the 49ers formula for winning. But I thought that they had a good plan for Hurts. They mostly kept him hemmed in. His biggest gain came when Samson Ebicom couldn't bring him down in the backfield, and then Talanoa Hufanga hit him late out of bounds.
Yeah.
I thought the 49ers had sort of lost their marbles a little bit by that point in the game. But, the fact that they were able to score that Christian McCaffrey touchdown, that gave them true energy, true life in that game. And they had fight. I mean, that's what it comes down to. This team had energy at the beginning of the game. It had fight at the beginning of the game. They were ready to take it to the Eagles. I think it would have been a Donnybrook there, and I think it would have been close at the end. So it's unfortunate. They just never got a real chance to win the game, and I think that's their big regret. They never had a chance to kind of show their stuff.
And we roll it back to next year. The Athletics, Matt Barrows, fine work this year. Obviously, you still have a ton to do, draft coverage and any other breaking news. Of course, we're going to call on you. But until then, as I always say, Matt, rest those fingers, put them on a desert island somewhere with a little drink and an umbrella. My oldest guest, and I don't mean that by age. I mean, Matt goes back that far. And Jason, I know you echo what I say.
Yes.
We appreciate everything you do for us all year, buddy. We look forward to, if contract works out, we can get your agent to agree. We look forward to having you back next year.
Yeah, next year I'm looking for that the 95-foot yacht. Because,
yes, get your money.
The one that I've been sailing just doesn't cut it anymore.
We can't do the rookie contract extension anymore.
No, I want the veteran deal next year.
It's great work, buddy. Thanks so much. See you soon.
All right, and thank you for having me on, Dave. I really appreciate it.
Of course, you take care. That's Matt Barrows. Does fine work with us and even better work with the Athletic all year long. Please subscribe. Go to theathletic.com. All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, we'll get into a little more post-mortem here, what to do. We've got sound and reaction from players and coaches on the 49ers season. Don't forget, we still have a lot of Kings to come as well, including previewing tonight's game. We're back right after this.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Quick Quack Car Wash.
I'm Eileen Javor in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. A chilly start this morning, blustery as well. Some of us feeling that north wind. We'll see plenty of sunshine, though, today with highs expected in the mid-50s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
The great outdoors, exciting and beautiful, but they're also dusty and muddy. So after every adventure, I head to Quick Quack Car Wash. No one would expect I spent more of my weekend parked on a trail than in my garage. Head to Quick Quack for a shine that lets you defy expectations.
I'm in the great outdoors doing a little Dodge watching with Vince Bloom, the big guy at Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Would you look at that? You know, those are some pretty high-powered binoculars you got there, Vince.
Yeah, I use them to spot all the Lasher license plates out there.
Well, there's bound to be a lot because, I mean, you are the big guy after all, and the big guy's known for making great deals on new Ram 1500 Bighorns and Longhorns, Tradesmen and Laramies, crew cabs and quad cabs, 4x4s and 4x2s.
I know. Hold on. I see another one.
Another what? Looked like it might have been a new Dodge Challenger.
I think so.
Or a new Dodge Charger. Elk Grove Dodge sells a ton of those, you know. And new Durangos, Chrysler Pacificas, Jeep Cherokees, and the new Grand Cherokee, Jeep Compass, Gladiators, and Wranglers, and the all-new Wagoneer. I've heard Elk Grove Dodge has great deals on those, too.
Oh, he's taken off.
Oh, I'm sorry. You lose him?
Oh, no. Just another happy customer migrating back to Elk Grove Dodge.
No surprise there, because for over 40 years, the name Lasher means a great deal.
Only at Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge and the Elk Grove Auto Mall and online at elkgrovedodge.com.
It all started with a group of cowboys who broke from the mold and wanted more. 30 years later, the ride continues, and the professional bull riders have never been more ranked.
The best ever! We were here for it!
Don't be a... Celebrate 30 years this February 3rd through 5th at the Golden Lawn Center in downtown Sacramento. Stop by any participating Save Mart for a 20% off discount ticket code when you buy Monster Energy.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Start the new year right at Maida Chevy with huge dealer discounts and great factory incentives on new Silverado half tons with 2.7-liter engines. See all the savings at MaidaChevy.com. Find new roads.
N13123 ID 107046. Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
American Energy wants to make sure you and your family are safe this winter with a $49 furnace tune-up. Plus, if you're ready for a new one, get half off with American Energy's 50% off furnace special. With 0% financing and payment plan options available, there's no reason to keep putting off making your home safe, warm, and comfy for you and your family this holiday. Call American Energy today at 916-520-9990 or visit AmericanEnergyAir.com. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable. 50% off furnace when you purchase a whole home HVAC system. Limited time only. Cannot be combined with other offers or specials.
Time to check out Coastside Medical Clinic, who's dedicated to providing breakthrough remedies for men.
Sactown Sports
Headlines.
With your Sactown Sports headlines, I'm Jay Mars. A rough day for the 49ers yesterday in Philadelphia as quarterback Brock Purdy was lost on the first drive of the game. While he did come back later in the second half, he was not the same. And in the end, it was the Eagles who were heading to Super Bowl 57.
Minshew takes a knee, and this game's over. Under 40 seconds to play, and they will celebrate now in the streets of Philadelphia. And they were already out last night greasing the light poles and fixtures in the city. That's a tradition here in Philadelphia to keep them from climbing everything downtown.
Super Bowl is February 12th, and we have an Eagles and Chiefs matchup. It was also a rough Saturday night for the Sacramento Kings as they just couldn't get it going versus the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Fox now going to fire a deep three that's blocked by Anthony Edwards. Grabbed by Sabonis, and that's it. Ball game is over. So Minnesota has now won 5 of the last 6. They have tightened the screws in the Western Conference. They're now 2 games over 500. Sacramento with back-to-back losses, now 27-21. The road record is now 11-10 with this defeat. And the Kings will regroup and hopefully find a way to be better in their execution against the same opponent on Monday evening.
That game tips off tonight at 5 p.m. Coverage starts with game night at 3:30 right here on Sactown Sports.
They bleed black and purple. It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on your local sports leader, Sactown Sports.
Welcome back. I always feel like the song skips right there. Who's hot, who's not, coming up in the next segment. Hey, I got a question, Jay, I should ask off the air. We mentioned Matt Barrows and the great job he's done all year. Nobody at the station's done a better job with Niner coverage than our guy Emil, who has been out at practice and games. He's everywhere, and just content after content after content. I weirdly found myself thinking this last night. What does Emil do now? Do we put him in a freezer for like 7 months? Wow.
Yes. Lots of draft coverage.
Like, poor Emil. Like, imagine his whole, he was driving from here to Santa Clara.
Every day, basically.
Every day.
Yeah.
That's not an easy drive.
Well, I'll say this, with the Kings relevant. We'll probably, use him
over
more
here?
there, have some more Kings coverage.
That's what I thought. So our Kings cover. The Niners lost.
Expanded.
Right. Can we get the voice guy? Niners lose, but Kings coverage just expanded. Yes, that's absolutely right. I don't want to do a post-mortem on this. I don't want to talk about it, but we have to. Welcome in. Guys, many of you have been with us all morning, and you've heard our takes, our spins, our guests coming on and talking about it. If you've got something that you feel hasn't been covered or that you disagree with, now's the time. 916-339-1140 is the text line. You can leave a comment in the YouTube chat. Just go to Sactown Sports. And what do they say, Jason? Please like and subscribe.
That's right. We need more of all of those.
For some guy named Algorithm.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Which was a band in the 80s. By the way. Algorithm.
Yeah, good. One-hit wonder.
Yeah, one-hit wonder. Or you can call us. There's a telephone.
There is.
1-800-920-1140, and we'll even pick up the long distance if you're out of the area.
Nice.
Jim
Nice of
used
us.
to say. It was a tale of injuries, that's for sure. Kyle Shanahan spoke about the Devontae Smith non-challenge yesterday.
Because the replay we saw didn't definitely show that. We saw one up on the scoreboard. I was going to throw one anyways, just to hope to take the chances, but they showed one up on the scoreboard, and that looked like a catch. And so we don't want to waste a timeout, which we definitely would have if we didn't see that. But then I heard they got a couple other angles, and you guys end up seeing later that it was not a catch.
And I can only speak to this, what I know of from the little bit I did some stuff with the NFL, but mainly college football. Here's what I know the coaches see is what we see at home. Like they have the same kind of feed. They don't have the internal thing that the replay booth has that has 17 different angles. They'll see what Fox showed in this case. And everything we saw through looked like a catch to me. The one thing at first I was like, ooh, was he in bounds? And then when you clearly see he's in bounds, and then later it gets discovered that the ball hit the ground on one of that side angle that made it pretty clear. So I don't blame him. I guess he could have just thrown it just because, hey, this is too big of a play, but it's also first quarter. You're not thinking,
no,
who knows? It was a heck of a catch or an attempt of a catch.
You know what I haven't seen, and it's probably out there, but I think would be really interesting, is literally take a stopwatch from the time Devontae Smith hits the ground and gets up. Start the watch there. How long did it take until they snapped the ball?
Yeah, because he was the one. I said the only clue you get in this that maybe something was up was Devontae Smith was hurrying. But a lot of times there's teams that strictly have a let's hurry on a big play. Not necessarily, hey, because we think there's not a catch or a catch, but some teams do that. But also, we don't want them to sub. We just went, 4th down and 3, I think, or 4th and 6, gained 30-plus yards. Let's hurry to the line of scrimmage. We got a 1st and goal. They won't be able to change personnel. Let's go.
And I'm looking at the replay I have here. Looks like there was about 9:46 remaining in the quarter when he caught it. I'd be really curious to go back and look and see when it was snapped. But
probably 25, 30 seconds of real time.
I don't think it was.
Maybe less?
I think it was because here's what they were talking about last night, that players will have code words that they yell out. That's basically a code for audible, screw the playbook, get to the line, quick
away.
Snap. We don't want this reviewed. The one person in the building that knew Devontae Smith didn't catch the ball was Devontae Smith, almost certainly.
Mm-hmm.
So he knows that. He knows it's a matter of time, which, I don't want to give him too much IQ credit here, but he's a heady dude, and this is a slightly higher than average IQ play, but he knows that. We're in a huge situation here. It's 4th down, NFC Championship game. So he goes back and he's yelling, Bronco, Bronco, Bronco. And now all of a sudden everyone knows, oh my God, we got to quit. And that's what they did. They went back to the line and they quick snapped it. My point is, like you said, nobody had that angle yet. And I can tell you this, I was watching, you were watching. I haven't heard one person say, oh, I thought that wasn't a catch from the. No, we didn't know it was a catch until we got back from break. Mm-hmm. And we got that angle, as we've talked about. So I can't mess with Kyle Shanahan on that.
Yeah.
I can't. It was a huge play. I can't mess with him on that. This is, we get the sound in here, and there's always titles here. This seems a little overboard. Kyle Shanahan on Josh Johnson not being able to do anything.
He didn't get to do much. I mean, he came in and threw that slant to Debo, and they were going to get into 2 minutes, and we were just going to go to another screen, and they ended up mishandling the snap, which was obviously not a good play because they ended up getting in, and they got 7 more from it. And then he got hurt on the first series the next time, so Josh didn't get to do much either.
We got a lot more to talk about. At one point, in fact, I'll put this in here, guys. It's all over the place, and that's fine. It deserves to be. We need to talk about Tony Romo. We need to talk about the fall of Tony Romo and how we've kind of been talking about it. We've talked about why it's happened. Now you're seeing a lot of think pieces on it. Now it's bordering on excessive criticism of Tony Romo, but he was bad. And probably the best tweet I saw as we go to break, Tony Romo went from insightful, predictive announcer to the late Bob Saget narrating America's Home Videos in 2 years. And I don't think that's necessarily wrong either. We'll talk more about that later when we come back. Let's switch it up a little bit. Who's hot? Who's not? And we'll recap both our pick 6 and our 3 in the key, plus standings watch. That's a lot in one segment, Jason. We're right back.
The only place you'll find Keegan Murray is Sactown Sports.
Out to Keegan Murray, straight away for 3, and Keegan knocks down the triple.
Hey, Sacramento, it's Keegan Murray, and you're listening to the home of Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
Do you know what the 3 biggest problems are that people have with most plumbers? Think about it for a minute. You could probably write this list yourself. They don't come when they say they will. They charge you more after the job than they quoted you up front, and they don't fix the problem right the first time. Who has time for that kind of aggravation? At Bell Brothers, our plumbers are completely different. We'll be there on time, right when we say we'll be there, and we give you a firm price in writing before we start. And all our plumbing services are backed by our 100% satisfaction guarantee. If you're not happy, you don't pay. For us, it's all about respect. For you, our customers. Call Bell Brothers right now for all your plumbing needs. Our number is 916-444-1234, or you can find us online at theNoSurpriseGuys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
Hey guys, if you have Peyronie's disease, West Coast Men's Health can help. Acoustic wave therapy can dissolve the knot that's causing the problem. No pill or cream will ever do that. And right now, we're offering a free treatment just for coming in. If you suffer from Peyronie's or ED, call West Coast Men's Health today.
With clinics in Sacramento and San Mateo, call 916-829-8273. That's 916-829-8273. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
For a precision-crafted performance, the decision is easy. A new Acura from Acura of Stockton. Get the driving experience you've been waiting for in a new Acura. And get the selection and customer service you deserve from Acura of Stockton. Shop in person or use our online express store at AcuraofStockton.com. Acura of Stockton will buy your trade even if you don't buy from us. Don't settle for less than precision-crafted performance of a new Acura from Acura of Stockton and AcuraofStockton.com.
Welcome, Doug Christie here for the Good Feet Store with a question. How is the game of basketball like the Good Feet Store? And the answer is the very best basketball players do it all. Shoot, defend, rebound, they do it all. And the Good Feet Store does it all too. Good Feet manufactures their own line of arch supports, over 300 styles, sizes, and flexibilities. Good Feet arch support specialists at every store personally fit every customer for free with no obligation. Lastly, Good Feet sells its arch supports exclusively at over 200 Good Feet stores nationwide. Sore feet, aching back, knee or hip pain, even plantar fasciitis? When nothing else works, come to the Good Feet Store and experience the comfort, balance, and support of the Good Feet 3-step arch support system. The Good Feet Store in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and now Vacaville off Nut Tree Parkway by Sprouts, online at goodfeet.com.
People of the world, I am Chef Wes Andres, and I'm here with an important message. I'm speaking to you from downtown Curzon. As tonight gets dark, people are going to go to their homes without electricity, without water, and very often without much food to eat. This winter is going to be brutal, not only for the people of Kherson, but for many, many Ukrainians all across Ukraine, but especially in the places that they've been recently liberated near the front lines. The people of Ukraine right now are fighting for freedom. We're here with a very simple ask. World Central Kitchen will be able to keep doing the work we've been doing over the last 8-9 months with your support, with your help together. I know we will not leave the people of Ukraine alone.
What's hot and what's not. Brought to you by American Energy Heat and Air, making the uncomfortable comfortable. Head to AmericanEnergyAir.com to find out more.
What's hot?
Yeah, hot. Real hot. And what's not?
It's not good. Brought to you by American Energy Air and Solar, Sacramento's complete heating and cooling company, and second opinion partner.
Who's hot?
Who?
Pat Mahomes. Or should I say Patrick?
Patty.
Yeah, 29 of 43 yesterday, 326 yards. More importantly, 2 touchdowns. That passes Joe Montana for the second most pass touchdowns in the conference championship round.
Okay.
I don't have who's number 1 in front of me, but I'm guessing it's Tom Brady.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
He's pretty good.
Yeah.
Who's not?
Who's not?
That 49ers defense yesterday on the second Eagles touchdown drive, they committed 3 penalties. They'd only committed 3 all game against Dallas the week before.
Not good.
Because the officials are in the bag.
In the bag.
The officials are in the bag.
What
in
bag
the
is that?
bag.
What bag do they have?
Can we just blame yesterday on the officials and injuries?
Okay.
Is that fair?
Works for me.
Yeah. Couldn't have been anything else.
I haven't asked you guys the same question I asked Matt Barrows. Straight up. We have a time machine. The only thing that changes yesterday is Brock Purdy's healthy. What's the final score? Who wins? I mean, honestly, I'm just curious as to what you think.
Well, I thought the Niners were going to win the game, so I'm going to stick with the Niners. I didn't like the way they defended, but the whole thing feels like everything changed after Purdy. Doesn't mean the defense let up, but just they were in different situations. I think the Niners would have the ball longer. I'll even say it this way, Dave. Actually, when the game was 7-7, so the Niners found a way to tie it, and I actually thought Philly was making a mistake. Like their very next drive that they ended up scoring on, the 3 penalties Jay just referred to, it took Philly like 7 minutes to score. I go, this is actually okay. Like if this game needs to be shrunk down, less possessions, and if the Niners could just be close, maybe they can find a miracle how to win this. The big one was they go to 14-7, and then the turnover right before they have to get it 21-7. Almost, it felt like it was over. So all the things that were happening that were going against the Niners, again, it felt like there was a little bit of a window still where they could have pulled it off. But had Purdy been there and they've been able to function like a normal offense, I mean, they basically ran every play and they still ran okay.
And the Eagles knew they were running every play.
It just dictated the whole thing. So I would have stuck with, I think the Niners would have found a way to win, but it feels hard to say that now when they just got absolutely worked.
I think the 49ers would have won on a field goal. It'd have been like 24-21, maybe even less than that.
I think the Eagles would have won.
Okay.
I do. I think it would have been close. I don't think the defense would have given up 31 because, let's be honest, 7 of that was off that Josh Johnson fumble. Plus, I also think the defense would not have been on the field as long as they were. That's something we discount as well. I think the Niners would have – that Eagles defense having to worry about, any pass at all might have helped the running game.
And the passing game.
And the passing game for sure. I'll tell you this much. I do think it's tough to – the Eagles are, at what point do we go? The Eagles are really, really impressive.
I was going to say the Eagles remind me of the 2019 Niners that made it to the Super Bowl all year. All you heard was, the Niners haven't played anybody. The Niners haven't played anybody. And it's like, no, they're really freaking good. And I feel like the Eagles kind of had the same vibe.
We're going to talk a lot more about Super Bowl, but I think the Eagles opened as a slight favorite. It's back.
It started even, then they went up 1.5, I think.
And I think the Eagles probably end up about, I'm guessing it'll probably be by the end of, I'll guess Eagles minus 2.5 by the time we kick the ball off. All right. News and notes right now.
No,
not
news and notes.
No, what I meant by right now is we're going to 10 a.m.
Yes.
And by right now, it would normally be right now.
Yeah.
But right now, we're going to do, God, my head's still not around that. Be
Let's
professional.
do the
Dave.
pick six.
Let's do the pick six right now, please.
Yeah.
All right. We didn't pick 3. We didn't pick 5.
No.
We picked 6.
6 categories.
Be all over the place.
I was going to say real quick, nice part about the Niners not throwing the ball, they didn't throw a pick six yesterday.
Did not.
That's good.
It's great.
Yeah.
They didn't throw a pick yesterday. Of all the things, if you'd have told me Josh Johnson was going to have extended minutes, I probably thought they would have thrown a pick 6. No, not at all. Clean for the quarterbacks for the Niners. Where are we starting, Jason?
We are starting with, actually, I wanted to look that up really fast. Did Brock Purdy? Yeah, I mean, he can always say, I was perfect in the NFC Championship game. 4 for 4.
4 for 4.
Okay.
Didn't miss a pass.
He did not.
No.
We're starting with the question that we asked first was, will a kicker miss a PAT? And if so, who? Dave, you said no. I said yes in Harrison Butker. Jay also said yes in Harrison Butker. Dave, you were correct.
I was.
No missed PATs.
Yeah, no missed PATs.
All PATs
no
were
miss,
made.
no misses. None of it.
Most passing yards on Sunday's championship weekend. Dave, you said Burrow. I said Burrow. Jay said Mahomes. Mahomes is the correct answer.
Well done.
Patty Mahomes.
Patty Mahomes.
Ask the question, who would score the most touchdowns? Dave, you said Kelsey. I, too, said Kelsey. Jay said Christian McCaffrey. The correct answer was Sanders scored 2 for the
Miles
Eagles.
Sanders.
We were only one off.
Who'd have thunk it? He had double the touchdowns.
Yes, Kelsey did 1. McCaffrey had 1.
By the way, the Kelsey Bowl. First time brothers will ever face off in a Super Bowl.
Who are the parents rooting for? Because both have a ring.
Can we agree on this? It's also
They probably hope both try hard and do their best.
This is the only time in sports that it is okay to wear a split jersey, split hat.
For the parents.
Yeah, for the parents. Yeah, if the parents show up with split jersey, split hats, how
they
can
went and had that made, and you're like, okay.
How can I fault them?
Yeah.
You know,
Curry's do it.
Who's the older brother? Isn't it Jason Kelsey? He's older than Travis.
I think so.
I think so. Then I if I'm the parents and they both have a ring, I'm rooting for the older one.
Okay.
Because you assume he has less time.
Oh.
Yeah.
Dyson
on this earth.
Yes. Yes, exactly.
Next one we asked. Wow. Who would be the most penalized team? Dave, you said Chiefs. I said Bengals. Jay said Eagles. So we had 3 of the 4 teams. We got it wrong. It was the 49ers.
Yeah.
That was a stunner. I mean, they lost all sorts of composure.
They fell apart.
They did.
I get it.
We also asked then the 5th of our pick 6, the score of the Kansas City-Cincinnati game. Dave, you said 28-17 Chiefs. I said 31-30 Chiefs. Jay said 30-27 Cincinnati. And it was 23-20 Kansas City.
I think that's a Jason Ross victory right
Guess
there.
so, close. But
imagine picking the. By the way,
I was feeling really good about that though.
By
at
the way,
one point,
I thought the Bengals were going to win in the 4th. They had the ball.
Yeah, it was just too close.
And that, by the way, that intentional grounding, garbage calls. As much as P. Ryan was there.
Yeah,
it's just really in that situation. You're calling grounding, obvious, and you're doing so much to protect the quarterback. He's obviously not, and he could have thrown it. It's dumb.
Yeah,
I think it was good.
The last one was the score and winner of the 49ers-Eagles game.
Yes.
I said 23-17 San Francisco. Jay said 20-16 San Francisco. And we all thought you were doing Jedi mind tricks.
Yeah.
You said 35-13 Eagles. Amazingly close.
When reverse
jinx the Niners.
When reverse jinxing goes bad. Yeah. Oh, I
get that one, Dave. Good job.
Yeah, it feels
good one.
Feels great,
baby.
Yeah, I feel great about that. Did we happen to do a 3 in the key?
We did.
Well, I think we did.
Yep. All right. So wow, good transition.
Yeah, you like that? Well, he's a DJ.
He is. It's his DNA.
It's like at a wedding.
Sabonis' stat line. DeMontis is coming off his non-double-double. He lost that streak. So we asked that, Dave. You said 19 points, 14 boards, 8 assists. I said 18 points, 12 boards, 6 assists. And Jay said a triple dub, 22, 14, and 10. He went for 23, 10, and 5. Man.
Yeah, that's tough.
I think we're all close there. Let's get down to the numbers there.
Yeah, I said let's go with a 3-way tie.
Okay.
Sure.
King's largest lead. Oof. Dave, you said 15. I said 11. Jay, you said 14. It was just 3.
Yeah, Jason, good job, Jason. You won that one. Great. Jason won us nothing.
He jinxed the Kings.
He jinxed the Kings.
By saying they'd lead by 11. It was way off. And then Kings bench points.
Yeah.
Dave, you said 39. I said 27. Jay said 23. Close between Jay and I. It was 26.
Yeah.
Just one off there. Needed more bench points, though.
We asked this
Need more
question.
bench minutes.
Yeah. Need more from the bench.
I want to just real quick go back to Tony Romo to finish off this segment.
Yeah. Why so critical of Tony Romo?
Well, here's an article from WEEI, the big radio station back east. It said when Romo started the booth, he coupled his excitement with clairvoyance. There was a lot of yelling, but there was also insight. Now we get calls like, oh my gosh, wow, huge play. After Joe Burrow threw a huge interception midway through the fourth quarter, Romo said the following, quote, game-changing, game-saving season. Everything is on the line. You need people to do stuff. Here's the
It's funny out of context.
It is out of context. But, Jason, we've talked about this a lot. Tony Romo retired from being a quarterback and went straight in the booth. For the first year or two, he had scouted all these teams. He knew the personnel. He had played with these guys. Slowly but surely, plays change. They evolve. I don't think Tony Romo's personality has changed at all. I don't think the things he says has changed at all, other than he's not as good at predicting plays anymore because he hasn't played. I think he's the same guy.
Yeah, I think here would be my criticism of Romo. I would say the Chiefs, Patriots, AFC Championship game, I don't know how many years ago that is, maybe 4 years ago, was a masterclass. He was amazing.
Yes.
He was amazing. Like, I've watched football 100 years, felt like he's teaching me something, and I'm entertained. He was calling. Basically, he's like, look the way they're covering Gronk. Brady's got to throw over here.
Yeah.
Now they're not. This play's got to go to Gronk, and everything he said was right on, and that's exactly what Brady did. It was amazing. Now I feel like he, just knows less about even just like simple rules of the game.
Sure.
And he's been getting exposed a little bit more than he has in the past.
Tony Romo exposed. More on that later. Let's hear from Mike Brown post-game after Saturday's loss. We'll get into the Kings and a possible target for them at the trade deadline. You know who I'm talking about, probably. We'll do that next.
Sactown Sports goes 100% live and local.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Tune into Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. Followed by the return of Deuce and Mo.
Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Followed by Cattles and Rami from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You wanted more local? We're giving you more local on Sactown Sports. Your local sports leader.
For your everyday vehicle. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP oil filter for only $26.99. Do the complete job for the right price. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find. Happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I'm asking about Prevnar 20 because there's a chance pneumococcal pneumonia could put me in the hospital. Age 65 or older, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just 1 dose. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most commonly reported side effect was pain at the injection site. For additional common side effects and full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I want to be able to keep my plans.
So I'm asking my doctor about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
Progressive presents Adjusting to the Suburbs.
I never thought I'd care about gardening until I bought a house in the suburbs. But now I find myself in conversations about liquid fertilizer, and I wonder, am I the fertilizer guy now? No way. Everyone knows the ratio between phosphorus and nitrogen, right? Yeah, I'm still totally cool.
Anyway, when you save with Progressive by bundling your home and auto, that's the easy part of adjusting to the suburbs. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, coverage provided and serviced by affiliates and third-party insurers.
Chris, this needs to go to Parkville by 3.
Joy to the holiday packages that keep coming at Jimenez Couriers.
It's coming your way, but the drop-off location is changing.
She needs delivery drivers with the gift of punctuality.
Anyone looking to pick up some overtime? Anyone?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
American Energy wants to make sure you and your family are safe this winter with a $49 furnace tune-up. Plus, if you're ready for a new one, get half off with American Energy's 50% off furnace special. With 0% financing and payment plan options available, there's no reason to keep putting off making your home safe, warm, and comfy for you and your family this holiday. Call American Energy today at 916-520-9990 or visit AmericanEnergyAir.com. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable. 50% off furnace when you purchase a whole home HVAC system. Limited time only. Cannot be combined with other offers or specials.
KHTKAM HD1 Sacramento. KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
With your Sactown Sports headlines, I'm Jay Mars. Rough afternoon yesterday for the San Francisco 49ers in Philadelphia. Quarterback Brock Purdy was hurt on the first drive of the game. While he did come back later in the second half, he was not able to throw the ball, only completing 4 of 4 passes. And in the end, it is the Eagles heading to the Super Bowl.
Minshew takes a knee and this game's over. Under 40 seconds to play, and they will celebrate now in the streets of Philadelphia. And they were already out last night greasing the light poles and fixtures in the city. That's a tradition here in Philadelphia to keep them from climbing everything downtown.
The Eagles will meet the Kansas City Chiefs on Super Bowl Sunday. That is February 12th. The Kings also did not play well Saturday night in Minnesota.
Fox now going to fire a deep three that's blocked by Anthony Edwards. Grabbed by Sabonis, and that's it. Ball game is over. So Minnesota has now won 5 of the last 6. They have tightened the screws in the Western Conference. They're now 2 games over 500. Sacramento with back-to-back losses, now 27-21. The road record is now 11-10 with this defeat. And the Kings will regroup and hopefully find a way to be better in their execution against the same opponent on Monday evening.
That game starts tonight with coverage at 3:30, followed by tip-off at 5 o'clock right here on Sactown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone. When he's not on the microphone, he's playing a song. And when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone. And then boom,
with Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Shot clock at 6, game clock at 19. Anthony Edwards rocks, fires for 3, score the triple, and that will undoubtedly be a dagger.
Anthony Edwards is a butt. I hated that. I hated that shot.
Good basketball player.
He's a great basketball player. I actually really like his personality, too, if you've caught him off the court. But, God, that was a dagger. And it was such a hard shot. It was like a fall-away 3 and nothing but net. Perhaps the most entertaining part of the game, I am told. I have not heard this yet. But I see here, and Jay warned me about this, it's labeled G-Man impersonates Wolves PA announcer.
Oh, yes.
I'm actually fairly excited about this. You go around the league, and listen, there's some that are fine. You got the Lakers guy. 2
minutes.
And Detroit guy. Detroit. Whatever. Everybody has their own whatever. I personally think Scott Moak is the best. But
fabulous.
Am I biased? Maybe. Yeah. Maybe not. Here's Gary Gerald impersonating the Wolves PA.
17 from downtown as Fox hits the first free throw. My vocal cords hurt every time I hear the public address announcer here introduce a player checking into the lineup. You may have heard in the background, checking in for the Timberwolves, Jalen the Will. That's a terrible imitation.
No, it's not.
Now my vocal cords do hurt. Throw opportunity. Edwards has 18 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists. There are those vocal cords in the PA.
Austin Rivers, Nas Reed.
Love it.
That's fantastic. I mean, I guess, right? Do your thing. You had to do something. That's the I'm so glad we're playing that because there's been something all day that I have been since I got into the rundown this morning, last night, all day. There's something that happened over the weekend I want to talk about. There's something over the weekend. It's been that little brain worm you get sometimes where it's right on, and then playing the sound of our play-by-play voice, Gary Gerald, reminds me to publicly congratulate another play-by-play voice, long-time River Cats play-by-play voice, Johnny Toscow. He is now a part of the Oakland Athletics play-by-play team.
That's fantastic. This is great news.
20 years. Dare I say the G-man of the River Cats?
Yes,
because I don't believe they've known anyone other than.
I think they had someone at the very beginning. I think, and I'm already forgetting, but if not, I could be wrong. But Johnny's done it forever and done a great job.
He's fantastic. Yeah. He's an author. We got to get him on the show. And he now joins Vince Cotroneo and the great Ken Korak. So am I reading that right? Is Glenn Kuiper?
Oh, he's TV.
Is he TV? So didn't he switch back and forth sometimes?
Maybe sometimes. I know Ray Fosse, rest in peace,
used to do
some.
Yeah, okay.
But mainly I think it's Kuiper and Dallas Braden on TV.
On television. Yeah. Interesting. Good for Johnny.
Yes.
And that means I wonder, is it open season now for who's going to replace Johnny? Not that you can replace Johnny, but somebody's got to.
Yeah.
You ever do baseball play-by-play?
I have. Yeah.
Just saying. Sac State.
Yeah.
River Cat.
I did a couple River Cats games, and when the Giants, I did those both on TV, those exhibition River Cat Giant games. It was a lot of fun.
I always felt like, and I mean this only to outline how terribly untalented I am, that if I had to choose a play-by-play, it would be baseball.
I have found it to be, well, I haven't done as much of it. It's a little bit more difficult.
Really?
Well, not the actual play-by-play.
Right.
It's really now weaving in the storytelling, and that to me is being around a team for a year, or you've got to be in the day-to-day to get the stories, as opposed to, hey, filling in on a game. I've done some fill-ins and one-time games. That's harder to have the history behind it.
I think.
But the action is easier.
The action is easier.
Yeah, because there's not as much of it.
I could never, ever do hockey, baseball, or basketball now because it's,
it's not too fast. It's just you've got to make sure you're describing everything accurately.
I just want to do home run calls.
What would your home run call be?
Yahtzee.
Okay.
That's a Homer Simpson because the pitcher just said, don't. I would just.
Oh, you were ready for that.
Oh, yeah. I would just rip off all the Sports Center commercials. So anyways, congratulations,
yes.
Johnny. Well done. Mike Brown post game.
Mm-hmm.
He has an interesting question. It comes to it has to do with the defense of the Sacramento Kings.
Everybody we're playing is shooting in the 50s, and I know the shooting percentages and the scoring has gone up, but our offense is good, but we're going to have to generate some stops throughout the course of the game, especially at the beginning of the game, in order to give ourselves a chance. We're going to have to win some games, sometimes 110 to 102 or something like that. Everything that we've done when we won, it's been 135 to 128. That is not sustainable. That's fool's gold. Now, I'm not talking bad about our offense, because our offense, I like it, but that is fool's gold if we think as a team and organization that we're going to just beat teams by outscoring them. It's not going to happen, especially come playoff time. So somehow, some way, I have to find combinations of players that can score and that are willing to get stops for us, especially throughout the meat of the game, so guys just don't feel comfortable coming and playing and shooting like they did and shooting as 53% as a team for the game.
It's an incredible question.
Yeah.
And I think also, Jason, this is where guys like you and me can offer a little wide out perspective. Assuming the Kings are in the first of what we hope is a long and sustained playoff run, And the only long and sustained playoff run we have to compare it to ever is the early 2000s. Yeah. The bottom line is this: this is a good team that will probably make the playoffs. They will almost certainly be a first and at best second round exit as they sit right now. And by the way, it was the same thing for the other team.
Yeah.
Their point guard wasn't Jason Williams. It was Mike Bibby.
Right.
They had to get Doug Christie in there at the 2 spot. And by the way, who was the 2 before Doug? Why am I blanking?
Tariq Abdul-Wahid.
Well, it was Tariq Abdul-Wahid.
Well, and Nick Anderson.
Yeah. And I'm sure that on, the Rise guys and Grant and Co's back then, there were people saying, don't get rid of those guys.
Right.
It's scary to get rid of a core, but this is not a championship contender team.
Yeah.
Not as they said.
And that's why I think the way they're constructed now of the option the coach is talking about, I personally think we've seen, I wouldn't say enough. It doesn't mean they can't play KZ Okpala,
Sure.
but that is one of the more defensive-oriented guys. I just don't think there's a net win offensively.
I agree with
at all. So I think with the roster they have currently, if they don't do another move, you have to get more defense out of the starting 5.
Yes, you do.
I mean, Kevin Huerter, Fox, Sabonis, the group, Barnes, Murray, that group is really good offensively. That's what you do best. So you need more. You have to demand more out of them defensively. They're not the best defensive players in the league, but I think they could be better defensively. And if they get that, then this team will have their best chance, however far they can go.
I see Joe in the chat. And by the way, I've been a longtime fan of this too. Matisse Thybulle is a guy that fits and is a real option. I agree with that, but let me just point out here, Matisse Thybulle is averaging 2.5 points a game.
Right. And it was interesting the last time Philly was here, like Thybulle used to start, then he barely played the other day. So Philly's on a roll. They're not even using him, and he's closer to that. He's a really good defender.
Very good.
But I mean, you want two-way guys, and those are
right.
You find are special players in this league. So can you get more offense from Davion? I think so, because he's a gifted defensive player. That's one of the pieces. But I think it's fair to ask more of Huerter and Fox in the backcourt, and then certainly Barnes, Murray, and Sabonis in the front court.
I think the question is, though, you can ask, but you've had a training camp.
Mm-hmm.
You've had half a season. You know Mike Brown's preaching this over and over again. Is there just a point where you come to it and you say, okay, this is – we can improve around the edges.
Yeah.
But there's not much more they're going to get defensively out of these guys.
Yeah, probably. I think you can reach your peak, but I think some of the games we've seen, wow, that fourth quarter, they gave up 10 points to Memphis. Okay, so you did show it.
Sure.
I'm not expecting that in every quarter, but also then why the slippage? Can you minimize the – why don't you just give up 46 or 80 points in the paint or just some outlier type numbers? Rely on this great offense. Try to have some form of defense. And again, we're talking about a team that's 6 games above 500. They've done more good things than bad, but they do have flaws.
You and I have talked about this before. It's all fun and games in the regular season, and it has been more fun in the games. But once you get to the playoffs, you have to play defense.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't, you will get exposed very quickly.
Yeah.
It is more of a slowed down game. A little bit later on the show, if we have time. As a matter of fact, let's do this next. As we're not really taking a break. We're just going to pause real quick. Jason's going to give you a word on ACR Solar. I want to talk to you about a guy who is on the trading block and who seemingly is not going to command a high price in this day and age of 4 first-round picks. That may or may not be the guy for the Kings, and it's somebody they flirted with for a very long time. We'll take a quick break. ACR Solar with Jason, and then we are right back.
Check out the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa every week on Sactown Sports. Get the latest on equipment, area courses, people who play the great game, and plenty of good conversations about golf. It's the Golf to Go Hour every week with Frank LaRosa on Sactown Sports. Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Naturewood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality. And Safe Credit Union. Let us put you first.
Hey there, Jason Ross here to tell you about ACR Solar and ACR Home Services. Go to acrsolar.com to find out all the different things that they provide. For us, obviously, you hear it in the name in solar, but there's a lot of other home options for you, and we needed a brand new roof. We got the job done last summer, and it was fantastic. The results are perfect. That's what we need with the certainly the rainy season that we've been in, the last couple of storms that we had that were really pretty treacherous. for a lot of you out there, and not that they weren't for us, but we were safe, secure, curb appeal. All the things look better with the brand new roof. But for us, we needed the roof, and it had to be a job that needed to be done and done right. And ACR Solar did that for us. So we've got the peace of mind knowing we're safe and secure, no leaks, everything, we can handle all the elements, and it looks good. I mean, our house is going to be taken care of in the last roof we're going to have, right, for a long, long time. So if there's anything you might need from solar to home services, make sure you go to acrsolar.com.
Waking you up with the best in local sports.
They just make it interesting,
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross
on Sactown Sports.
18.5 points, just under 9 boards, 1.23s a game and a block in just over 30 minutes while shooting 38% from behind the arc. The Jazz and Hawks discussed a John Collins deal early in the season, according to many. Atlanta asked for Beasley and Vanderbilt. The Jazz countered by asking for a first in return. The Hawks declined. Talk stalled. John Collins' price is as low as it's ever been. And Jay and I were talking in the 6 o'clock, Jason, about the Trae Young factor, and it's much too small a sample size right now. But it certainly seems, we've heard the rumors about players maybe not enjoying the whole Trae Young experience. And he certainly does take up a lot of air in that franchise.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, I'm not here to put any words in Kevin Huerter's mouth. He's been nothing but complimentary about Trae Young, and he might take us to task for even suggesting that Trae Young's an issue. I don't know. But Kevin Huerter has really, his game has flourished here. That doesn't mean it's Trae Young's deal. But you also kind of have to wonder, too, sometimes these guys need new starts. If John Collins can be gotten without really taking a ton of weapons away from you, if that's something the Kings seriously need to look at as an answer.
Well, the always it's what is the loss? What are you giving up? I would be concerned about that. The other thing I've always thought about lately about John Collins, I would say, why are they so interested in trading him? They have had him on the block for 3 years now, 2.5 years. A good young talent. I mean, all the positives that we would say what John Collins could provide for the Kings, for the Jazz, for any team that's interested. I'm a little bothered the fact that they're very interested in trading him.
Well, let me get very specific, like we did with Jay, as far as trading for him. Which lineup do you think is better over the last 30 games of the year? Fox, Huerter, Barnes, Murray, Sabonis. Fox, Huerter, Murray, Collins, Sabonis.
The first one.
Please keep in mind, I have come full circle on Harrison Barnes. I think it's so devastatingly important to this team, not just what he does on the floor, but also just that vet savvy leadership. The team adores the guy. I think anybody who's ever been around him adores the guy, but I think there's something, I think Harrison Barnes's value also comes on nights like Saturday night when he's in the locker room and people are lit. You can't gauge just how much that would hurt, but I think that's probably what it would take to get a Collins. I think it would be a Barnes and change.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you get younger, you get a little more athletic. Are you better defensively? I don't know. Do you have Barnes has the games where we get a little frustrated. Man, Harrison had 8 points and 4 boards, 2 assists. But then he has those games where, man, he's a big reason why they win. He's such a steadying influence. Again, I love the locker room. I wouldn't personally do that one.
John Collins has been all over the place this year. He really has. This is a guy that averages for his career 15.5 and almost 8 boards. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I was looking at monthly numbers. I thought that was a little bit off. This is a guy that actually averages 16 points and a little over 8 boards for his career. You do get over a block a game with him.
Okay.
And I think that's significant. You do get a little bit of that. And then I also, it also finds me wondering too, and again, take Harrison Barnes out of the equation here. It made me kind of think on the other side too. This is an interesting thing to ponder. Is Keegan a better 3 or a 4?
Yeah.
I wonder how that's gonna and I feel like he might actually be a better. His game might be suited more as a 3, at least right now in his career.
Yeah. The other part too, isn't Collins signed like for 3 months? I mean, that's a good thing or a bad thing, but he's going to make, I think he's making like 20.
Yeah, he's locked up
25 million.
And you got to think of, I mean, they got to make a decision. Here's the other thing we don't know either. Again, this is hypothetical world, but this is something we talked about last week. Harrison Barnes is a free agent this summer.
Mm-hmm.
If you're Monty McNair and Atlanta calls and says, hey, we want, Harrison Barnes and Rashawn Holmes for John Collins. And remember the question we were talking about last week? You have to have some sort of a feel as to whether or not what you want to re-sign a guy for is the ballpark. Well, what if they're out of the ballpark? So the question I would ask you directly is, if you're Monty McNair and you, if in this hypothetical, you felt fairly confident that you were going to lose Barnes next year, is it worth disrupting possibly your chemistry this year and getting a pretty relevant piece, you would think, in John Collins? Or do you say, screw it, I don't care if we're going to lose him, I'll get something off the free agent pile, I'm not messing with the chemistry?
I think the first one is more interesting. If you know somehow now that you probably won't have any chance at Harrison Barnes, then I'd look at that.
And you look at it?
Yeah, that's when I would. But I just think, I don't know that they know that. I think they would be in very open communication with Harrison Barnes. And, internally, we don't know that. But they're 6 games above 500. They've done a lot of good things. I don't think you then say, we've got it all figured out. Me personally, I'm not the biggest. I don't think John Collins is an answer or the answer.
Well, remember, though, you were a big fan of that Karl Anthony Towns move. Rudy Gobert move.
Yeah.
Wait, no, you were the opposite.
Exactly.
That's right.
Yeah.
Real quick question. We got it to 3 in the key. What do the Kings need to do differently tonight?
I don't know if it's as simple. It seems simple, but really the 2 players that hurt them were Russell early and Edwards in the second half. Now, slow them down. How easy is that? I also think the Kings just didn't do like their normal offense. I think they're in a little bit of a rut here offensively for 2 games. I mean, the offense is number 1. They were held under 100 in the first game. I think they had 2 or 3 more quarters under 30 points in the game. That's just not like them. They had a huge second quarter. 3-point differential also was a big number. The Kings, I think, made 9 while Minnesota made 17. It's tough to win a game when you're outshot that drastically beyond the arc.
Just put duct tape around D'Angelo Russell. Just wrap him up, would you? Do something.
Exactly.
And shoot the ball the right way.
Right.
All right.
Shoot the ball the right way.
Shoot the ball the right way. 3 in the key right now. Brought to you by Jason Ross.
Yes. All right, here we go. You mentioned him. D'Angelo Russell, Dave. That's where we're going to start. He seems to be a Kings killer. So how many points does D'Angelo Russell have tonight?
27.
27. I'm going to go with 21. J. Mars?
They're going to hold him under 20 tonight. I'll go 19.
How about that?
I hope you're right.
I hope you're right, too. We're going back to points again and back to just the fourth quarter because that's where he's been shining. Fox, fourth quarter points. I go first on this one, and I am going to go with the number 11. J. Mars?
11.
16.
Dave?
I'll go 14. 14
Okay.
points for De'Aaron Fox.
Kings will be up 30. Doesn't play.
Wow. Yes.
All right, the last one, we're just going to do the old conventional score for the game, and who wins? J. Mars.
Kings got to come back and win tonight. Of course, they're going to do it with a high-octane offense because I don't see the defense super picking up tonight. I'll go 128-118 Kings.
The Kings have a better chance of winning tonight because the Timberwolves aren't coming off a back-to-back. We can't beat anyone who comes off a back-to-back. I think the Timberwolves are on the verge of a pretty big run here. I think they're a lot better than people think. I think they're going to sweep this thing. I'm going to go Timberwolves 125, Kings 120.
Okay, 125-120 Minnesota. And I'm going to go really close to your score too, Dave. 121-116 Sacramento.
Okay, we got a couple minutes here, so I want to throw this out here on your whole Timberwolves are going to go on a run thing.
Yeah.
If they do,
do
you feel that might be time to move off of Karl Anthony Towns? This is Anthony Edwards' team, and see what you can get for Cat.
I mean,
I would.
He's easier to trade than Gobert.
He is easier to trade than Gobert, and also he's probably open to new scenery. And also, they've got to make up that haul they gave up for Rudy Gobert. At long term, it just doesn't look like it's a mush. Or maybe it's a big man version of Fox and Halliburton. They're both great individual players, but together, I don't know. They haven't had enough time together to really figure that out. I don't think it'll happen this season, but off season, Towns out of there, I could see that happening.
I know you're Mr. Anti-Cat.
Well, not the second they added.
You hate Carl.
The second they added Rudy Gobert, I thought, whoa, this is a move you do to like. They think they have a championship caliber team.
Yeah,
I don't.
Yeah,
and to Jay's point, like in fairness, they haven't had enough games to really look at this. But how long do you wait? If you get through this season, then you go into next season and go, okay, let's try it again. I still don't think they have the makeup of a championship team. I think they have a good team, but not a championship team. That's why you make this move. So at some point, you got to move off of somebody. I think you can get a lot for Karl Anthony Towns and still keep your team kind of to its authentic self.
Do you think some of it, because Jason, we talked about this last Friday, especially with the Timberwolves, it's no coincidence that they have two years where they make the playoffs. In both years that this year so far, that they've kind of had some issues, in the year that they, traded Jimmy Butler, it's when they lose the dogs, so to speak, they all of a sudden regress. I really feel like Karl Anthony Towns is a super passive player, and I think
agree.
the team kind of takes on that mentality sometimes. And so it could be addition by subtraction in a lot of ways.
So if you are under that mindset for both of you, do you want to pay a non-dog $58 million in 2027?
I need to see Karl Anthony Towns outside of Minnesota. He just turned 27, and I think he is fantastic.
He is.
I think he is better than people. I think he's been buried there. You're talking about a guy who can average 25 and 10 a game, who I believe is the reigning 3-point champion, and he's a center who's going to get you a block or 2 blocks a game. He's incredibly efficient from the line. I think he's an amazing player. I agree with you on the passive.
Well, I was just going to say, I think he is, and it's not a apples to apples comparison. He's James Harden in this way. I think he's been pegged as a number 1 for a long time, but realistically he's a number 2.
I agree with you. And I think I think, for example, I think the Lakers are better with Karl Anthony Towns than they are Anthony Davis. I think that's the guy.
Because he plays?
Because he plays.
But 33 million, 36 million, 50 million,
54
54 million, 58. Is he closer to Cousins?
Probably.
Which was really good.
Just really
good. And he
good.
is really good. I just don't think of him as a championship caliber center. That's me.
Quick break here. Let's take an early look at the Super Bowl matchups. Who's favored and who's favored for MVP as well? We'll do that next.
The only place you'll find Kevin Herter is Sactown Sports.
Herter's open, steps into 3. He's got the triple.
Hey, Sacramento, it's Kevin Herter, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
ATM Mortgage.
When times get tough, you need a lender that gets even tougher. Hi, Jeff Tarbell with ATM Mortgage. We can still show you an affordable path to home ownership, and all you have to do is call 916-338-9400. That's 338-9400, or online at atmmortgage.net.
ATM Mortgage.
License under California CFL and MLS 223-4889.
The world has changed a lot these last few years. You can do pretty much anything from your home, including order your new Honda from Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Check out our great selection at StocktonHonda.com or come in today and get pre-approved all in the blink of an eye. Stockton Honda makes buying a car simple and stress-free.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
I'm always on the lookout for a great cheeseburger at the Turn, and the best I've found is served at San Francisco's famed Olympic Club. Hot Dog Bill's makes theirs from Bill Parrish's original 1950 family recipe, and their tasty treats are served on a hot dog bun. Before they were invited to set up shop on the course, Bill and his wife Billy served their burgers from a trailer on the other side of Lake Merced. During the golf round, Olympic Club members would send their caddies over to pick up the mouth-watering delights. Parrish's daughter, Candy, now runs the original Hot Dog Bills in 2 locations, on the driving range and on the course. That's a great excuse for 2 burgers in one day. Candy says the signature hot dog bun for the burgers and dogs was initially a cost savings measure for Bill. If you're bummed not wrapping your mouth around a Bill's burger because Olympic is a private club, you're in luck because Candy's brother serves up the same taste treats at Napa's Silverado Resort. Trust me on this one. Have it with everything. You won't even care if it comes with double bogeys. That's your golf to go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Is your tub worn out, but you're not sure who to trust to replace it? With over 2 million successful bath remodels, people trust Bath Fitter because we know how to do it right. We've been custom designing and manufacturing baths for over 35 years. Our unique tub-over-tub installation takes as little as a day with no demo to fit your busy schedule. And we offer a lifetime warranty on every tub. That's how confident we are in our quality and durability. Bath Fitter, it just fits. Visit bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
Need new tires? The experts at Tire Rack have been crushing it for over 40 years. Go to TireRack.com/Colin. Tell them what you drive. Try their easy-to-use tire decision guide. They'll show you the right tires for how, what, and where you drive. They've got the full line of Kumho tires, test results, tire ratings, and consumer reviews. Also, fast free shipping, free road hazard protection. That's TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be. You love spending all that time in grocery store checkout lines? Yeah, I didn't think so. Get HelloFresh's chef-created recipes delivered right to your door instead. You can skip a trip to the grocery store and spend more time doing the things you love. HelloFresh now has 40 weekly recipes to choose from. 40. More choices than ever before. Say goodbye to your recipe rut and hello to seasonal recipes packed with farm-fresh, pre-portioned ingredients. Make getting dinner on the table easy and enjoyable. From fit and wholesome to family-friendly, quick and easy. HelloFresh has dishes for your lifestyle and meal preference. Options to please even the pickiest eaters. Listen, it doesn't hurt that HelloFresh is cheaper than grocery shopping and restaurant takeout. It's America's #1 meal kit. Sign up today. 65% off. Yeah, plus free shipping. How? With the code HERD65. Go to HelloFresh.com/HERD65. The code is HERD65 at HelloFresh.com.
Jiffy Lube's Country in the Park, Northern California's biggest country music festival of the year, is back May 5th and 6th at Cal Expo, starring Lady A, Chris Young, Brett Eldridge, and so many more. Plus, a Boots Boot and Line Dance Saloon, interactive lounges, and Sacramento's best food trucks. Weekend passes start at just $85. Tickets are on sale now at SactownSports.com. Country in the Park, brought to you by Coors Light, Public Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center, and the United States Marines.
Sactown Sports
Headlines. With your Sactown Sports headlines, I'm Jay Mars. Rough afternoon yesterday for the San Francisco 49ers in Philadelphia as quarterback Brock Purdy got injured on the first series. He did come back in the second half, but was limited due to the injury. And in the end, it was the Philadelphia Eagles heading to Super Bowl 57.
Minshew takes a knee, and this game's over. Under 40 seconds to play, and they will celebrate now in the streets of Philadelphia. And they were already out last night greasing the light poles and fixtures in the city. That's a tradition here in Philadelphia to keep them from climbing everything downtown.
The Eagles will take on the Chiefs on February 12th. It was also a rough night for the Sacramento Kings Saturday night as they could not get anything going against the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Fox now going to fire a deep three that's blocked by Anthony Edwards. Grabbed by Sabonis, and that's it. Ball game is over. So Minnesota has now won 5 of the last 6. They have tightened the screws in the Western Conference. They're now 2 games over 500. Sacramento with back-to-back losses, now 27-21. The road record is now 11-10 with this defeat. And the Kings will regroup and hopefully find a way to be better in their execution against the same opponent on Monday evening.
Coverage of that game begins tonight at 3:30 with game night tip-off at 5 right here on Sactown Sports.
Waking you up with the best in local sports.
They just make it interesting, you know?
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross
on Sactown Sports.
Hey, ask and you shall receive. Our executive producer, Jason Ross, pulled a couple strings. And brand new Oakland Athletics announcer, Johnny Daska, is going to join us.
Correct. Tomorrow.
9:15er. So stay tuned.
Look forward to that.
Mean text of the day came through, by the way, on that. Did you see it?
No, on the text line?
Congrats to Johnny on moving to the A's. That's got to be quite the pay cut.
Ouch.
That's well done. I'm sorry. That's excellent. Also, at grocery outlet, you can get big cans of Sprite with the A's logo on them for 50 cents.
I was like, wait,
where are you going with this?
Honestly, I perked up. Like, there's a deal. There's one on the way home.
There's a sale at Penny's.
There's a sale at Penny's. That's a great poll. Couple of notes for you as we get into the Super Bowl, Jason, and it is super. And now we will. It is. I thought of this over the weekend, or I thought about this. Super Bowl is sports Thanksgiving, isn't it?
Yes.
Isn't it though?
Yeah.
Like it's food.
Yeah. It's so big. It's so massive. It's about the food. It's about the get together. I mean, sadly, sometimes I'm sure you've been to this Super Bowl party or one like this where it's shh, the commercials are on. I'm like,
yeah.
Wait,
yes.
As like longtime sports fan, like I'll enjoy the commercials. I'm there for that entertainment too, the halftime, and to like the room to get quiet when it's actually the commercial is kind of funny.
Yeah, and then everyone's talking during. I don't like those parties.
Right, I don't either.
Or I'm okay with those parties, but you like anytime we're usually at the game.
Yeah,
I kind of don't know what I'm going to do this year yet. I was just thinking about that. I don't know what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
But anytime I've ever thrown a Super Bowl party, few and far between in this business, but when I have, I always have 2 viewing rooms. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's important if you're going to take on that responsibility and have people over, you've got to have the serious room.
Yeah.
And you've got to have the let's watch the commercials and laugh and make fun of people room.
And either room has to be able to get to the food because everybody's also there for that. But it's like serious room wants to bring the food back to the game. And why'd they run that play on 3rd down? And the other one's like, that was a funny Doritos commercial.
Exactly. And then both are okay. It's a spectacle. Sure. It's fine. Nobody's fanning wrong or watching wrong. You view how you want. Generally, I mean, not to be stereotypical, but it would. My wife is a big sports fan, but it would be my wife and a bunch of her friends and stuff in the silly room, and the guy, a bunch of us, and they're going back and forth. You got the food right in the middle.
Right.
I would like to announce an assignment for all of us, and I know Chris is in the other room too. I'd love to get his participation just for funsies. Between now and the Super Bowl, I would like a recipe from each of you that we put out. I'm always really. This time of year, I'm always really interested.
Can I just copy one of the Pioneer Woman's?
You can. But
isn't the recipe a snack? Like the Super Bowl is a snack. I mean, well, you can have main food, but it feels like everybody brings over what would be equivalent of a side dish.
Listen, we all know this. If you're chips and salsa guy, that's fine.
Well, that's really a snack.
Go to the extra effort and go to Chevy's or something and get a thing of salt. Don't just grab, Tostitos.
Store-bought. Okay.
But I'm talking about generally everyone has. Sean Thomas has a recipe I use to this day where he cuts up hot dogs in thirds, wraps them in bacon, puts a toothpick on them, fills a banquet dish, pours brown sugar over the top, a whole bag of it, and then cooks them, and they turn into this gooey, ooey, maple, wonderful thing of nitrates. It's not good for you, but who cares?
But it's the Super Bowl.
I feel like everybody has that recipe.
Yeah.
Maybe they don't. If you guys do, I'd love to hear it. And also, I'd love to get some from the audience as well. Here's some numbers for you. How about, especially for Niner fans out there, how about the odds to win the 2024 Super Bowl?
Okay.
As of right now, the favorites, the Kansas City Chiefs, followed by the Bills, the Niners, the Eagles, and the Bengals.
So the Eagles are 4th right now on that list, yet they're favored to win this Super Bowl right now.
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct. Just in case you're wondering, that's plus 550 for the Chiefs. The higher you go, the less of a favorite you are. Plus 650 for the Bills, 700 for the Niners, 800 for the Eagles, 900 for the Bengals, and then plus 1,400 for the Cowboys, plus 2,200 for the Chargers, and plus 2,500. This is interesting to me, because I've seen this in a couple of other places. Plus 2,500 for the Jets.
Wow.
That tells me there are rumors that they're going to be looking at Aaron Rodgers this year.
Do you see, do you have the all 32?
I don't. I just have followed by the Dolphins and Jaguars, both at plus.
I didn't know if you just saw the list and just say, like, because a lot of times if you're doing a future like that, like you want to find the gem and you go, hey, they're kind of undervalued. I'm going to win a ton of money if I bet on them to win the Super Bowl. I don't know who that team would be. I just wonder what the value play
honestly,
is.
At this point, it's probably the Eagles.
Yeah, because last year at this point, I mean, the Eagles, wouldn't have been thought of as highly as they are now.
Yes. No,
I'm sure
not
the
at
Rams
all.
were the favorite. You go off of last year. Niners probably were up there. Bengals, Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
And here are the Eagles.
Although I do have to give a mini shout out here. I believe it was September 8th. It might have been August 8th. I think it was just before the season started or the week the season started. There's a person we know that predicted the Super Bowl matchup this year, and his prediction was Chiefs and Eagles. And he used to sit in Jay's seat right over there. Kyle Madsen.
Really?
Yeah, he showed the receipts yesterday on his tweet. He had Eagles and Chiefs in this year's Super Bowl, and he had the Chiefs winning, by the way, as well.
He still could be right.
Favorites to score the first touchdown in the Super Bowl. You want to take a guess? Eagles, Chiefs. Who's the favorite to score? I'm talking about the individual player.
Travis Kelce.
Travis Kelce, number 1, plus 650. Next, it's on the Eagles.
Jalen
Hurts, plus 800. Third, Eagles.
Miles Sanders.
I would have said A.J. Brown. Miles Sanders, plus 800. Followed by Isaiah Pacheco, then A.J. Brown. Kenneth Gainwell. You want to put $100 down, you'll get $1,600.
Nice.
If he wins
you would
that.
Gainwell.
Let's see. We have what, 1 minute, or we got to go? Do I have a minute? 30 seconds. Okay, good. Charvarius Ward, this according to David Lombardi. Charvarius Ward, 2 catches for 16 yards. Deommodore Lenoir allowed nothing for nothing. They were fantastic yesterday. It's important to point out, versus an offense that featured A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. And speaking of Kyle Madsen, just to finish this out off of his Niners Wire article, when it comes to the Niners this year, they are going to have 3 compensatory picks in round 3, 1 in round 5, 1 in round 6, 1 in round 7. As far as the DeMeco Ryans pick we were wondering about, Matt Barrows talked about this, the 2 selections they'd receive with his hiring would be dispersed into 2024 and 2025. If he's not hired, they'll get another pick for the Ron Carthon hire as well in 2024. That's a lot of draft picks, and that's a lot of energy. John Lynch is going to have to expand scouting those picks. Maybe he needs to talk to American Energy, because right now they want to make sure, as always, you and your family are safe this winter. Check out the $49 furnace tune-up to ensure your system is running safely and efficiently. Plus, if you're ready for a new one, get half off with American Energy's 50% off furnace special. That's when you purchase a whole home HVAC system. Get that furnace. Get your furnace half off with 0% financing. Payment plans available. There's no reason. There's just no reason to keep putting off making your home safe, warm, and comfy for you and your family this holiday. Call American Energy today at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Or visit AmericanEnergyAir.com. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable. We'll pause for a minute. When we come back, news, notes, and celebrity birthdays. All coming up right after this.
Sactown Sports goes 100% live and local.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Tune into Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. Followed by the return of Deuce and Mo.
Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Followed by Cattles and Rami from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You wanted more local? We're giving you more local on Sactown Sports. Your local sports leader.
Guys, I'll never forget the first time I saw somebody get results at our clinic. He was an 81-year-old man who hadn't been intimate with his wife in over 8 years. Viagra had stopped working for him, and he was desperate for help. After several treatments, he walked into my office and told me he couldn't believe the results. Needless to say, this was a very happy man. This man made me a believer in what we do. He had taken pills for years, but he had never fixed the problem. When he came to us, we fixed the problem. Our treatment does what no pill can do. And right now, we're offering a free treatment just for coming in. That's right. You can try this treatment at no cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today.
With clinics in Sacramento and San Mateo, call 916-829-8273. That's 916-829-8273. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
You've got advanced prostate cancer, but you're not waiting around. You want straight talk, the facts about a Govix.
Orgovix Relagolix 120 milligram prescription tablets is a treatment for adults with advanced prostate cancer.
Fact. Orgovix is a different kind of androgen deprivation therapy treatment, a pill, not an injection. Orgovix may cause serious side effects, including a heart condition called QT prolongation. Tell your doctor right away if you feel dizzy, faint, have a racing or pounding heart, or chest pain. Orgovix can cause harm to an unborn baby or miscarriage. Use birth control during treatment and for 2 weeks after Orgovix treatment. The most common side effects include hot flushes, increased blood sugar and blood fat levels, muscle and joint pain, decreased blood hemoglobin levels, increased liver enzymes, tiredness, constipation, and diarrhea. Other side effects include weight gain, decreased sex drive, and erectile function problems. Orgovix may cause infertility. Talk to your doctor if infertility is a concern for you.
Go with Orgovix. Ask your doctor. For more facts, visit gowiththefacts.com.
NBA fans, it's time to bring the hoops action to the palm of your hand with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. This week, new customers can bet $5 and win $200 in free bets instantly. Download the app now and sign up with code FSR. New customers can bet $5 on the NBA and get $200 in free bets instantly. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA, with code FSR. 21 and over in most eligible states, but age varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario and Ohio. Bonus issued as free bets. Opt-in required. Eligibility, wagering, and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/basketball terms. See draftkings.com/sportsbook for details and state-specific responsible gambling resources. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-426-2537. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
It's time for the news of the day.
The latest headlines, the biggest stories, hard-hitting analysis.
Yeah, this is none of those things.
And now,
here's Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross.
Good morning, everybody. Don't forget, Jason will be taking you all the way to 11, handing the baton off to
Beamton.
Deuce and Mo. 10 at 10 coming up in just a few minutes. What was the biggest first half mistake? I don't want to give away anything. I'm not even going to say what game it's from. No. Some King stuff in here. Oh, I love this. Can I give away one? Because I'm going to think about this. One word to describe the NFC Championship game.
Do you have a word?
Well, the first 7 I've come up with are not SEC legal.
Okay.
No, I'm just thinking of wearing a lunch meat sleeping bag and diving into a piranha aquarium, one of those things, I have good news for you.
Yeah?
This is from the University of California, Berkeley. A fresh 3 inches of snow over the last day takes the season total to 360 inches, 30 feet of snow.
Okay.
For reference, we average 30 feet of snowfall per year, and we've made it to that mark with at least a couple 3 months left. Just need the storm window to stay open a little bit. I'm sure it's not going to be as crazy as it has been. But hey, how about that? Much like we're following the Kings to see how quick it will take them to get to, the win total they had last year. Look at that. We're already there.
Yeah,
we're already there.
Yeah, we just can't have months without rain. Just sprinkle it in. Huh?
Drought's over. Not really. Christina Warner would yell at me if I said that. Quick movie review, by the way. Watched Black Adam with the kids last night.
Okay, thoughts?
With The Rock and all that.
Yeah.
It was more entertaining than I thought. One of those movies that I had really low expectations for. I'm a Marvel guy, not really. I don't read.
I like The Rock.
Books, but yeah, I like The Rock. But I've the Marvel movies have always been better to me. I've enjoyed them more, anyways. I watched it. It was more entertaining than I thought it would be. Also, I felt like I was reading the 3rd book in a 5-book series. Like they were referencing Shazam and a bunch of other stuff, and I don't understand. I didn't watch Shazam, but apparently Shazam got really good reviews. Apparently Shazam was better than most people thought.
You watch Kazam?
I did not watch Kazam either.
You missed out on a good movie.
Where can we get to, like, if we're gonna reboot everything, can we reboot like Voltron, like a live action Voltron? Can we get some live action Thundercats? Can we get, what about what was the, oh god, it was I thought it was a Japanese show. It was live action that played over here when you and I were kids. not Iron Man. He did this like thing. I know it looks like I'm making an obscene gesture. Oh God, it played after Speed Racer, man. I was so young, I barely remember. It wasn't Iron Man, but it was something Man. Can we reboot?
He-Man.
Nah, He-Man already got plenty of reboots. I'm good on that. The Dolph Lundgren He-Man.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know what show you're talking about.
Someone on the chat line, please God help me out.
Where's Paul when you need him?
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, come on, not Iron. It's something Man, Silverman, something. I don't know. It's too old. Ultraman. Thank you. The 209 helped me out on the. Hey, who says bad things about the 209?
I don't know of anybody.
I don't know of anybody either. Ultraman. Yes, thank you very much. It's so good, they should 100% reboot it. What day is it today? Today is National Croissant Day.
Good.
Hey,
croissant.
I will tell you this. My opinion about croissants, you know I love food, right? You know what I think about croissants? Trash.
I thought you were going to say flaky.
They're just trash. What do you do with a croissant? The only good croissant,
bread?
The only croissant I've ever had that I like is a croissant sandwich from Burger King, where it's the bun. Just a croissant.
I don't like a plain croissant, but I like the like cheese and ham filled ones that are hot.
If it's filled enough, I will say this: croissant is the turkey of the bread world. Like you have to add stuff to it and cover. If you know, I'm not just gonna be like,
a plain croissant's okay, as long as it's warm and
warm's better than cold.
Yeah.
I don't know. Have you ever tried to make? I don't know. I don't feel like I can make a croissant.
I'm not interested in making them, just eating them.
Today is National Bubble Wrap Day. I will simply ask the both of you this: are you bubble wrap poppers?
Of course.
Yes.
Okay. I didn't know. I thought
that's offensive.
I don't know how you can't be, and there's some I guess that aren't, but like, I always will.
What if you get like, do you ever get an Amazon package or something, and they have it's not bubble wrap, but it's like the big air-filled pockets?
Oh yeah.
I popped out. My dogs hate that, but man, oh man. Do I love popping that stuff? Please don't isolate that.
No.
Celebrity birthdays, Jason
Celebrity
Ross.
birthdays. Happy birthday on this January 30th to these fine folks. How about we wish a happy birthday to Christian Bale? How old is Christian Bale today?
Christian Bale it's a big birthday for him. He is 50.
52.
He is 49.
Wow.
Happy birthday to
some guys defending almond croissants. Get out of here.
I'm going to be way there with
really?
him. Yeah, I mean, croissants are good.
If there's an English muffin, a croissant, and a biscuit at the table, and you've got butter, jam, preserves, whatever.
Okay. Your question, in fairness, I'll answer it. English muffin first.
Agreed.
Biscuit second.
Agreed.
Croissant third.
Agreed.
But I'm not mad at the croissant. I don't feel like I lost.
Nah.
Like if you took the other two and you and Jay took those two,
right.
I got the croissant, I'm like, I'm good.
Good luck eating it without your pants being filled with croissant flakes. All right, whose birthday was it?
Maybe I like that. What's up, croissant flakes?
You're getting changed. You're putting on your pajamas at the end of the day. You're just filled with croissant flakes.
Hey, something for later. Happy birthday to, I don't know what else he's in. I'm only going with that 70s show, Wilder Valderrama.
Is it Wilder?
Is his name?
Wilmer.
Oh, I wrote Wilmer. I said Wilder. Wilder. Wilmer.
There was
Valderrama.
I had to think I was like, wow, if I've been saying it wrong.
Is the only other thing he dated Lindsay Lohan?
Yeah,
right?
Did he?
I think so.
Did not know.
Yeah.
Did Wilder?
Wilder.
Wilder. Did, yes.
His grandfather was Gene. He used to a lot of great things.
I like it.
Let's see. Wilmer Valderrama is 43.
40 flat.
40 flat. He is 43.
You're cheating again.
How am I'm cheating?
You're
on
Googling them.
I'm not Googling anything.
Liar.
I have never once cheated at this game, and I'll have you know, because I always get my butt kicked at it, on the occasion where I do see a birthday, I disclose.
No, you do not.
I've disclosed twice.
Who?
I forget.
Wilder
Valderrama.
Okay, happy birthday. This is a two-parter to Phil Collins.
Oh.
The second part is best Phil Collins song.
Go ahead.
Susudio.
I guarantee you, it won't. Mine won't be the one. You won't take it.
Is it a B-side?
No,
of course.
It's not a B-side. I'm not. Of course, I'm not that guy.
Oh, you have deep Phil Collins knowledge, and you just refuse to disclose.
I really don't, but I will tell you the duet he does with, I don't even remember her name, called "Separate Lives" gets me every. I love
Madonna.
that song. No, it's not Madonna. It's like Rando.
Cher.
It's not even. No, it's Rando. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, and I don't even think it was from an album. I want to say it was like from a ballet movie or something. It's a great. Oh man, there's a great.
Phil Collins is 74.
Phil Collins has a lot of really cool.
Marilyn Martin.
Yeah. I mean, I'm no offense to Marilyn Martin. I'm just saying, not a household name.
Jay said 74. What do you say?
I'm going to say Phil Collins is 73.
72.
Happy
birthday to Jody Watley.
You do that to me all the time.
Jody Watley.
Jody, what was her? Oh, why am I blanking? What was her big hit? No, that's Paul Abdul.
Same thing.
Come on.
Jody Watley's 52.
No, Jody Watley is in her early 60s, as a matter of fact. She is, let's call it 61.
She is 64 today.
Yeah.
Happy birthday to the guy that thought the Kings should have the league look into malpractice about the trade. Jalen Rose, not Jacoby, but Jalen Rose.
I was thinking Ralph Nader.
Same thing.
Jalen Rose. Jalen Rose is 50.
53.
Jalen Rose is 50.
Oh, nail it.
I refuse to believe he's not cheating.
Happy,
because you're doing too good.
I'm looking up Jody Watley right now.
Happy birthday to Gene Hackman.
Hackman?
Oh God, he's. I know
I'm sorry,
this.
Gene Hackman is still with us?
Yeah, I've had thoughts.
Really?
I know this.
Yes.
He's so old that I've had thoughts before, like, we're going to lose Gene Hackman soon. I know I've had that, so shut up, Chris.
There's no way he's alive.
No, he's 100% alive, at least as of yesterday. Gene Hackman is like 84.
Gene Hackman is 94.
Gene Hackman is 93.
Wow.
Yeah. Happy birthday to Michael Thompson.
Clay's dad?
Clay's dad. Known as Clay's dad. Former Laker.
Former number one overall pick.
Clay Thompson. Michael Thompson is 70,
champion.
74.
64.
68. Is ready?
I win.
No, you didn't.
Happy birthday to Tom Izzo.
To the Tom Izzo.
Shizzo, yes. Tom Izzo. Tom Izzo, 71.
69.
68. Born on the same exact day as Michael Thompson.
Really? No kidding.
New
love,
baby.
Last one, Davey Johnson, former baseball manager, Mets, Nationals.
Davey Johnson is 80.
Davey Johnson is still with us.
Thank you.
85.
He is 80. Dave, you were on it today. It also would have been Payne Stewart's birthday.
Oh.
R.I.P. Payne Stewart.
Payne Stewart would have been 60.
62.
66.
Okay, so you got one.
Oh, you go.
All right.
There was a lot behind that.
For Jason, I am Dave. I'll be back tomorrow at 6 a.m.
Don't
Stay
forget
tuned.
Matt and Frankie.
And Matt and Frankie. And Chris Roulette had a laugh in there. I'll be back tomorrow at 6. Jason's Top 10 at 10 right after this.
The only place you'll find De'Aaron Fox is Sactown Sports.
Spins away from the defender. In the paint. Soft floater. That's a great play by De'Aaron Fox.
Hey, Sacramento. It's De'Aaron Fox, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
For your everyday vehicle. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP oil filter for only $26.99. Do the complete job for the right price. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Individual rates, coverage offerings, and savings may vary. Subject to terms and conditions. Not available in all areas. Actual Pi customer.
The other workers' comp insurance company, they were going to reclassify our business, and then they were going to charge me $50,000.
Meet Natalie, owner of the carpentry shop. Shocked by an unexpected bill, she knew it was time to switch her workers' comp provider. That's when she found Pi Insurance.
When we got the quote back from Pi, it was a sigh of relief. They put us in a policy where we fit.
Is your small business overpaying for workers' comp insurance? See how much you could save at trypi.com. Plus, when you sign up for pay-as-you-go billing, your premium is based on your actual payroll, not an estimate. So your workers' comp audit experience is simplified.
I'm grateful that there's a company out there that's willing to insure us little guys because every dollar counts.
With Pi Insurance, you get pricing and coverage made for small businesses. What are you waiting for? Ask your agent for Pi or get a quote in 3 minutes at trypi.com. That's TRYPIE.com.
How long does it take to tackle a home project?
With Angie, you could cross it off your list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need, indoor or outdoor, repair or redesign, and we handle the rest, sending a top pro to get it done. You don't have to lift a finger, except to tap the screen or click the mouse. Plus, Angie is free to use. So bring us your next home project, and we'll bring it home. Download the app or go to Angie.com. That's ANGI.com to get started.
The show is sponsored by BetterHelp. When you're at your best, you can do great things. Working with a therapist can help you get closer to the best version of yourself. BetterHelp is a great therapy option. It's flexible, affordable, and entirely online. Let therapy help empower you. Visit betterhelp.com/herd. Betterhelp.com/herd to get 10% off your first month. BetterHelp, HELP.com/herd.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit revivemenshealth.com.
People of the world, I am Chef Wes Andres, and I'm here with an important message. I'm speaking to you from downtown Tucson. As tonight gets dark, people are going to go to their homes without electricity, without water, and very often without much food to eat. This winter is going to be brutal, not only for the people of Kherson, but for many, many Ukrainians all across Ukraine, but especially in the places that they've been recently liberated near the front lines. The people of Ukraine right now are fighting for freedom. We're here with a very simple ask. World Central Kitchen will be able to keep doing the work we've been doing over the last 8-9 months with your support, with your help together. I know we will not leave the people of Ukraine alone.
KHTK AM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your home for the Sacramento Kings.
It's Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
With your Sactown Sports headlines, I'm Jay Mars. It was a rough afternoon for the San Francisco 49ers in Philadelphia yesterday, as quarterback Brock Purdy was hurt on the first series. Purdy did come back and play in the second half, but it was in a very limited role as he was not able to throw the ball downfield. And in the end, it is the Eagles heading to Super Bowl 57.
Minshew takes a knee, and this game's over. Under 40 seconds to play, and they will celebrate now in the streets of Philadelphia. And they were already out last night greasing the light poles and fixtures in the city. That's a tradition here in Philadelphia to keep them from climbing everything downtown.
The Eagles and the Chiefs will meet on February 12th. No luck on Saturday for the Kings in Minnesota as they could not get anything going against the Timberwolves.
Fox now going to fire a deep three that's blocked by Anthony Edwards. Grabbed by Sabonis, and that's it. Ball game is over. So Minnesota has now won 5 of the last 6. They have tightened the screws in the Western Conference. They're now 2 games over 500. Sacramento with back-to-back losses, now 27-21. The road record is now 11-10 with this defeat. And the Kings will regroup and hopefully find a way to be better in their execution against the same opponent on Monday evening.
Coverage of that game tonight starts at 3:30 with game night, followed by tip-off at 5 p.m.
It's the 10 at 10
10 hotly debated topics
on Sactown Sports.
All right, we welcome into the final hour of the 5-hour extravaganza. Jason Ross, Carmichael Dave. Dave was here 6 through 10. I'm here 7 through 11. Deuce and Mo coming up in the final segment, a little crossover before they get their show started at 11. Then, of course, we have Cattles and Rami, Kings basketball today. Busy day here on Sactown Sports. But let's start out our final hour here with the 10 at 10.
Number 1.
The biggest first half mistake for the 49ers was?
Man, they had so many, Jay. I think about so many things that could have changed the complexion, whether it was late in the half in which they were being aggressive, which I get, and then the turnover by Johnson made that a 21-7 game, so on and so forth, penalties. But it has to be the play that injured Purdy. And I don't know, blocking scheme, Purdy holding the ball too long, though it didn't feel like he held it very long. That mistake, that miscue, feels like it left everything just up for grabs. It feels like a harder game to give analysis to because the Eagles absolutely dominated from that point on.
Yeah, no, for me, it was the Josh Johnson turnover. I felt, okay, the McCaffrey touchdown made it 7-7. Mm-hmm. Eagles come back. They have a really nice drive. I'm like, all right, 14-7 going in that. You can live with that given the fact that you've lost your third quarterback of the season. But then obviously right there, that to me completely killed the momentum for the 49ers. Going into the half down 2 touchdowns, I thought, before that, they had a chance. After that, I was like, no, this team has no chance at all.
And in hindsight, a lot of people are saying Shanahan should have challenged that play. I don't give him a lot of grief for that because live, we all saw it. We all saw the replays. He saw it seemed like a catch. But
the NFL could have challenged that as well, and they could have done that. I put that more on the NFL than I do on Kyle Shanahan.
There you go.
Number 2.
The Eagles and Bengals will meet in Super Bowl 57. What's your excitement level on a 1 to 10 scale?
All right, so I've said this. I don't really have an NFL team that I'm super, super passionate about. When we had the 4 left, I wanted the 49ers. I think, I know a lot of people that love the Niners, you included, Dave. I mean, I have plenty of friends and family members that like the Niners. It's local content. I want the local team. So now that they're out, I'm also not one of those like, oh, I'm not going to watch the Super Bowl. Of course you are. I mean, you're still going to watch the Super Bowl. It's such a landmark event. So on a scale of 1 to 10, I think it actually looks like a pretty good layout. I hope Mahomes is healthy enough to go. I think he will. Kelsey, get him right, and you get the two number one teams. So ramp up. I'll probably be about a 7 or 8 when we get there. I mean, for not having favorite teams involved, I'm pretty into it.
So last year's Super Bowl, just for context, I was at a 2, like the Bengals, and then obviously the Rams. There's just like
I was there for the halftime last year.
Yeah, the halftime was the best part of the game, in my opinion. But for this one, I'm going to give it a 6. Basically, look, as upset as I am that the 49ers are not in the Super Bowl, from just a pure football matchup, you have the number 1 seed in the NFC taking on the number 1 seed in the AFC. You can't really ask for much more than that, can you?
Do you care who wins?
I don't care who wins.
Well, you have a rooting interest, though, when the game goes.
I will be rooting for the Chiefs just because the Eagles beat the Niners, and I can't stand their fan base.
There you go. That's reason enough.
Number 3.
In a word, describe the NFC Championship game. Man, that's your word?
There's a lot of different ways. I'm going to go with incomplete. And this feels so unfair to the Eagles because the Eagles won. They deserve to win. They don't have to apologize for any of the stuff that happened. But it makes it really hard to analyze the game. As the game went along, I thought the Niners got more frustrated. I thought they took cheap shots. I thought they looked Bush League, to be honest, which I would have never, ever said about this team. So that all stems, though, from losing your quarterback and really being your third quarterback for the year, losing another quarterback in the game, getting into a spot where we're being told it might be Christian McCaffrey or Deebo Samuel or Kyle Juszczyk in here. So they were a great team. I'd like to see them fight the Eagles with their best. They didn't have their best. It's a reality. Incomplete is the word I'm going to go with.
I'm going to go with garbage. You have your garbage time quarterback in there. Yeah. Your starting quarterback's elbow is now garbage. Kind of alluding to what you said, the 49ers kind of made some garbage plays. Yeah. I thought the referees made some very garbage calls. I thought that fan base in Philadelphia, you see the videos of how they're treating Niner fans walking in, was kind of garbage. I thought their celebration was garbage. Yeah, so I think garbage sums it up very well for me.
Yeah.
Number 4.
Do the Kings' last 2 losses give you any concern about the team long-term this season?
Not really, but it's something on the radar to watch. And really, it's about the offense. And I know they need to be better defensively, but when you're great at something and that something isn't shining right now, that gives me concerns. Like if the Kings lost the 2 games where their offense was great and Toronto outscored them and Minnesota outscored them, okay, credit to them, then we'd still be highlighting the defense. But the fact that the offense was certainly nowhere to be found against Toronto, and last game not their stellar self. The defensive woes are still there. I think the rest of the West honestly has really helped them. Nobody's thriving here around them. Maybe some missed opportunities. Not really concerned, but I think ask this question tomorrow if they lose tonight, and you're feeling a little differently.
I think Mike Brown alluded to it in his post-game presser on Saturday, and for me, it's the defense.
Mm-hmm.
It's the inability that, hey, man, if you are having a bad night offensively, this team absolutely has no answer on the defensive end to keep themselves in games. And we talked about it, over the last couple hours. The Kings have some good defensive players, but the problem is those guys are giving you next to nothing on offense, and vice versa. The Kings have some really good offensive players that are giving you next to nothing on defense. I know it's a super simple fix to say, hey, they need more two-way guys, but I think they need if you could just get a little bit of offense out of your, quote-unquote defensive stoppers, and just a little bit better defense out of your guys that have been great on offense, I think that would really help in a lot of ways. So the defense, to me, is giving me some long-term concerns.
Number 5.
What was the biggest surprise from either game on Championship Sunday?
I'll go with the scoring in the Chiefs game. I thought that was going to be a shootout. 23-20 is not like a gross low-scoring game, but it was it 10-6 or let me see. It was 13-6 at the half, and it was a struggle really for both teams to get up and down the field. I thought, man, this is going to be a high-scoring, huge, impactful game. So maybe I'll go with the surprise to me was the lower scoring, at least for the first half of the Chiefs-Bengals.
Yeah, I mean, I could just pick out the obvious one, Brock Purdy going out with the first drive. To me, it's a little too obvious. Yeah. I'm going to stick with the AFC Championship game where you're at, and for me, it's the game essentially ended on a roughing the passer call out of bounds. Yeah. And you have to feel for Osai, but also, man, you got to be aware. When I first watched the play, because I thought it was so boneheaded, because Mahomes got pushed, and I see the flag go, and go, oh, he had to still be in bounds. That's a terrible call.
Right.
And then I see the replay, I'm like, oh, he was out of bounds for a hot second.
Yeah.
Just a terrible way to end that game. To me, that was a surprise that game would, again, essentially end on a play like that.
Number 6.
The NBA's referee's Twitter account tweets out an apology after a missed call at the end of the Celtics-Lakers game. Does this happen if the player being fouled is anyone else but LeBron James?
I think it might, because I think that was the national TV scope, right? It was a primetime ABC game. It's
and a very good game.
And a great game. The Lakers did their best there. They're battling with one of the best teams in the league. LeBron had a big night. It was a missed call. I mean, it was bad. It was really bad. But it's a fair question to ask, because I'm trying to put that in a non-national TV game, and that's Kings and Grizzlies. I don't think that comes out.
Okay.
But national TV, though, I think that there were, I also go to the comment that Van Gundy says right afterwards. It was literally, look, if we can't review this, what are we doing? And it's basically calling out the league. I felt like the league and the referees had to do something.
Yeah, I agree. However, I don't think it happens if it's not LeBron James. For instance, if this call happens 2 games before that on the schedule when it was Nuggets and Sixers playing in that early game, and it happens on the reigning MVP, Jokic, right? And that's how the game goes into OT, they don't do it. If it happens on Joel Embiid, I don't think they do it. I don't think they do it against James Harden.
LeBron.
I think it's a combination of it's LeBron. He's been complaining all season, and his theatrics after the non-call, like he got shot.
Yeah.
I think all of that combined into why.
Well, and as animate as he was, part of the problem is it's like LeBron cries a lot.
Oh,
like,
my gosh.
He was right in this case, but when you cry all the time, it's like, come on now.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Number 7.
The Indiana Pacers signed an offer sheet with DeAndre Ayton in the offseason, but didn't get him. Now they've extended Miles Turner. Is this a net win for Indiana?
I think so. I mean, I like Turner a lot, and I think DeAndre Ayton's a good
Having a
player.
career year.
Yeah. I think Indiana's been in a weird circle here because, in a sense, obviously they're going in on an Ayton. Made sense to do that. Once he didn't get, once he got his offer sheet matched by Phoenix, it didn't seem like Ayton was happy about that. And then they'd already moved Sabonis. They get their piece in Tyrese Halliburton. But then, Jay, you're hearing stuff like, are they going to trade Buddy Hield and Turner for Westbrook? I don't understand what they're doing. They thought this was going to be a lost season. It hasn't been, though they're really sliding without Tyrese. But I think he's a good player. If he wants to be there, he got a great extension and a lot more money added. I think it's a net win for them.
Yeah, he's been in trade talks the last couple of years, but I think Miles Turner is a really good center. Anytime you can get a big that can block shots and stretch the floor, he's shooting, I think, 39% from 3 this year. Once Hallie comes back, he'll be back to form. No, I think it is definitely a net win for the Indiana Pacers.
Number 8.
Justin Verlander and Sandy Alcantara received their respective Cy Young Awards with a misspelling on it this weekend. Did MLB know before tweeting pictures out about it?
They couldn't have, right?
I mean, it's one of those things. It's like, well, you also can't not tweet pictures of them. You're tweeting pictures of everyone else.
Right. Spell check, double check everything. I know mistakes happen, but that's
That's bad,
That's
man.
bad look for the league. Really bad look for the league.
I don't think they knew. I don't
Yeah.
think MLB had any clue because it's MLB.
Yeah, or is it, I hate to say it, not meant in any other way, but like, hey, just an intern, someone on a lower, like, was asked to do their job, took the pictures, and you're just like, man, we need to check that. Yeah.
Number 9.
WNBA legend Candace Parker signed with the defending champion Las Vegas Aces, given equivalent to this type of move in the NBA.
Okay, I thought about this one in the sense that she's basically joining the champs that have 4 All-Stars already, and she is a Hall of Famer. So, Jay, I'm going to have my years...
It's still really good, by the way.
Yeah, I'm going to have my years confused, but I think it's when... I know the Warriors had back-to-back years of 2017, 2018.
Yep.
When they had 4 All-Stars. So it would be the 2018 season because they won in 2017 with Durant. So they have Durant, Clay, Steph, and Draymond in the All-Star game, and it's them adding LeBron. That's what it is.
Yeah.
It's someone at the end of their career that's a legend, that's a Hall of Famer, that's still good. It's basically the 2018 Warriors off a title with 4 All-Stars, adding LeBron James.
Yeah, I was trying to do a more historical reference, so I went with the 04 Pistons. And I was trying to find somebody that was still really good at that point.
Oh, wow.
I'm going to say he was still too good to be where Candace is, but I'm going to say Shaquille O'Neal joining that Pistons team.
Unbelievable. Good for them.
Yeah.
Number 10.
It's September of 2023. Blank is starting under center for the San Francisco 49ers.
All right, I've been sticking with Brock Purdy. I think that's the answer, but until we talked to Matt Barrows earlier in the show, he's like, they really got to look at this injury because if it's one of those things where it's like Tommy John, well, he's going to be out a long time. We don't have the results yet of that, but I'm going to stick with Brock Purdy.
I'm going to go with Trey Lance. Got 2 years now under his belt of watching. I think he
What
gives
is
you,
he?
He gives you all the well, he's a quarterback. And he gives you all those intangibles. I think he's going to have a good offseason. I think it'll be Trey Lance actually over Brock Purdy.
Okay. There we go. Well, there is our 10 at 10 fast moving 10 topics, 10 quick thoughts on all of those. When we come back, we got to get back into the NFC Championship game. 49ers lose out on that, but it feels so incomplete or garbage, whatever phrase you want to use for it. We'll look back at that next.
Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Of course I use Mr. Clean Magic Eraser to clean tough messes off my stovetop and bathtub. But then I discovered I can also use it to easily clean my patio furniture and even my shoes. I'm hooked.
And when wipes won't cut it, I use Magic Eraser Sheets. They're thin and flexible erasers, perfect for everyday messes, like gunk on my counters and sinks. They really are magical.
The reviews are in. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser and Sheets make cleaning look easy.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Jason Ross, weekday mornings on Sactown Sports.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
Handoff, McCaffrey off the right side, jumps over Marcus Epps, still fighting, breaks a tackle, touchdown! CMC!
That was the peak of the game for the 49ers. Actually, that was a pretty impressive run by Christian McCaffrey. Game was tied at 7. For the next few moments, I actually thought, you know what? They might be able to find a way to do this. I mean, they really might be able to find a way. The defense
Any team was going to, right?
Yeah. I mean, like, okay, they're likely, Jay, going to have to get a pick six, a scoop and score, some sort of defensive score. But they had just shown the graphic, too, in the game. So it's 7-7. The Eagles have that first scoring drive. And I think they showed, like, first drive was, and I might have the numbers confused, but like 10 plays, 68 yards and a score. The next 3 drives were like 11 plays for 13 yards. So it's like, okay, the defense is locked in. It's 7-7. You've got some serious momentum because you have, and we also weren't sure about Brock Purdy. Maybe they knew on the sideline, but like he's still around.
He's been warming up, constantly warming up, and that's what kept getting pointed out on the broadcast. Like, well, Brock Purdy's warming up.
Hasn't been ruled out. You're like, well, okay, he's obviously hurt. He got bothered by something here, that throw and that fumble, and the other part of the game too. It's like now this is when it's happening, and we can also circle back and end up realizing that the Eagles won comfortably. But I thought an interesting play call by Nick Sirianni, Jay, to me, was early in the game when it's, he goes for that first 4th down. Certainly a gutsy call, and then the throw and catch, which we now know wasn't a catch, but was
the catch.
Yeah, but was ruled a catch, but an amazing play. And I'm like, okay, so he's, watching Philly this year. I haven't watched a ton of their games, but I know that he is a guy that doesn't coach fear base. He's going to be one of the more aggressive fourth down callers. Well, you have the fumble by Purdy, which he ultimately gets hurt. They review that, ruled out a fumble. They had a fourth down there near midfield, and he punted. I went, wait, you just went for and their quarterback is out. I'm like, this is the time to push it and go for it. And like, if you don't get that fourth down and they're coming out with Josh Johnson at the 50, like, I just thought that was the time. And then they went for every other fourth down after that.
Right.
It was the one that to me that I thought he should have. In the end, it didn't even matter.
Yeah, and
it was irrelevant.
And I have to wonder again if that injury played any part in that. But to your point, they went for it basically all the time after that, which I thought was interesting that he was very aggressive in that scenario. I get it. You want to keep the 49ers defense on the field as much as possible there. But I thought the Eagles defense was good enough where you could feel comfortable punting on like a 4th and 4 because you knew the 49ers offense wasn't going to give you nothing.
Right.
But yeah, no, it was really interesting play call by Sirianni. I do think he called an extremely smart game though, once Purdy went out.
Totally agree.
And was it Matt? Or maybe it was you. Somebody alluded to this again. We've been on for 5 hours. I don't know who says what anymore. But the idea basically like, all right, run the ball. We have a great run game, first of all. And yeah, the only thing that can beat us is this defense.
Mm-hmm.
We keep them on the field. The Niners were going to, at that point, you were just expecting them to go 3 and out after every series.
Yeah.
So no, I thought he called a super smart game. And as much as we talk about all the things that went wrong for the Niners, we do have to give credit to the Eagles, man. They played great football.
Absolutely. I was impressed with them offensively, defensively, how aggressive they got to the quarterback. Niners line broke down several times. And
I felt Trent Williams' best block was the one he threw at the end of the game that got him ejected.
Man. And then just that, the anger, the frustration, which I understand, but it looked Bush League to me, some of the stuff the Niners did late in the game. But I'm thinking it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't. So the Niners tie at 7. There's that drive. And unfortunately, this is when the penalties started. The Niners gave 3 defensive penalties that kept that drive alive. So it's 14-7. And the Niners had that, about 90 seconds left. And they were really talking about it on the broadcast, too. Like, this is a weird situation because you're in a backup your 4th quarterback. But
not even a backup.
Yeah, it's extreme. Like, it's basically a last-minute call-up to just, hey, we've got a guy that can play the position but hasn't had a lot of reps. 90 seconds with the timeouts on the road. How aggressive do you want to be? The first down, they do the little quick pass over the middle and get 10, 15 yards. Well, now you got to go. And the week before, the Niners weren't aggressive going into the half. And this week, they are, I would say, more aggressive. And I saw a lot of people criticizing Kyle Shanahan for that. And I'm like, wait, it's 14-7. If he takes a knee or just runs and they go into the half, I think people are going to rip him for that. I would understand it. But once you've got that forward progress, they were close to midfield or closer and closing in on even maybe a Robbie Gould field goal if you make a couple more first downs. And the turnover that actually happened was your quarterback not catching a snap.
Yep.
If that's what gets you critiqued, what are we doing? If your quarterback, I mean, it's a mistake. Mistakes happen. It wasn't him looking downfield, throwing into traffic, a bad play call. It's your quarterback not catching a snap. If you can't function there, you can't. That's not on Kyle Shanahan to me.
No, it's not on Kyle Shanahan at all. I mean, it's just throwing a guy that's had no reps with the first team. But, and again, not going on Shanahan, to me, it's on Josh Johnson.
Absolutely.
The reason why Josh Johnson is still employed at 36 years old, again, he's played for 13 NFL teams. He's played for 14 leagues. Is because the point you just made, he can go. We got a guy that can play the position.
Yep.
And so you have the snap that's fumbled, just terrible. And then how many times, I forget, how many calls did they get where, again, the play clock just ran down?
Right.
And
too many where it just derailed him. We got him behind the game. Really.
Yeah. And I was listening to not Greg Olson. I'm sorry. I think it was Kurt Warner on the radio broadcast. I was driving into G1C yesterday, and he's like, look, man, this is a really difficult position for a guy like Josh Johnson to be in. So again, you could assign blame. It just doesn't really feel like there's much blame to assign. But if I'm going to do it to anybody, it's like, man, you at least got to know the playbook well enough to hike the damn ball and try to make something happen. It was just, you couldn't have asked for a worse situation, and it happened.
Yeah.
It happened, and, this is super hindsight here, right? Super hindsight. But in the end, and I don't even know who was available to be picked up when Jimmy Garoppolo went down. Is there anybody else on the market at the time that would have been, better than Josh Johnson? Again, I don't even know what the market looked like. I don't remember at the time. It's very hindsighty. It's the only real aha moment I could pull out.
Yeah, there was something I read, and I got to find this piece earlier where, here it is, how the old third quarterback rule could have helped the 49ers. There used to be a thing where you could genuinely have a third quarterback that didn't count against your 53, but that was basically stashed, that could be deemed active at any point, basically, for a situation like this. Now,
Nate Sudfeld might have been better.
But they basically didn't have it. You could activate a third, but they basically had two. Jimmy wasn't available. You weren't going to call someone in. But again, it goes back to last week when we were talking about him. We put the over-under on a half a snap for Jimmy G. Will he play another snap in his 49er career? Because they kept saying, well, it looks like he's not going to be available. I'm like, why are they even talking about this? But it begs the question, had he been available, I guess Josh Johnson would have been inactive.
Oh, God, yeah. No, had Jimmy Garoppolo been available, Jimmy Garoppolo, if they could have had him out there with one leg, would have probably been playing.
Right.
And you got to imagine with 2 weeks rest, they would have definitely, had they somehow pulled out a miracle yesterday, I think all signs would have been we have to find Jimmy a leg. Do we got to go to send him to Germany to get a new one, a la Kobe Bryant, something, right? Because there would be no way you're sending Josh Johnson in to play quarterback in the Super Bowl.
Now, I know the game was over, and they brought up the question, would they have been better off running McCaffrey at the QB?
No.
You just would have been dead. You would have killed him. At this point, when Purdy was in there, I still wonder, can he throw? And he threw two passes. One was a screen. The other one was like a yard.
No, he couldn't throw the ball downfield.
Yeah, but at least it gave you the thought. If McCaffrey's in there, he did throw the one on a trick play, but he was going to run the ball.
Also, Christian McCaffrey, a little injury prone. Not trying to have him under center, especially on a day where the Eagles line was having their way at the Niners line.
You still have him featured for next year too. The Niners have some good things going forward, but an awful way to end it yesterday. All right, the Kings and Wolves, part 2 tonight. It's got to be a better one than we saw the other night, right? Well, we'll talk about it next.
The only place you'll find Harrison Barnes is Sactown Sports.
He's got the bucket at the buzzer. Harrison Barnes.
Hey, Sacramento, it's Harrison Barnes, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
American Energy wants to make sure you and your family are safe this winter with a $49 furnace tune-up. Plus, if you're ready for a new one, get half off with American Energy's 50% off furnace special. With 0% financing and payment plan options available, there's no reason to keep putting off making your home safe, warm, and comfy for you and your family this holiday. Call American Energy today at 916-520-9990 or visit AmericanEnergyAir.com. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable. 50% off furnace when you purchase a whole home HVAC system. Limited time only. Cannot be combined with other offers or specials.
ATM Mortgage. Hi, this is Jeff Tarbell. Are you tired of ever increasing rent payments? Now's the time to look at building your financial foundation, buying your own home, and ATM Mortgage can help. You can reach us today, 916-338-9400. That's 338-9400, or online at atmmortgage.net.
ATM Mortgage.
License under California CFL and MLS 223-4889.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, if you're taking Viagra or any other pill for ED, I want you to ask yourself this question. Do I want to continue to do this for the rest of my life? If you're like most men, the answer is no. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we can restore blood flow naturally without pumping your body full of chemicals like you've been doing. Guys, you need to come in today and fix this problem now. Why are you putting this off? Viagra's not going to magically start working next week, and you don't want to use shots or go under the knife. Call us today and speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today like the thousands of men who already have. If you're tired of dealing with ED or Peyronie's disease, then call West Coast Men's Health.
With offices in Sacramento and San Mateo, call 916-829-8273. That's 916-829-8273. 916-829-8273. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com. HSA cards welcome.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Yeah. Add your job and the purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience, so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs helps you find the candidate worth interviewing. Did you know every week, nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn? Wow. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/herd, linkedin.com/herd to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply. Intelligence runs in the family. Innovation runs in the family. Extraordinary runs in the family. The 2023 Mercedes-Benz SUV family. Each of the impressive models feature world-class innovations ranging from MBUX voice-activated assistance technology to safety features like attention assist that can detect drowsiness and alert you when it's time to take a break. The SUVs include the sleek GLB with room to seat up to 7. The category-leading GLE. How about GLS, one of the smartest SUVs on the road? The capable and stylish GLC and the striking yet robust GLA. Each model pack cutting-edge technology every driver deserves. Best-in-class technology, too. Leaders in innovation and intelligence not yet seen from SUVs. A family of distinct models, all equally impressive. The 2023 Mercedes-Benz family of SUVs. Extraordinaries one test drive away. Learn more at MBUSA.com.
Sactown Sports
Headlines. With your Sactown Sports headlines, I'm Jay Mars. It was a rough afternoon for the San Francisco 49ers in Philadelphia as they lost starting quarterback Brock Purdy on the first drive of the game. While Purdy returned in the second half, he was limited and could not get the ball downfield as his throwing arm was injured. In the end, it is the Eagles heading to Super Bowl 57.
Minshew takes a knee and this game's over. Under 40 seconds to play, and they will celebrate now in the streets of Philadelphia. And they were already out last night greasing the light poles and fixtures in the city. That's a tradition here in Philadelphia to keep them from climbing everything downtown.
It'll be Eagles-Chiefs on February 12th. The Kings couldn't get anything going as well Saturday night in Minnesota.
Fox now going to fire a deep three that's blocked by Anthony Edwards. Grabbed by Sabonis, and that's it. Ball game is over. So Minnesota has now won 5 of the last 6. They have tightened the screws in the Western Conference. They're now 2 games over 500. Sacramento, with back-to-back losses, now 27-21. The road record is now 11-10 with this defeat. And the Kings will regroup and hopefully find a way to be better in their execution against the same opponent on Monday evening.
Coverage for that game starts today at 3:30, followed by tip-off at 5.
Live and local. Live and local.
Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Inbounds goes to Fox. The defender will be Anthony Edwards. Crosses the logo, accelerates, drives inside on Gobert, hammers it off the bounce. He's got 21 in the quarter. Shot clock at 6, game clock at 19. Anthony Edwards rocks, fires for 3, score the triple, and that will undoubtedly be a dagger.
It feels like a sneaky big game tonight. A lot of season to go. Certainly doesn't derail the Kings if they lose today, but it would get them on a path of 3 consecutive losses. It would be 2 losses in a row to Minnesota. You start to think about playoffs and tiebreakers. The T-Wolves would have 2 games-to-none lead there. You'd pull them a little closer to you. Conversely, Kings win. You kind of get right back on track. It's still a very favorable road trip. We had said, ideally, you want to split out of Minnesota. And I always say this, Jay, if you tell me, if you could guarantee that you get a split, I always like to win the second game.
Sure.
Just because, the first one hurts, but then it can kind of carry into what you have going forward into the rest of the road trip. So but that's an if. Now you've already lost the first one, and so you now feel like you're in that position where you need to win tonight. And but it does feel like that, right? Like they need to win. I know you said it's like you don't have to, but no. But then it's like, okay, now what's the make good on the rest of the trip? Now it feels like there's less of a margin of error. If you told me they were going to lose tonight and go 5-2 on the trip, cool. But it feels hard to say that when if you lose tonight, you've lost the first 2 and 3 in a row. It's harder to vision that as a possibility. And obviously, if you lose again, you've probably done some things wrong. And offense isn't as smooth lately. The defense has still been a season-long quest to get better there. There's a few things right now that tonight it feels like, and I don't know if it's as simple as this, Jay, but obviously, D'Angelo Russell was absurd in the first half, just out of this world. But he's done that to the Kings before. And then Edwards, I believe him getting 34. That was number 1 on the scouting report. And I don't know if it's as simple as slow those two guys down, but I feel like if you slow those two guys down, I think they can win tonight.
No, if you slow one of the two down, and realistically, it's Ant Edwards is the guy you should be keyed in on, although he is the tougher of the two to slow down, even though, to your point, D'Angelo Russell seems to be Mr. King's killer. But I also thought Naz Reid off the bench was really good. He had that play, I forgot what quarter is in, where he basically just walked into the paint and dunked.
Yeah.
And that, to me, is the bigger problem, especially on the road with the Kings. Look, you're going to have nights where you're not putting up 130. We've seen it now, right? And it's just the inability to not play defense on anybody. Again, Naz Reid is not Ant Edwards. He shouldn't be walking into the paint and just dunking on the entire team. But it happened. It's this Olay defense that we see from this team. Mike Brown has been calling them out on it, and rightfully so. For me, this is a game tonight where, is it a must win? No. Is it a should win? Yes. You really should win this game tonight if you want to feel good about the remaining 5 games on this road trip. I need to see a semblance of life on the defensive side of the ball tonight. Even if you lose tonight, I feel like if they step it up on the defensive side and there's more effort there, at least you can take that into the last 5 games. That's something to build on. There's no moral victories, but you do want to find something to build on.
Yeah, the 117 they gave up, I know that that's a lot of points, but generally that's enough for the Kings to win. I mean, the Kings live in that 120 or above neighborhood lately. They scored 110. The difference is in what I think will be tonight, just the way these games have played. If you look at the Kings played Houston twice in a row, they played Denver twice in a row. This is now Minnesota twice in a row. And I think they have 7 of these total. So they still have like 4 more to go. I think they have this with Portland on the road, Dallas here coming up. They have Houston on this road trip in back-to-back, and I think they have 1 more, maybe OKC.
And they had Houston back-to-back, quote-unquote, 2 games in a row at G1C.
Correct. And Denver was a G1C.
Right. And so, again, you went 1-1 against Denver. You went 2-0 against Houston. You want to go 1-on-1 against Minnie.
Yes.
And I just think in these games, it's just almost like you have to split.
You do, and you wonder, okay, so what are the adjustments? I think logically, one of the areas that just completely derailed the Kings was the 3-point differential. Minnesota made 17, Kings made 9. You look at that stat every night. If you win by 8 threes, that's 24 points that you have to make up. Now, here is where the Kings made it up a little bit, Jay. The Kings got to the line a ton, which isn't normally like them. The free throw differential, the Kings got there 27 of 36. They had 4 big misses late in the game, missed a technical, had a trip at the line where they missed 2 consecutive, where Minnesota made 16 of 21. So you gained 11 points back there. My point being, I don't think the Kings will be at the line as much tonight. I don't think the 3-point differential will be as much. So you got to figure out where's the subtleties in the game. One area that I was bothered or concerned about going in, I thought, oh man, Gobert against Sabonis. Sabonis hasn't had the best numbers against Gobert because a lot of people don't have great numbers against Gobert. But I thought Sabonis did kind of what he wanted and looked more like a typical game for him. That to me was very encouraging that he did some things, and even Gobert had the most hideous flop in the game. But still, Gobert made some plays, made some blocks, changed some shots, but Sabonis was able to do typical Sabonis things.
Yeah, and he does that. You know, that's more of what Rudy Gobert's defensive game is he's a shot blocker. He a goalie, so to speak, is kind of the old school term. He makes you think twice about going to the rim, especially if you're a guard. But we've seen this before with Gobert. If you're a big and you got a post game, he's not a great one-on-one defender in the paint.
Right.
And I've noticed that about him for a long time. Obviously, you referenced Domas. I want to say it was opening night 2018, 2019 or something. I just remember Willie Cauley-Stein having his way with Gobert in the paint.
Yeah.
And so I would go to that matchup all night tonight if I'm the Kings, because again, he doesn't play great D in the paint. You don't want guys driving on him. That's kind of his thing, is he alters shots at the rim when it's a smaller guy.
Right.
But you've already seen what kind of the secret sauce is there. I would be looking, as much as Domas is great passing the ball out of the high post, again, I'd be looking to give him a nice dose in the paint tonight.
Yeah, I agree. Because if you could do that, neutralize him to the point you're saying guards sometimes will change their shots. There was a play, I want to say it was first half, where De'Aaron has a straight line drive. He went in to dunk it, and it was like the Sprite commercial. He got hung, and Gobert kind of did a late jab. I don't know if De'Aaron was anticipate. I don't know. I mean, De'Aaron can dunk in traffic on people. Sure. He just short-armed it and I felt like that was a Gobert.
That's where he makes his impact.
Yeah, and he didn't even jump, but it was enough to he might come get this. and he can make an impact on the game. The other area that also makes me nervous, we pointed this out going into the T-Wolves game. The Kings were turnover prone for a couple games. Sabonis had 17 in 2 games. Jay, the Kings only turned the ball over 9 times. That's a really good night. That's a night where you can win. And Minnesota turned it over 20 times. And late, I felt like they were going, Kings, take the game.
It's the reverse of what's been happening with the Kings, right? Where they were turning the ball over and still finding ways to win games.
Just inviting them to take the game.
Yeah, but the problem is you have De'Aaron show up in the fourth quarter. And again, it was your typical fourth quarter Fox.
He was amazing.
Prior to that, Domas was the only guy getting anything going on offense.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter how many times you turn the ball over if you're the Wolves, that the Kings just aren't going to convert on the other end.
Yeah.
I think really what you saw, you alluded to the 3-point disparity. I think that will regress back to the mean, so to speak, tonight. But really the key is a healthy dose of Domas in the post. But you're going to need 2 of the 3, whether it's Barnes, Herter, or Murray, to get going tonight. Again, all 3 of those guys I felt just weren't really good other than Harrison at the line.
Yeah.
It was great at the line
right.
that game. And then me and you have been talking about this for a while. It's the inconsistency in the bench.
Yes.
You got to have a Malik Monk or a Trey Lyles. I know Malik put up double digits last game, but you're getting these guys where they're not really contributing much off of the bench, and you got the starters playing a lot of minutes right now. We need more contributions from the bench.
Yeah, I know Coach had said this when he went to Metu a few games back, kind of said he was basically going to be ahead of Holmes, and then Metu got hurt, and then Holmes actually was producing, and he's gone back to the Metu ahead of Holmes. I don't know. I'm more of a Rashawn Holmes
I am as well.
fan of that. But, if you get called on Chimezie, you got to play better and go down the line. And to your point, you're right on about Herter. What were those guys? So Barnes was 1 of 7. Murray was 3 of 8. Herter was 4 of 12. Those guys have got to be better. And I said this in the postgame. I felt like, Jay, the Kings needed more from Fox early, and the other guys kind of did some of the work. In the fourth quarter, he was awesome, but he didn't have the help from his teammates.
No,
so it's like
no help there.
They need that pairing to all work together.
And again, you want that fourth quarter De'Aaron, but he needs to be better in the first 3 quarters.
Yeah, because in the fourth quarter, when he doesn't shoot it, it's then the one shot for Monk or for Herter. And they need to make the one. That's a lot to ask when you get 1 attempt.
Do you think sometimes when he's in those fourth quarter killer modes that he gets in, it kind of lulls some of the other guys to sleep?
Absolutely. And so then I know if normally if I'm going to get 4 shots a quarter, I'm going to miss some. But if I get one that's really important on a Fox pass, you kind of got to make it. And that's a lot of pressure in those moments. But nonetheless, we'll see how they fare tonight. 117-110 was the final the other day. It is game 2 of the road trip. We'll talk about that and much more as we cross it over with Deuce and Mo next.
Sactown Sports goes 100% live and local.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Tune into Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. Followed by the return of Deuce and Mo.
Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Followed by Cattles and Rami from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You wanted more local? We're giving you more local on Sactown Sports. Your local sports leader.
For your everyday vehicle. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP oil filter for only $26.99. Do the complete job for the right price. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
For a precision-crafted performance, the decision is easy. A new Acura from Acura of Stockton. Get the driving experience you've been waiting for in a new Acura. And get the selection and customer service you deserve from Acura of Stockton. Shop in person or use our online express store at AcuraofStockton.com. Acura of Stockton will buy your trade even if you don't buy from us. Don't settle for less than precision-crafted performance of a new Acura from Acura of Stockton and AcuraofStockton.com.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with high-quality supplies for every industry, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I remember as if it were yesterday. I reached down to move a nightstand and was astonished at the weight of the piece. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. At that moment, I instantly recognized the difference between Naturewood's quality furniture that will last a lifetime versus lesser quality furniture found elsewhere. Now, I suppose there's a huge difference in what you'd put in your first apartment and what you would live with in the comfort of your own home. Right now, Naturewood Home Furnishings Made in USA sale is a great time to fill your home with solid, superior quality furniture to reflect your own love for life. With brands like Sam Moore, Stanton, Stickley, Hilltop Hickory, Simply Amish, and many more, Naturewood Home Furnishings has tables, chairs, couches, and, yes, nightstands, and more at their Made in USA sale. Find furniture that will be with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Progressive presents Adjusting to the Suburbs.
I never thought I'd care about gardening until I bought a house in the suburbs. But now I find myself in conversations about liquid fertilizer, and I wonder, am I the fertilizer guy now? No way. Everyone knows the ratio between phosphorus and nitrogen, right? Yeah, I'm still totally cool.
Anyway, when you save with Progressive by bundling your home and auto, that's the easy part of adjusting to the suburbs. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company coverage provided in service by affiliates and third-party insurers.
Chris, this needs to go to Parkville by 3.
Joy to the holiday packages that keep coming at Jimenez Couriers.
It's coming your way, but the drop-off location is changing.
She needs delivery drivers with the gift of punctuality.
Anyone looking to pick up some overtime? Anyone?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
All right, it's time to close out this 5-hour extravaganza with Deuce and Mo, a little crossover. Hello, Deuce. Hello, Morgan.
It's only been 4 for you.
I know, but the totality of it.
Stop lying to the people.
Yeah, so you didn't really do 5, you liar.
Yeah.
I was here at 6 doing my warm-ups.
Ooh, were you? Stretching?
No, sure.
The training staff just stretching you out?
A practice hour, because you never know. At this point, anybody can get hurt.
Yeah. Yeah,
we
you
were
could have
learning,
had to come in early.
Yeah. My goodness. How was your guys' weekend?
It was good. I mean, yesterday was just such a letdown. I'm not even a Niners fan. I felt let down by yesterday because I was excited about the matchup. It just felt like, all right, Eagles, Niners, who has the edge? I don't really know. Right. And then you watch the game, and it was like pretty much decided by halftime.
Oh, yeah, and that's the thing. Like, there was the little moment, so 7-0, right, the score, and then Purdy gets hurt. But you're not sure that he's out. And then when the Niners scored 7-7, I'm like, even if he's out, maybe could this be like one of the greatest stories of all time? And then it just –
No, I mean, the McCaffrey run – I was fired
up
for. I mean, I could not believe he broke those tackles to get to score a touchdown. But yeah, it was like, all right, well, maybe the defense can force a turnover here, keep it interesting. But the way that second quarter ended,
yeah, well, I tweeted out like game, before
it was emotional when you said that. But yeah, for sure, you did.
What?
You're being a little, over the top.
No,
you just threw in the towel a little early.
I did throw in the towel, and 1, I was right, but 2, even some guy tweeted back and he was like, I'm an Eagles fan and there's still a whole second half, and it's like, no, but there isn't. Like, you tell me that when you're playing with your 4th string quarterback, okay? Yeah. Or you're shoving your guy with one arm in there to not even throw the ball downfield, okay? In an NFC Championship game.
What was insane was the moment when Johnson gets knocked out by Sue, and you see McCaffrey like, all right, do I need the headset in my helmet? Right. And I'm going, this is where we're at.
And you check looking up plays, like what is happening here?
Like, this is where we're at. This is what we have to do. And then Purdy goes in there, and it's like he literally can't throw. Right. And I don't think we've ever seen an NFL game where a quarterback literally can't throw downfield.
Right. It's helpless.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh.
Wow. Wow, it's only Monday. Man. And that's the whole thing about it. Like, to your point, Morgan, when it was 14-7, I'm like, okay. But the last score before the half, 21-7, in any game is not over. This one felt. I go, that's 2-score difference. The Niners might get a kick return but they're not going to score 2 or 3 more times to win this game.
No,
it was over.
It was over. It was over because you even saw how the Eagles scored in that fashion, causing the turnovers and everything that did happen. It was like, oh, this is how the rest of the game is going to be. So now can they just hold their own out there so they're not completely embarrassing themselves all the way through
I'm glad that was the first game, because the second game was very entertaining. We had another game to go. If that was the second game, the way it fizzled out, I'm like, oh.
It was one of those games, though, that I felt like was still so compelling to watch. And maybe I'm not a Niners fan, so maybe it was a little different for me, but I'm like, I don't think I've ever seen anything like this where how is Shanahan going to deal with it?
Right.
But then it got to a point, it's like, oh, his answer of dealing with it is you just got to keep handing it off.
Right.
They really had nothing.
choice.
Run a screen maybe.
Yeah.
But
Trick plays,
when you're
end
down
arounds.
21-7, you're just handing the ball off. And you're not winning this game.
Right.
And what's wild is like you look at Jalen Hurts' numbers at the end of the game and go, if I would have told you those were his numbers, you would take that. He didn't turn the ball over, which was key. It was just a really frustrating game.
That's what hurts because it was, I mean, you really look at that game as such a winnable game when you look at how the Eagles performed. And I shouldn't be taking away anything from them because I think they did
awesome.
Yeah, I mean, like their defense and the way that they went after, they capitalize on what was going on with the Niners. And that's smart football. I mean, anyone should be doing that anyway, but still, like they got the W. They earned it. They had a great season.
Yeah, and I know so much focus, of course, is going to be on Purdy. And you go, man, if he would have stayed healthy. I do look at this game and go, even after they tied the game at 7 apiece, that next drive for the Eagles, the 3 defensive penalties, and I know some of them might have been questionable. It just felt like the Niners got frustrated.
Yep.
They were playing undisciplined, and that you put a lot of pressure on your defense in this situation, but they needed to play almost a perfect game, and they were far from perfect.
And it makes, to me, where the decision makers now, that's Kyle Shanahan, that's John Lynch, they had a great team, a great season. What's missing? Because that game's so incomplete, so out of character from the turnovers, or not the turnovers, the injuries, the penalties. I don't even think it mattered. Hey, have a better regular season. If that game is at home yesterday, they still lose because of the injury. So I don't know how you evaluate what you need to do to be better next year.
Well, it's heartbreaking is what it is. I mean, I think one area is like offensive line can improve. McGlinchey's going to be a free agent. It's an area that has to get better. And you saw it on full display. And, I know some people were criticizing Shanahan a bit for having Tyler Kroft going one-on-one against Reddick. And that was an issue. And that's how Purdy ended up getting hurt. But yeah, they've got to improve the offensive line, especially against some of these elite teams where we can get after the quarterback. We knew the Eagles could do it. They had the most sacks since the 85 Bears. They were incredible.
I think this tweet sums it up, but it's also kind of mean toward the Eagles. This guy tweeted out, Eagles about to celebrate like the guy who finds a dead bear and then carries it into town and tells everyone how fantastic, a fantastic story about how he killed the bear. The bear was already dead, right? Like the Niners were already dead. Yeah. But at the same time, like the Eagles, and this is where I go back on this tweet. It's more of just, it's comedy.
Yeah.
Thanks for explaining it. Yeah, it loses its comedy a little bit when you explain that it was comedy, as if we didn't know.
I think, but where I think it's why I state that is because it takes away from what the Eagles accomplish.
Was it Cocaine Bear? What do we got over there?
Oh my God, I cannot wait till Cocaine Bear comes out. I mean,
it's based on a true story.
Yeah.
You know that.
To hate watch it, this bear all drugged out, killing people sounds amazing. I mean, ripping people's faces off because it's all drugged up.
Because it wouldn't unless it was drugged up.
I honestly, I thought when I first heard about it, I thought it was a movie based on Jay Cutler's fall, like from the Bears, just okay. I thought that was not
Is that
Cocaine
comedy?
Bear. That's comedy.
Okay.
So the
So we have
joke.
to explain
Let
it.
me tell you how we got there. Morgan had a problem with this. Jimmy G.
Yeah.
Wipe the smirk off your face.
Oh,
Can you just
stop.
know?
Wait, he's dreamy.
No,
He can
the
smile all he
cameras are
wants.
on you at the end of a game. Your team's getting.
Boo.
It was a terrible look.
I am the ultimate Jimmy G hater, and I think
Why?
that it is ridiculous because when you're a quarterback, have an arm, or have some legs. Like do something with being a quarterback. That's mean. But what's not mean is I'm going to stick up for Jimmy G and his stupid little smile at the end of the game because there was there's no context to it, right? This guy is like on the sideline. You're with your teammates. Game's already out of reach. You're just like, what if you're even like, oh my God, this is crazy. That's what's happening.
Yeah,
like, what if that was his smile?
Yeah, that's what it was. He was just smirking.
Don't be mean. I think that's dumb. Don't be mean.
I know. I think.
Don't be mean, as you said. Have an arm, have legs.
I do think optics matters in this situation, and when you're like the quarterback that's out and injured, I just wouldn't be smiling. I'd be so. I mean, you looked around the NFL yesterday, like guys were in tears in the Niners locker room, right? Bengals players were in tears, the emotions of falling up short, and you got your quarterbacks like, just whatever. I'm not really a Niner
one shot
anyway.
during the game. There was like two shots, yeah. 2 shots during the game of this guy smiling on the side that isn't playing. Like, I don't know, Deuce, he's human. He's just like Maybe he's not
He's
feeling
so
everything that's
handsome.
going. No, and he's not even that handsome. Like, let's be real. Yeah, no, I think maybe if he was better at football, he'd be better
He'd
looking.
be more handsome?
Yeah.
Okay.
And also so many people are going to crap on me and go like, did you get wins in the NFL? He still got wins in the NFL. And then I'll say newsflash, it's actually a team sport. There was a great defense also, supporting all these wins that the Niners were getting while Jimmy Garoppolo was the quarterback. But that's not the point. The point is the guy was just smiling, let it go. People just wanted to jump on it because it's Jimmy G.
Well, you were mentioning people being in tears. Deuce, I was in tears here in the studio. One, you weren't here with us. You were doing Stockton, but Morgan was working as well. The Kings performance.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That
What
was
happened
annoying.
there? That was annoying. The T-Wolves. You're my favorite team as the Kings lose to Minnesota. Rematch, though, tonight.
It's one of those things last game where I'm like, God, watching it back, just the little things.
Yeah.
They'll be all right. I mean, Minnesota's not going to shoot like that again, in my opinion. And play a little more disciplined defense, communicate a little better. You should win that game. And De'Aaron, I need you to have a little more balance. I need you to almost come out of the gates stronger than saving it for the fourth quarter. I didn't feel like the Kings were aggressive on defense or offense in attacking until the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I thought Coach Brown, you guys played the clip more on the post game, is a really interesting thought. He's like, hey, this isn't sustainable. Though they've done this offense for this long, which I think is interesting. But he kind of talked about the push and pull of he's not getting enough from his defensive players. That's offense, I mean.
Yeah.
Like Mitchell, Okpala.
Yeah.
But he's also not getting enough defense from his offensive guys. To me, he's got to get more out of the offensive guys defensively because he's going to start that five. They play the most minutes. Herter, Fox, Sabonis, Barnes, Murray have to get better. They have to be better defensively.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. And I think obviously they know that. And if you can't be better as an individual defender, what can you do to be better in your team defense? Even as an individual, whether that's like telling a guy, communicating to him like, yo, you need to be here and help and not here, right? Like those two extra steps, the geometry of the floor, it all matters. And when guys don't understand that, you got to hold them accountable, even if you are just their teammate and not even their coach.
Davion needed to play more. He had, we talk about, his offense isn't there. He was playing well. He was attacking. He was getting in the paint. He was setting up guys. He was playing awesome defense. He played 17 minutes in that game, played 1 minute in the fourth quarter. If we're going to talk about defense, like you have to have your best defenders out there. And if you have to play Mitchell and Fox and you have to sacrifice somewhere else, so be it. You got to get stops, and that can create some offense. Mitchell, I thought watching that game, he jumped out immediately as one of their best players last game. He played 17 minutes.
Yeah. And Minnesota, I felt at the end, was giving them every opportunity. All those turnovers. Minnesota wanted the Kings to win that game.
They did. They said, hey, do you want to win this game? Because if you do, here you go. Yeah. We had a listener, a friend that was there, brought a little group of Kings fans there. And they were saying that T-Wolves fans were saying to them after the game, like, T-Wolves didn't win this one. Kings lost this one. Or I think that was the way they said it. Yeah, I had to think about that. But yes, that's what they were saying. Even T-Wolves fans felt that same way. Like it just wasn't a great game for them as well, the way that they were not executing things at the end.
What do you guys have coming up today?
Nothing. I don't think we're going to talk about anything because there wasn't much this weekend going on, so I think
Herm Edwards coming up at noon. Yeah, we're going to talk a lot about championship weekend, of course. And then we got to get ready for Kings T-Pups round 2.
Yes, let's do it. All right, guys, big show coming up next.
The only place you'll find Malik Monk is Sactown Sports.